Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The Council. Here in Seltrozzo, a small northern kingdom, a conversation was underway between a boy and an old man. The boy was Yuki Kagurazaka, Grand Master of the Free Guild, and the man was named Johann Rostia, council mainstay, generous benefactor to the guild, and prince of the kingdom of Rostia. As his last name suggested, he was the elder brother of Rostia's current king, but he was also one of the 5 elders who controlled the council. He always held his confidential meetings here in Seltrozzo, a small rural nation, perfect for avoiding the eyes of the Western nation. This was because Seltrozzo was home to a safe house run by the Selt Foreign Information Bureau, the leading intelligence agency in all the Western nations. The SFIB was established as a risk management group surveilling the lands outside human control and preparing for any upcoming monster threats. It had a group of talented agents, all of them ranked B or above, and its small number made it truly a team of elite. Any location under their protection would be impossible for foreign agents to infiltrate, and that was why Johann used this house for all of his most delicate meeting. "Well, can I hear your report then?" Right. It's pretty clear that the demon lord Rimuru's fully on to me. I went out of my way not to leave any evidence using merchants from the east and so on, but regardless. Then can't you talk your way out of any suspicion? Yes, my own staff suggested the same thing, but there's no guarantee talking my way out of it would keep me safe, you know. He is a demon lord, keep in mind. Ride him the wrong way and it'd be like stepping on a tiger's tail. Yuki didn't hide the fact that Rimuru was suspecting him. He had no reason to. After all, Johann, this 5 elders member, was essentially Yuki's boss. Boss was the right term because this was strictly a business relationship between the two, one that existed because they both profited from it. The council funded the Free Guild, and in exchange, the guild carried out work for the council. It was a simple give-and-take sort of agreement, on the surface. From the guild's point of view, they couldn't survive without support like this from the world's nations, the funding and preferential access it received for its organization's work. The guild had more influence now than back in its Society of Adventurers days, but in terms of power, it still wasn't above the council. It was the behind-the-scenes support from Johann the Elder that helped Yuki develop the Free Guild as much as he had these past few years. That was another reason Yuki had to mind his manners around it. And you can't defeat this demon lord? Are you kidding me? The way I see it, you could assemble 100 rankers and it still wouldn't be possible. You'd go that far? Perhaps it's smarter not to make him our enemy then. But Johann paused, his sharpened eyes glaring at Yuki before continuing. It is the elder's opinion that the demon lord Rimuru is a hindrance, and your missteps are the cause, Yuki. Oh, what do you mean? Your little conspiracy with the demon lord Clayman? If that had succeeded, we wouldn't have had to deal with those sniveling eastern merchants to open trade routes with the Empire. Once we had secured that, all we'd have to is wait for Veldora to fade into oblivion a few centuries from now, and the Forest of Jura would no longer be a threat. In fact, demon lords like Carillan and Frey could have served as protective walls for us. And now look. Well, I don't see what I could have done, you know. You really can't plan for someone like him. Johann was one of the people aware of the plans Yuki's group was working on. They were applying their own spin to the games played among the demon lords, trying to work them to their own advantage. And the whole reason that was possible. Yes, you're right. You couldn't have done anything. We never could have imagined a monster like that in our way. But couldn't you have bested him? It was the young girl who entered the room now, silently closing the door behind her. Maribel Rozzo, the very person who'd formulated this whole plan. She slipped into an ornate chair, joining the other two. Oh, Maribel? And is the venerable Granville with you? No, I've come by myself today. but I'd still like to hear the answer to that question. Maribel turned to Yuki, paying Johann little mind. It's just not possible, he replied, as if captured by her gaze. Rimuru alone would be a challenge, but he's got the storm dragon with him too, you know? Forget it. There's nothing anyone can do about him. You saw Veldora? Yeah. He was going around in human form, but he introduced himself as Veldora and everything. Yuki meekly answered the question. Maribel expected nothing less from him. Right. The demon Lord Rimuru is the key to sealing Veldora away. If we let that evil dragon free, he'll spread ruin across the whole world. Grandfather told me himself. Indeed, Johann said. Your grandfather personally witnessed the darkest days of that dragon's rampage. He's always quick to remind me of why our god is so fearful of him. Yes, and now Rimuru has tamed him. Meddling with them is dangerous, but if we want my Rosso family to prosper, we need to crush the rise of Tempest. What a headache this is. Yuki, couldn't you defeat Rimuru if you truly put your mind to it? Johann was now repeating himself. Combined with Maribel, they had now asked the same question 3 times. Didn't Yuki have what it takes to beat Rimuru? But this time, Yuki had a different answer. We're talking about someone not even Hinata could beat, you know? It's going to be really hard for me to win if I fight him. My chances could go way up under the right conditions, but what it sounded like he meant was, if it was just the demon Lord Rimuru by himself, maybe they could make it happen. So, what's your next move? Maribel asked. My general strategy will be to avoid direct confrontation with Rimuru. Even if I did beat him, I just don't see it earning us much. We'd have to pay far too much of a price for it. Yuki went on to discuss their future plans, including Kigali's upcoming ruins expedition. As Maribel had ordered, he was leaking out the info he gained from Clayman, and Maribel and Johann were now acting on it. Maribel thought for a moment. Eliminating Rimuru, or at least rendering him harmless, was something she wanted to achieve at any cost. The greatest wish of the Rotso family would have to go unfulfilled otherwise. Maybe it'd be easier to seize the world if they worked with the Demon Lord, but Maribel had already deemed that a poor choice. The problem was their differences in thinking. With this world as well, Maribel intended to take it from a single gold-based standard currency to a paper-based economy, spearheaded by each individual country. She wouldn't eliminate the current money system, she'd just implement new currencies in each nation. It didn't have to be paper either. Silver or copper or whatever was fine too. Basically, if she could build a world where currency markets went up or down depending on the power of all nations involved, then perfect. That's how foreign exchange worked, and it'd be the council and the will of the 5 elders that set it up. That was the one absolute must to victory here. They needed to be the people deciding the value of things. Against the weaker nations, they'd even levy punishing taxes or conscript their populations into military service in the name of monster hunting. It was a perfectly legal way to subjugate one nation under the rule of a stronger one. All the conditions were in place. There were no outstanding issues to deal with. Maribel's plan to economically rule over the nations in the Council of the West was proceeding along fine. Even Granville was happy with it. They had spent the past few years completing the groundwork for it. And now, with the rise of Rimuru and his nation of monsters, it was all going haywire. Maybe things weren't in crisis mode yet, but Maribel could see what was in store. The demon lord Rimuru would likely offer the Western nations their defensive support in a bid to win their trust. With all that military power in the backdrop, he'd have them open up an economic relationship to a certain extent, using Bloomund, a small kingdom, as a foothold into the West. He'd run all the logistics, give his people the joy of working, and guarantee their safety. I wish he wouldn't mess with me, Maribel thought. Other large nations, like Dworgen and Thalion, were already complete, permanent packages. She may not have liked them, but she could accept them. But right now, Tempest was riding straight into Maribel and her companion's home turf. If they expressed a desire to join the Council of the West, it'd be like torching their personal hunting grounds. A declaration of war. She refused to accept that. She was sure that she and the demon Lord Rimuru were incompatible with each other at the core. There could only be just one ruler, a single overwhelming force. You had to be the one calling the shots, or else you were never promised a sure victory. And as long as the Rosso family was attempting to rule all of humanity, Rimuru would always be an obstacle. Even if they could work in harmony at first, it was clear to her that they'd grow apart over their respective interests. That was why Maribel saw the demon Lord Rimuru as such a threat. It was easy to say she'd eliminate Rimuru, but actually doing it was much harder. She had participated in the Founders' Festival, so she could have a chance to observe him. It took some convincing with Granville, but he gave his okay after she promised not to do anything to Rimuru. The visit convinced her that she was right all along. Tempest was just too attractive of a city, brimming with desires, and in time it had become the cutting edge of trends, building a new age for the whole world. The more they opened up and forged deeper relations with other nations, the more valuable it had become. And before long, the Rossos would no longer be able to make unilateral decisions. Yes. Everything's going the way the demon Lord Rimuru wants it. The mere thought made Maribel want to fly into a rage. She resisted the urge as she pondered how to respond. Defeating him was out of the question. Even if they succeeded, they had no idea how Veldora would respond. Letting a monster capable of wiping out a force of 20,000 elites single-handedly go around unfettered was the height of folly, so that left rendering him harmless, either through coercion or persuasion. If they opted for coercion, Duke Mias's failures offered some important lessons. Maribel had perfectly set the table, hoping to indebt Rimuru in a way that followed every rule. Instead, Rimuru followed the rules to take revenge. The Duke was a fool for misreading the opportunity, but what really deserved praise was the personal connections Rimuru enjoyed. Yes, if there's a snake in the grass, you'd have to be a fool to prod at it. And now the Demon Lord wanted to join the council. It was easy to oppose that. Maribel had cornered the market for grain in anticipation of upcoming wars. Now, thanks to Pharmacy's civil war, the marketplace was having to turn to private stores to keep their shelves full. Maybe we should disguise people as night bandits and have them torch the villages around the big cities. That way, they could keep raising the prices of staple foods, as well as restrict the amount of bread that entered the market. With the smaller nations, just a little bit of tightening could lead to major food distress. When people lacked food, they got angry, and that anger was directed at the people who started the war. There was nothing easier than riling up the unintelligent masses, and pinning all the blame on Rimuru would be a straightforward task. And then, while the representatives from those smaller nations would oppose Rimuru's council bid, it'd be perfectly simple for Maribel to engineer. But no. It used to be a given that you couldn't magically transport food, but I guess that Demon Lords made it happen. Judging by the sheer variety on offer in their dinner banquets, I think it's safe to assume that, and given his connections to people as big as King Gazelle and Elmesia of Thalion, accepting him would probably lead to fewer problems. Engineering food shortages in the smaller nations could just give Rimuru a chance to provide them with support. If they scoffed at that plan and tried to coerce him out of it, they'd just be repeating Duke Muse's error. As Maribel concluded, trying something that already failed once could very easily come back to bite them. She wasn't self-absorbed enough to think she could carry everything out flawlessly. All she needed to do was proceed slowly, methodically, and carefully. With that in mind, winning Rimuru over to her side seemed more doable. If we want to sway him, we should try meeting with him and offering a chance to join a united front. If I'm willing to compromise a little. No, I can't do that. No need to be timid. I'm Maribel the Greedy. Whether he's a demon lord or not, I swear I can rule over him. There's no other option, she thought. The unique skill Avarice could freely control its target, ruling over their desires and making them do their bidding. Just as she had done with Yuki, Maribel could easily bring him under her rule, with him none the wiser. She had not one, but two ways of doing this. The first was to overwrite the target's desires with Maribel's own, making them into a cooperative partner with the same goal. This approach had a weakness. She needed to be within conversational distance of the target to trigger it. Plus, like a slow-acting poison, it took a certain amount of time to take full effect. If she didn't want to arouse the target's suspicion, she'd have to make several contacts with them to make it seem more natural. And since the conversation would need a reason to take place, there was only so much desire she could inject at once. It required a major time commitment. The second approach, meanwhile, went much faster. It involved using avarice to force the target to accept her rule. A quick injection of greed could even destroy the target's self-awareness, turning them into a living puppet. This, of course, was much more dangerous. Depending on the size of the target's desire, this approach could also take some time, and even if it only took a few seconds, that'd be more than enough for someone as powerful as the demon Lord Rimuru to kill Maribel. Taking this tactic required very careful preparation, which was why Maribel immediately gave up on it against Granville. Those were the two ways avarice could take over a person, and given the way that it worked on people's primordial desires, there wasn't a soul in this world that could resist it. The main drawback was its dependency on time, not to mention the size of the target's desire. No matter which approach she took, Maribel couldn't take over a target unless they had a certain amount of desire inside them. The larger that desire, the firmer the grip Maribel could have over them. But what if the desire wasn't big enough? Given that avarice controlled people's desires, if there wasn't much to work with, the skill couldn't influence them enough to be successful. She could prod that desire, inflating it enough so she could take hold, but again, that took time and opened her up to suspicion. That was why she couldn't take over the mind of Hinata the Saint. Maybe she could if they met more often, but Hinata would have questioned her motives if she kept popping in for no reason. Maribel couldn't risk that much danger, so she gave up on the effort. On the other hand, she held regular secret meetings with Yuki through Johan the Elder. Seizing his mind was easy. Now her main question was Rimuru. I saw him up close, but he didn't seem to have much desire despite all his outrageous behavior. It's not fair. At the dinner banquet she had a direct view of Rimuru. With that insight she felt what might be just barely enough to rule over his desires. With a desire that small, she could take it over quickly with just a few sessions, but it wouldn't give her much overall influence on his behavior. Of course, once she got that foothold, the rest would come falling down after it, she figured. If worst came to worst, she could use her final option. If that worked, the Demon Lord would be Maribel's to use as she pleased, and since Rimuru had tamed Veldora, the Storm Dragon would essentially be hers to control as well. A dragon, even the supreme being Lubelius feared. An attractive prize, to be certain. Best to keep up my observations for now. Then I can consider my options and come up with the safest approach to subdue him. Her mind made up, it was time to concoct a strategy. Yuki advised against direct confrontation with Rimuru. That's why the Demon Lord Kazalim, under the guise of Kigali, would be guiding him through the ruin. Those ruins had their dangers, but apparently Kigali had no intention of putting Rimuru in harm's way inside them. She could use that as part of her game plan. Let's send him a letter. We can invite Rimuru to the council and see how he reacts. You think the Demon Lord would agree to it? No worries there. Joining the Council of the West is one of his burning desires. How curious. Well, Rimuru wants to work hand in hand with humans. He wants to prove that the monsters under him are harmless as long as we stick to his rules. Yuki's explanation made sense to Maribel, as dumb as it sounded to her. Being bound by rules meant losing your freedom. Doing away with your demon lord military force? Staying on the same tier as the human race? It seemed supremely stupid to her. So why don't we make that dream come true? Then I can inject him with my poison, said Maribel. Oh, scary. Isn't Yuki Kagurazaka just as strong as Hinata the Saint? If he and Rimuru fought for real, he has good prospects to win, I think. But now that you have him, you want a demon lord as well? Yuki's ambition is too strong. He doesn't even realize I'm controlling him. He thinks he's making these negotiations out of his own free will. As Maribel explained right in front of Yuki himself, this was a happy thing for him. Her rule over him meant that he wouldn't be pushed down by any excessive greed. Yuki ignored it all, not responding to it. That was how perfect her domination was of him. And I'm sure the demon lord Rimuru is like a child before you, Maribel. And you'll have full control of him? What do you mean? Well, I'm just worried that your rule could be broken somehow. She flashed a cold look at the flustered Johann. There's no need to worry about that. Once I cloud someone's desires, they'll never return to normal. Not unless you overwrite the desires I implant in them. Maribel was greed personified, enough so to cultivate the unique skill avarice within her. There was nobody in the world who could desire something more. She was fully convinced of that, and it made her laugh off Johann's concern. Yes, I imagine not. I trust in you on that, Maribel. Johann the Elder tried not to invite Maribel's wrath upon him. She was the de facto number 2 after Granville, and not even an elder was safe around her. If he got on her bad side, she might try to control his mind next. He had made a blood oath with Granville to avoid that, but once Maribel took over, he didn't think he could rely on that oath too much. Thus, he never dared to lift a finger against her. Everything we say in here is a secret, all right? Of course, Maribel. I'm not in any hurry to die. Smart decision. Now, Johann, I want you to send a letter to Rimuru, leader of Tempest, for me. I'll write it out for you right now, so make sure it reaches him before the next council meeting, please. Without waiting for a response, Maribel began writing the letter. The sight of her scribbling away on the fancy, expensive paper struck terror in Johann's heart. It was the kind of terror you'd feel if a girl like Maribel, hardly even 10, treated bossing people around like it was her God-given right. She had the air of a ruler, and not one of the 5 elders was a match for her. All right, Maribel. You can leave that to me. He left the room quietly with Yuki, not wanting to bother her. Even after Yuki and Johann left, Maribel continued to weigh her option. She had all the time in the world. She would draw up plans, lay out the framework, and see this through. She had more than enough pawns at her disposal. And once again, this'll be fun. This'll be so much fun. Maribel, the girl who trusted not a soul in the world, got lost in her own reverie. The man fell to the ground, a flood of red, blood-like particles shooting out in front of him. His eyes had burst open in surprise. He probably never saw it coming. You left yourself open, you fool. Milim's excited voice thundered across the hall as the man's 5 remaining companions grew tense and nervous. They banded together, keeping a wary eye on their surroundings, but they could do nothing. Blowing wind? Grow into a tornado and slice into my enemies? Time to rage. Tornado blade! Bunching up like that was a mistake, and I all but sneered as my tornado blade slashed into them. This was kind of a ranged version of Windcutter, one that cost a lot of magicules but caused slashing damage to multiple enemies within a given space. This made it great for battles against groups of foes. Milim had acted first, sneaking up on one person as he went ahead to check for traps. After killing him, she quickly shot out of the area to avoid getting caught in my magic. The group had no idea what happened. The moment they huddled up for safety, Milim was out of the way, and they were cut to ribbons by my wind cutter. "Look out! It's Scarlet! Be careful!" Shit! That magic got Marja and Nadja, and Jean's not breathing either. Damn you! All of you. The surviving enemies, beginning to appreciate their situation, started ranting at us. By enemies, of course, I meant the labyrinth's challengers. We were dealing with a group of adventurers this time, by the looks of it, and a pretty well-balanced one at that. But our party had the power and experience to outclass them. That first surprise attack took out the enemy's main search specialist, and before they even knew we were near, my opening magic landed the first strike. Even before we noticed them, we had an invisibility magic deployed, allowing us to discover the enemy first. This magic was cancelled once we began to attack, but by then our foes had already lost 1 or 2 people. The magic attacker and healer in the back row, to boot, that decided the battle right there. Now that they could see us, the enraged front row adventurers were making a beeline for us. Tough luck. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're not getting past us. Veldora and Ramirez were certainly enjoying themselves as they withstood their charge. By now I had nothing left to do, just take up a supporting role and make sure those two had enough space to move in. I used my analysis magic to examine the fighters running toward us. Above them, I could see bright red bars that were less than half full. They got less than half of their harp left. You guys can take care of them yourselves, right? There was no self-aggrandizing there. Yes, the red bars above the fighters' heads showed their remaining stamina. That was what I configured my personal analysis magic to display. I tried to set it up like a video game for instant comprehension. If other people used the same magic, they'd probably see something different. Regardless, it was pretty convenient for me. The familiar readouts let me quickly confirm the situation and give out the most suitable instructions to my team. By this point, we were pretty much guaranteed to win. A front row set of fighters with no rear support was no match for Veldora and Ramirez. With no one buffing or magically healing them, we'd continually whittle down their stamina until it was over. A more careful party would have kept a barrier over them at all times, but not this one, apparently. It didn't take long for my 2 companions to prove me right, smiling insidiously as they slashed the remaining 3 adventurers into a bloody mess. It was an easy win. Using Milim's surprise attacks and my magic to dispatch the scouts and back row first was proving to be a sure win tactic for us. Of course, we'd been kind of overfishing the pond, so to speak, so our efficiency was starting to suffer. It wasn't perfect yet, but more and more parties were learning how to counter us. These challengers weren't fools, after all, and they were clearly making a dedicated effort each day. I was glad to see that, but we needed new strategies to deal with them. As I thought about this, the final survivor disappeared into a flurry of light particles. The battle was over, another sight I was getting used to. We did it. These punks were no challenge at all. You're right. We're invincible, the strongest there is. All these little ants. They leave me a tad unsatisfied, but my companions were getting thoroughly carried away now. What were we doing, you ask? Well, researching new battle techniques against the labyrinth's challengers, of course. We were eager to learn, so we'd been putting in a lot of hours down here. I mean, you heard of Team Green Fury, right? We were able to beat them last time, but we can't rest on our laurels. They got called back to their home country or whatever, and they may never come back, but maybe they just had some trouble procuring new equipment. We didn't know if they'd pay a return visit sometime, and we wanted to be ready to fend them off if it happened. Thus, even after Green Fury was behind us, we kept diving into the labyrinth, sliding into a familiar pattern of fighting off challengers. It kept the labyrinth lively too. A few days after our pitch battle with Green Fury, Masayuki's party made it past floor 40. Masayuki really was born under a lucky star. Apparently, acquiring the entire Ogre series of equipment was pretty simple for them. It was only natural, then, that they stomped all over the Tempest Serpent. Now their focus was conquering floor 50. The news of Masayuki breaching the 40s energized the rest of the challengers. That was just what we hoped for, and now the more talented parties were aiming for floor 40 as well. Our experiments with releasing some videos of the boss battle gave us a huge response, too. The recording of Masayuki's team fighting the Tempest Serpent, as shown on our projector, created buzz all over town. People wanted us to play it again and again. As MGL Mile and I saw it, this was a business opportunity. In a TV-free world like this one, battle footage from the labyrinth was as good as entertainment got. We may need to edit out some of the gorier content, but then again, maybe there'd be demand for the uncut version for the right price. We could work on that. Of course, there'd also be broadcasting rights, likeness rights, all those other little details, but I could let MGL Mile work on that for me. In fact, I bet Masayuki's smile could sell a lot of different products. The endorsement contracts alone might make him rich. He'd be happy. MGL Mile would be happy. We'd all be happy. It'd be a trial and error process, but I'd like to see how that worked out. And video content wasn't restricted to the footage recorded by magical items. In fact, we had a lot more saved up. Raphael was reading a massive amount of data from the labyrinth and running analyze and assess on it, made it possible to replay entire fights in visual form. We used that, for example, to create highlight reels for challenges, and this, too, was a huge hit when we broadcast it. It really riled up the more attention-hungry of the challengers. One of them reportedly claimed his video footage helped him find a girlfriend. Even people who didn't really take the dungeon seriously were starting to get into it thanks to our shows. And I understood it. Maybe it was a little self-serving, but if it whipped up enthusiasm, then great. But it was our job to give them a dose of reality, too. Tough love was in order here. We couldn't let them get soft, and so we continued to hop inside our avatars and torment the challengers. Nowadays, people were calling us the Dungeon Dominators, fearing and respecting us. Our appearance had dramatically changed as well. The ghost I controlled now had a fear aura, a bluish-white, flame-like shimmer that burned around its body. I liked it. It really added to the atmosphere. Veldora's skeleton, meanwhile, had all of its bones refurbished. After seeing Ramirez change her armor out, he started whining about his own upgrades. "A golden skull would suit me well," he said when I asked. Eesh. I thought about ignoring him, but considering my project for Diablo, I figured Veldora may as well join my experimentation with temporary body. I could, for example, replace his skeleton with a framework made of whatever metal I wanted to test out. Pure gold has durability issues, so I decided to go with the strongest material I had, although it was still in the experimental stage. It happened to be golden in color, too, so it worked well. This material is known as Auricalc, a special alloy made by adding gold to magisteel and refining it with a denser dose of magicules than usual. Focusing on the everlasting element of gold and other precious metals, I was hoping to add that element to magisteel as well. The results were a grand success. This Auricalc was better than magisteel in all aspects, not just strength. It was crazy. The only problem was that I couldn't produce much of it. Gold itself is both rare and unavailable for mass production. "But hey," Veldora asked nicely, so I prepared an Auricalc skeleton for him. Just like with Ramirez, the bones could be made of anything as long as he hung on to his master core. The conversion was a total snap, and now he was a gold-colored skeleton fighter. The durability far outclassed his original bones. It was excellent, almost needlessly so. As he moved around in it, I kept a careful watch, seeing how much punishment it could take and whether any problems cropped up. Millie, meanwhile, was now a celebrity, a terrorizing sight that people had named Scarlet. Her unbelievable speed made her look like a crimson shooting star, they said. Her battle style, abandoning everything except speed and relying on quickness and critical hits, had made her a legend, one spoken of in hushed, fearful tone. Even Ramirez had changed a little. Like the proactive fighter she was, she had taken on a more eerie presence, a purple death aura shimmering around her heavy living knight's frame. One swing of her death axe overwhelmed her foes, and her unrelenting battle style made her well known as a suit of armor who fought like a berserker. That knight might even be stronger than the real Ramirez, actually. I take that back. Wouldn't want to damage her reputation. So we had become famous in just a few days. The reaction from the challengers was just as great. They feared us, keeping a keen lookout for our presence. That made sense. We were stronger than some of the weaker bosses, and in terms of sheer malice, far above them. As I mentioned, our main goal was to research fighting techniques in the labyrinth. This wasn't playtime for us. I can't emphasize this enough. Day in and day out, we gave our all to the research, and I was sure this persistent effort would come in handy for us someday. And it did. And it did. Challengers would occasionally use rare extra skills against us, or even original magics that I presume they invented themselves. I learned a lot from that, and now that Raphael could obtain information directly from the labyrinth, everything anyone did in there could be examined in my research. Raphael ran analyze and assess on all of it, so the dungeon was turning into a treasure trove of data for us. Even better, just as our personal battle experience was reflected in our avatars, the things we learned in avatar form were retained in our original bodies. This was an unexpected side effect, and I was considering how we could use it on things like new types of training. Our research was continuing on a daily basis, so I suppose it's only natural that we learned a lot. One time, just one time, I promise, we got a little carried away and decided to try conquering our own labyrinth. The result: utter defeat. With our current abilities, Bovik's boss of floor 50 was like crashing into a brick wall. The frontal approach we preferred was useless against an opponent like him. The effectiveness of our surprise strikes would need to be evaluated, but more than that, Bovik's was just too much for us. I was glad we could rely on him, but now we felt like we had to beat him. So we decided to get serious about building up our characters. Again, strictly for research purposes. Research and training for ourselves, too. Definitely not for fun. Make sure you don't get the wrong idea here. We watched as the fleeing challengers faded into the distance. That was an easy one, I muttered. The other three nodded. We were on floor 38 or so of the labyrinth, and given how close we were to the Tempest Serpent, there were a lot of strong fighters around, people who could give us a tough fight if we didn't pay attention. For our current state, it was the perfect hunting ground. Just as we were about to keep going, the replication of myself I kept in my office for emergency purposes contacted me. What could that be? I thought as the message "emergency visitor" flashed before my eyes. I guess playtime was over. Wait, no, we weren't playing. This was research. Very important stuff. I reminded myself of that as I returned to my office. There I found Shuna and Rigard waiting for me, as well as someone else, a woman I knew well. It was the ex-demon Lord Frey, lounging in one of my chairs. I guess this was my emergency visitor. Seeing me enter the room, Frey walked right past Veldora and rested her eyes upon Melem behind me. She gave her a friendly smile. Ah, Melem. So you were here, were you? By the way, have you finished up the assignment I gave you yet? I found my watchman bound and unconscious on the ground, but you'll tell me what happened to them, won't you? The smile stayed on her face the whole time. This was more an interrogation than a friendly question, I felt. Frankly, it scared me. It wasn't even directed at me, and I still wanted to be anywhere but here. In fact, it was exactly like when my school friend came over to play after finishing his homework, only to have his mum find out he hadn't finished it at all, so she stormed over to drag him back by the ear. Ah, nostalgia. As for Milim herself. K. F. Frey. No, I can explain everything. The moment their eyes met, Milim grew intensely nervous. Well, guess the party's over for her. And let me just make it clear, we've got nothing to do with this. Okay? Yeah, Milim. If you had work to do, you should have let me know, all right? I really shouldn't keep you here then, huh? Better head on back and get that work done. Mom, rumbled Veldora, Rimuru is right. Our apologies for occupying you so long with our research. You should have told us you had work to do. Sorry to drag you along with us. Yeah, that's right. Boy, Milim! Could have said something before we took you across kingdom. Come on! Ramirez got the picture for me, too. Great job. See, that's the teamwork we've been building. Now we've hopefully demonstrated that we knew nothing and aren't involved in any way. There were tears in Milim's eyes as she looked at me, but, well, sorry. I don't think I can save you here. Also, please don't drag us into this. And, no, Ephraim, listen to me. Milim tried to protest one final time, but Frey's iron smile sunk the effort. Resistance was futile. Milim was now hers. Picking her up by the scruff of her neck with her talons, Frey fully neutralized her. With that, she dragged her all the way back to her homeland. Phew, that was scary. I thought we were all going downtown there, but we made it through scot-free. But just as I breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Sir Raimuru, what have you been doing all this time? Shuna had appeared behind me without warning, and she had a sharp question ready for me. Sweat that I knew I physically couldn't sweat seemed to bead up on my forehead. No, I'm fine. This is fine. I wasn't playing this whole time. It was research. Yes, research. My resolve firmed. I decided to make excuses. But before I could give it a shot, Veldora spoke. I think we might be getting in your way here. Allow me to continue my sorcery research back in my own chambers. There is much deep knowledge even I may still glean from it. He kept up his muttering as he took a volume of manga out and turned around. He's running out on me. By the time that thought crossed my mind, it was already too late. Oh, yeah, I think I'll join him down there. Now even Ramirez was stabbing me in the back. They both walked briskly out of the room, leaving me to rot. I can't believe them. Only at times like these did they operate like a practiced team. But I couldn't dwell on my heartless friends. I had to give a reason fast, or else Shuna's rage would scare me to death. A bad excuse would destroy me here. Calling it studying or research seemed a little weak to me. As I watched Veldora and Ramirez leave, my brain cells went into full operation, desperately seeking the best response. Damn it, damn it. I couldn't think of anything, but I didn't need to panic yet. If it come to this, I had one last resort. It's time to shine, Raphael. Nope, no need to fear. I had Raphael, a font of wisdom, on my side. Come on, I begged my friend. Give me a shining excuse that'll get me out of this. And the results. Understood. There is no need to make excuses. Just stand your ground, and the problem will be resolved. Huh? No need to make excuses. What do you mean, just stand my ground? Oh, there you are, Sir Rimuru. I've been looking for you. Just as I had that thought, my beloved Mage Elmile burst inside, looking harried as usual. So that's what it meant. Talk about Deus Ex Machina. Molly, you're a savior. Oh, hello, Molly. I was expecting you here soon. Following Raphael's advice, I stood my ground and acted like I planned for all this. Mademoiselle Mile gave me an odd look, but then began nodding, seeing the wisdom of playing along. Ah, glad to hear, Sir Amuro. We've received a letter from the council, but have you had a chance to read it? It was in a very tightly sealed envelope, so I'm wondering if it's a request to visit them so they can deliberate over our admission. A letter from the council? They wanted to hold a conference to decide whether to let Tempest join them or not. So the moment had come at last. Really gotta hand it to Professor Raphael, though. Did it realize the council would get to work right this moment for me? Ah, no way. Not even it could. Understood. Green Fury was hired by the Kingdom of Anglesia. Based on the timing involved, their primary goal was clearly to investigate matters inside Temper. Also, according to a report from the subject survey, agents from multiple intelligence organizations were sending reports back to their home nations at the same time. Putting this together, it is very likely that moves were made over the past several days. Okay, maybe it could do it. It was just as the professor calculated, but I didn't remember hearing about any report from Soe. Understood. It is believed that my lord was too preoccupied with his games to pay attention. Don't call it a game. They say there's no kidding yourself, but I guess there's no kidding Raphael either. But it had a point. I was pretty serious about matters up until we defeated Team Green Fury, but after that, yeah, we were just having fun. But Raphael definitely got me out of a jam there. Patting myself on the back for not trying to come up with some convoluted excuse, I tried to frame it like I knew everything all along. Yes, I definitely think you're right. Their investigation teams were in the labyrinth as well, so I played along with them for a bit. They all came hurrying back to their homelands after a while, though, so I figured we'd see some movement soon. Oh, are you talking about Green Fury, perhaps? You got it, Molly. They were a little too strong in my mind, so I did some looking into them. That was a huge lie. I was just riffing on what Raphael said. But that's all right. I see. Some secret investigations, eh? Very impressive, Sir Rimuru. Shuna gave me a broad smile and a nod. Thanks to standing my ground, I managed to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Now that the danger was past, I accepted the letter from AGL Mile and looked through it. It definitely was an invitation from the council. Raphael was proven right, and I had just saved a ton of face. But man, that was close. Getting too caught up in games always trips you up in the end. That was a valuable lesson for me, and I'll try to temper my dungeon time going forward. I'll need to be more careful. All good things in moderation and so on. The Council of the West is a league of nations dotted around the Forest of Jura. Representatives from each of its member nations gathered in Anglesia every month for a conference, the aim being to work things out for each other's mutual benefit in areas outside the jurisdiction of any single country. Each member nation, no matter how small, had an equal say as they all deliberated together. The ideal here was to protect the greater good for all humankind. The greater good, in this case, meaning preservation of the human-populated parts of the world. The Council's top priority was conducting anti-monster measures, but they also dealt with droughts, pandemics, typhoons, earthquakes, and other disasters. When it came to the distribution of extra food and other goods between nations, deliberations could often get mired in intergovernmental differences, so for essential goods and services, the Council stepped in to debate and organize things instead. If famine broke out, they worked to provide relief. If a large number of monsters appeared somewhere, they could send extra soldiers to deal with them. This, of course, was never easy. All sorts of problems cropped up on a constant basis. Funding for the Council was provided by its member nations. each of which paid a different percentage of the budget. Even though each nation paid differing dues to the council, they all had equal representation in the conference itself. This created some dissatisfaction among the members, so to address that, nations were allowed to send more selected representatives to the council based on their share of the funding. Of course, that opened up the possibility of throwing the council off balance, so regulations stipulated that member nations had to contribute a much larger percentage for each extra councillor they added. Despite that, a country sending more members inevitably meant they got to have a larger say in matters. With that in mind, the larger nations often paid several times the usual budget contribution so they could send several councillors over. As discussed, the council's activities had no direct bearing on the interests of its member government. Despite that, it was still a good place for larger nations to show off to the world. The more of a say they had in the council's agenda, the better chance they ran of getting favorable treatment when everything shook out. If danger came along, they could apply pressure to make sure their country was looked after first. The funding received was used to conduct the council's business, which was always decided by majority vote among its representatives. For example, let's say a dangerous monster appeared somewhere. The Free Guild, a lower branch of the council, was tasked with dealing with it, so the council would send a formal request to deploy adventurers to the area. But of course there might be more than one monster, and they could be threatening more than one country. The more powerful nations would likely act to procure stronger adventurers for their own country first. That was a given. Sending more funding to the council indicated that you were a more valuable presence among the Western nations. There was no point diverting limited resources to protecting something useless. Countries with excess capacity could help, but otherwise they'd be shut out. That was the reality of it. The weak were given the cold shoulder on an equal basis from everyone in a very cruel game of numbers. This was why being late with your share of contributions was never allowed. The minimum contributions were always collected, and anyone who couldn't make the payments was booted out of the council. To the weaker nations, that was a matter of life and death. It meant nobody would help them if things went south. It was the council's job to make those decisions as well, so it was a given that countries with more councillors had a lot more power in the group. These contributions, of course, weren't cheap. They piled up based on the number of representatives you sent, so even a superpower like Farmers could only send around 5 at most. The fall of Farmers was thus a huge event, nothing the council could afford to ignore. Between figuring out how to handle the new kingdom of Farminus and addressing the rise of the troublesome Jura Tempest Federation, tensions were understandably high around the council right now. After the Tempest Founders Festival, the council held a special session that quickly erupted into chaos, with representatives yelling at one another until they were hoarse. Hinata Sakaguchi attended as a guest of honor, given her close relationship with the demon lord Rimuru. She could have turned down the invite. Unlike the Free Guild, the Western Holy Church wasn't a subgroup of the council. They were on friendly terms, but existed as completely different structures. As a leading figure in that organization, Hinata had every right to ignore the summons. But when she heard the council's subject matter, she decided to join in. They were set to discuss Tempest's admission into the council, a resolution that could greatly affect the future direction of the Western nations, and considering that Hinata couldn't stay away, the current chaotic disorder in the council made her wince a little. When you collect a bunch of fools together, it's not surprising how little work gets done. Hinata led all of her own meetings, keeping decision-making as quick as possible without things falling too far out of hand. A serious enough disagreement, after all, could always be decided with battle. Such was her philosophy. And in the conferences in Tempest she attended, they always managed to decide on vast, pondering matters, even with all the big names that constantly seemed to join in. It was hard for Hinata to comprehend, like something out of a fairy tale. But even if that's a notable exception, she mused, couldn't this council be a little more constructive? To someone like Hinata, who mostly attended active, useful meetings, The debate unfolding before her seemed like nothing short of a farce. We can trust that nation. I feel we should exert all efforts to welcome them as our friends. You say that, but we are talking about a demon lord here. Allegedly, he can negotiate with the storm dragon, but if we anger him, what if he sets that menace on us? No need to worry about that. I doubt this demon lord has much power himself. He's just leaning on his buddy to posture against his foes. Ridiculous. Then how do you explain the draw that he and Lady Hinata here fought to? Because I think we should appreciate this demon lord for the strength he's clearly shown. It was a never-ending torrent of unintelligent opinions thrown against one another. This is so stupid. How can they even keep this going in my presence? Their thoughtlessness is astounding. Hinata was right about that, and yet they were arguing over whether the demon lord was a juggernaut or a pushover. It certainly left an impression on her. Look. The demon lord Rimuru has declared that the lands of the Forest of Jura are his territory. At the same time, however, he stated at the Founders' Festival that he has no intention of sending monsters out to the forest's border. This means a lot. Counselors, we need to consider that as we work toward a conclusion. Indeed. Our nation is home to a people living in constant fear of monsters. The Demon Lord's statement provides salvation to them, and it is backed by fact as well. Ever since the founding of Tempest, monster-related incidents have been on a steady decline. Nonsense! Has the Demon Lord deceived you? The Forest of Jura's monsters were managed by the Demon Lord Rimuru. The nations nestled along its vast border were already reaping the benefits. But whether a nation bordered Tempest was exposed to other threats or was located relatively safely inland, they all had different motives driving them. The border nations here were the most welcoming to Rimuru's reign. They had all participated in the Founders' Festival, getting a taste of Tempest's prosperity for themselves. Whether it was a nation of monsters or not, they reasoned, if it could directly connect to their own national interests, then bring it on. Countries facing other threats, meanwhile, had trouble deciding how to approach this. They had the Free Guild and the Crusaders to protect them and deal with monster damage. None of these nations were large in scale, and none could afford to act carelessly here. They were all in the same boat, largely, and they had their hands full staying afloat as it were. The more quick-witted among their leaders were already scheming to see how they could take advantage of Tempest, but some of them skipped the Founders' Festival entirely and had no inherent trust of monsters. The debate over Rimuru raged among these nations, and no matter which side they went with, their position was a pretty weak one. Finally, the larger, safer nations and the countries dependent on them were, as a rule, approving. They, of course, had the luxury of tackling this question based on how they stood to profit from it. Security was not a concern of theirs. They were countered by counselors who were more skeptical about Rimuru's policies. If something were to happen, the Demon Lord might decide to place the full brunt of his powers upon them. Such was their blind belief, and they were thus virulently opposed to him. Some were already loudly accusing the Tempest border nations of turning traitor and letting Rimuru brainwash them. With all these clashing interests, it was a given that the meeting would be a rowdy one. From the perspective of a higher power, it was all the work of fools. But most of the representatives were just looking out for number one. Hinata knew that, which was why she could stay silent. All right. Why don't we accept their argument? If they say, Tempest will be our friend, then let's welcome them in. But they'll need to bring some gifts with them. I firmly agree. Try to fight them, and we'll just have another farmers on our hands. They'll need to learn their place, though. Do we even know if they have any interest in respecting the international laws we've put in place? I don't think we need to worry about that. You've heard the rumors about Duke Mius's folly, I trust. How could anyone not have? The real bottleneck was due to the representatives from the rich nations. They were well informed to start with, and they were deliberately trying to stir the pot here, encouraging the chaos. Their objective was clear. They already made their conclusion, and now they wanted to guide everyone else toward it without seeming too unnatural. I feel for the smaller nations' representatives. They were oblivious when they came here, and now they're faced with a choice. They may as well throw their vote down the drain. Ignorance really is a sin. Without the correct information, you stood to lose a vast amount, and now the weak were being hounded into letting their precious vote go to waste. Still. But I suppose this is all leading up to Tempest getting accepted, which is fine by me, but the larger nations shared the same motives as Hinata. It was a pity about the citizens of the weaker countries, but as she saw it, better to keep her mouth shut about this. She did need to resist the urge to speak up, though. The Demon Lord Rimuru's motives here don't really matter. The question is whether we can make good use of him or not. Precisely. Given our present concern about the East's movements, there's no reason to turn down a Demon Lord's power if he allies with us. Prince Johann Rostier, one of the senior representatives in the council, was now bringing up the Eastern Empire. The East, you say? Meaning the Empire? There are movements, but Veldora is right next to us, in the forest of Jura. Johann's statement caused a stir among the council. Now, Hinata thought, we're getting down to business. The preamble went on far too long, but that's nobles for you. They were feeling one another out, gauging how much information each side had on them. Once they were sure their side had the upper hand, that's when they bared their fangs. That was their style, just as Johann showed when he so expertly seized the initiative. As I'm sure you're all aware, the military of the Eastern Empire, namely the Nazca Namrium Ulmeria United Eastern Empire, has begun making certain maneuver. According to reports from passing merchants, they've been conducting military exercises at a higher rate than before. The council fell silent at Johann's words. Hinata was aware of that, as were Gazelle Dwargo and the heads of the other nations bordering the empire. They probably kept tabs on the empire through the sales of their healing potions and equipment. Since the Dwarven Kingdom was officially neutral, Gazelle was no doubt following his obligations to keep what he knew confidential. Plus, Rimuru undoubtedly knew as well. The proof was in the tech announcements he made at the Founders' Festival. Rimuru insisted that no, that was really all Gable's and Vesta's own work and so on, but that was a barefaced lie. He had to be involved too, and he meant his statement as a threat against Gazelle, not a threat exactly perhaps, but it was Rimuru's way of saying, hey, Tempest is making the potions now. You can never underestimate him. He knows what's going on in the East, and he's needling Gazelle about keeping quiet. How far ahead is he looking? It's just amazing to me. Thus, whether he knew it or not, Rimuru was being vastly misunderstood by Hinata here in Inglesia. Now, while all of this might have been known information to Hinata, it was shocking news to the majority of councillors here. Everyone sat on the edge of their seats, waiting for more from Johann. They needed as much information as they could as they debated how to protect themselves. Nations rich enough to have regular armies were one thing, but the smaller ones didn't even have the free budget to retain one of those. Small scale was the watchword with their militaries. They preferred to hire mercenaries at times of war, but if the whole region was building up their firepower, they'd be facing pretty slim picking. Everyone, Johann said in a voice that carried well across the chamber, calm down. I'm not saying the Empire will make their move at once. Let us keep our heads cool and debate how to respond. Just as Hinata thought, this was the real topic of the day. And what will we do? One representative asked, followed by many others. How to respond? What measures do we even have against them? The kingdom of Farmus is gone. Even if we wanted to build a defensive line, we can't do that with just us smaller nations. Order, please! The Empire isn't on the move because of you-know-who in the forest of Jura. I wouldn't be as assured if he was still sealed away, but now he's alive and active for us. Wait one moment. You want us to pin our hopes on that evil dragon? Please, I'm telling you, calm down. Right now, if the news is to be trusted, Veldora has been tamed by Sir Rimuru, the Demon Lord, the very same Demon Lord who seeks admission to our council, am I right? Then I think the answer is clear. The man calling for order was Count Gaben, a representative from Inglesia. Councillor Gaben is right, Johann continued. As we face this threat from the east, now is no time to wage a war of words against each other. If the Demon Lord Rimuru will join the council, I am sure their military might will aid us. Ah, certainly, yes. Cheers of agreement rang out. Johann smiled approvingly. In my humble opinion, I think we should recognize Tempest as a full-fledged member. His voice was solemn, as if gauging the reaction around him. That alone changed the atmosphere in the chamber. Even those who feared the Demon Lord as a complete unknown now recalled the very real and recognized threat from the east. Tempest was a land of monsters, but also a nation that responded to common sense. The Empire, on the other hand, was a ravenous foe bent on gobbling up everything in its path. They were a human enemy, and as such, if they lost to the Empire, everyone could see that they'd be next at the dinner table. The ruling class, all of them, would undoubtedly be killed. The Empire was a massive military state, with a history of growth powered by the nations they swallowed up. They were always thorough with their enemy, and to the Western nations they were a presence to be feared. I think Councillor Rostia is making a valid point. A point I agree with, I should add. I'm very glad you understand, Councillor Gaban. I think you won't be alone in this chamber. I think it's time to take a vote on Tempest's admission first, but what do you think? Seconded. The West needs to put up a united front before anything else. Quite true. Now's no time for infighting. Several representatives voiced their approval of Johann. It led to a general commotion that forced the chairman to shout for quiet once more. At the chairman's lead, the vote began. First, Johann fanned everyone's fears. Then he put on the pressure to conform. A very impressive performance indeed, in the classic style of nobility. I suppose this is all part of the script, too. Even without the preamble, that took forever. Clearly Johann and Gaban were colluding on this, with the supporting cast voicing their agreement in the audience. As a non-voting attendee, Hinata could tell that much from her seat. It was all just a scripted performance, and the ending was coming up shortly, much to her relief. 8 hours had passed since the session was brought to order, and despite the regular breaks, the exhaustion was palpable. Not physical exhaustion, of course, but the mental kind, making it all the more painful to Hinata. I can't believe all the stupid questions I got asked, though. They could have just asked me to watch Rimuru to make sure he doesn't go crazy, but no. That was the main reason Hinata was there. Whether the council knew him or not, they were about to ask a demon lord to join their ranks. They just wanted to cover their asses in case he decided to get violent. And considering she, reportedly, fought into a draw, Hinata helped the councillors feel far safer. That's basically what the nobles wanted, although they asked her in the most roundabout way possible. The talk about an empire on the move was just an idle threat as well. Those military maneuvers probably were happening, but they were just an empty show of force. If they were really about to invade the West, they had mountains of obstacles to deal with first, the forest of Jura and the armed nation of Dworgen, to name but two. And maybe things would have been different before Tempest and Dworgen forged an alliance. But now, the Empire didn't have much to work with. They really should have made their move before Rimuru became a demon lord. Then Veldora wouldn't be back in the picture, and the Empire really could have had a chance at world domination. Now the Empire was pinned down, too afraid of a vengeful, unmuzzled Veldora to act. They were too careful for their own good back when there was no sign of Veldora, and now they probably knew full well the golden opportunity they missed. Rimuru and Gazelle were still on the lookout for them, of course, but the way Hinata saw it, any move the Empire could make was nothing for anyone to worry about. She was pretty sure Johan and Gavan agreed with her on that point. Here they were, keeping the smaller nation's eyes fixated on outside threats while they firmed up their own footing. It was so noble-like of them. Hinata had had enough of it long ago. And after the ballots were tabulated, the IS had it. The majority of the counted had voted to admit Tempest. The Jura Tempest Federation is now officially our ally. We will hereby send a formal invitation to the Jura Tempest Federation, and after confirming the intentions of their leader, the Demon Lord Rimuru, to join the council, we will reconvene to enact the relevant procedures. Adjourned. With the chairman's stentorian declaration, the meeting drew to a close. All in all, it was enough to make Hinata swear off dealing with the nobility again. The exhausting council session was over, and Hinata was on her way back to the church. But her suffering wasn't over yet. "Hinata, could I have a moment of your time?" She was stopped by a young man guarded by a posse of nearly 10 bodyguards. He had shiny blonde hair and a refreshing smile. A handsome man, although not much Hinata's type. After 8 hours of that torture session, her tolerance for anything else today was gone. She just wanted to get home, and the smile of a man she had no interest in was worthless to her. Unfortunately, the man's social position posed some difficulties for Hinata's escape. This was Elric, the first prince of Anglesea, where the council's headquarters was located. Being rude to him could trigger an international incident, so Hinata was in no position to ignore him. "Yes, can I help you?" She summoned as much social courtesy as she could muster for Prince Elric. He smugly smiled back at her. "Well, Hinata, I wanted to ask you a favor." Elric did not know Hinata well enough to address her this casually. Given her position, she knew his name and face, but little else. This was their first conversation, and Elric's over-familiarity annoyed her. "And what would that be?" she asked as they moved over to a reception room. "I'm thinking about testing the Demon Lord Rimuru at the next council meeting. Only the upper echelons are aware of the news as of yet, but if a Demon Lord is joining the council, I think that would greatly unnerve many of our people. We will need this Demon Lord to live up to his duties, and we need to see whether he will deign to listen to us." "That's where you come in." He flashed her another gleaming smile. Hinata wanted to jump out a window. "How do I come in?" she asked, dying for him to get to the point. Elric, perhaps expecting Hinata to be a bit more cooperative, seemed daunted by her lack of interest. Still, he tried to look unaffected as he continued. Well, let me explain. I describe it as a test, but the one in question is still a demon lord. If he decides to cause a scene, we'll all be in trouble. So I'd like to ask you to provide security duties for us. As prince, Elric no doubt expected the entire world to serve him at all times. He knew he had good looks, and he was convinced no woman could ever turn him down. Hinata, he was sure, would be no different. Even his bodyguards looked on like this was common knowledge. But Hinata had her doubts. For one thing, she had every right to turn him down. Did he think I'd say yes with that attitude? Why, if I may ask? Why? Because I know you are a strong woman, the most powerful leader of the Paladins, confidant to the Luminian god, the chief knight of the Imperial Guard itself. Among the Western nations, you truly have no equal, and I even hear that you fought the Demon Lord Rimuru to a draw. With your support, I'm sure we can reveal the true nature of this Demon Lord. His sheer arrogance was clear for Hinata to see as he heaped extensive praise upon her. What is he talking about? Rimuru was generally kind to her, but he was a true blue Demon Lord. Deliberately trying to rile him was beyond stupid, and that fought to the draw thing was a rumor they deliberately spread around. She couldn't beat him at all. If Rimuru ever got really angry, it'd take a fellow demon lord like Luminous to stop him. I think that idea may be ill-advised. He is truly a powerful demon lord. If we were to fight again, there is no guarantee I could beat him. Oh, come now. No need for modesty. Just because you're talking to me doesn't mean you have to act like a meek, gentle woman. The smile was now gone from Hinata's face. Elric's self-absorbed protest deeply peeved her. The oblivious prince was interrupted by one of his bodyguards stepping in. This large, important-looking man was Rainer, head general of Inglesia's Royal Night Corps, and Rainer was about to rankle Hinata even further. Lady Hinata, I can understand if you're smitten with Prince Elric, but now is no time for such dalliances. There's no need to worry about matters if I'm around, but with your additional muscle, we will have that much extra insurance. So, if you could— The chiding tone to his voice robbed Hinata of any desire to hear the rest. I'm afraid I cannot. The Western Holy Church and the Holy Empire of Lubelius have signed a non-aggression pact with Tempest, and a word of warning as well. Please refrain from angering the Demon Lord Rimuru. Pardon me? Ah, are you ordering me around? The bodyguard, along with Elric, seemed flummoxed by the idea that she'd actually say no to them. Hinata had absolutely no intention of playing along. If this was an official request made through the proper channels, not even Hinata would have had the right to refuse. If the council was making the request themselves, after all, it'd only be logical to call for an anti-monster specialist like her. Given the council's vital role in world affairs, there could very well have been an official request along those lines once it passed through the local Western Holy Church post. And considering their future relationship with the Western nations, Hinata wouldn't have had the final right to turn that down. What a pain it would have been, though. Still, if that happened, there would have been a lot of intricate conditions to decide on, and given how their non-aggression pact forbade clearly hostile acts, Hinata probably could found a way out of it. Elric and his goons must have tried approaching her directly to skip all that, and now they were paying for it. You will regret this, Lady Hinata. Do you wish to make an enemy out of Sir Rainer, head general of the Engelsia Royal Night Corps? Exactly. The human race cannot allow a demon lord to do whatever he wants among us. Don't tell me the Western Holy Church is fine with someone like him going on a rampage inside the council. The other bodyguards were starting to whine at her too, but that actually relieved Hinata. From them she could tell this was all just a few people stepping way out of line. Unfortunately for you, I'm afraid the Demon Lord Rimuru enjoys my full trust. Now, if you'll excuse me. So she left, thanking her lucky stars that this entourage lacked intelligence. In her eyes she had exhibited the barest minimum of decorum needed, so this shouldn't become any sort of diplomatic controversy. Making this unscheduled approach to a council invitee was a much ruder thing to do anyway. Even if a prince was involved, Hinata handled it passably well, if not exactly with perfect poise. But, they're not really going to try to anger Rimuru, are they? The anxiety bounced around her mind. The moment she swore off nobles forever, this had to happen. Well, I turned down any involvement in it. Hopefully, cooler heads will prevail among them. If you wanted to take on a demon lord, you'd better have had the national army backing you up. If a small group of them tried to pick a fight, it really would take a party of champions to save your ass, and they wouldn't have the time to prepare like that. A demon lord on the council floor was probably an opportunity too good for them to pass up, but having an unexpected event to take advantage of didn't automatically up your success rate. But what if this entire encounter was planned from the start? That seems pretty unlikely, but I'd better keep my guard up next time. The thought was depressing her already. With the invite in hand, I was now here in Inglesea. I guess they were giving me the royal treatment because I was lodged in the fanciest hotel they had. Once this meeting was over, I looked forward to checking out the capital for the first time in a while. Benimaru was dauntlessly guarding me, with Zoe receiving reports from his spies in the shadow. Speaking of shadows, I was starting to miss Ranga's presence in mine. He was out hanging with Gobta often these days. Gobta had fully rebounded from Milim's grueling training, but I guess he didn't have much time to rest. Milim had apparently declared that she was going to test him regularly from now on, with a string of real battle competitions against Gorilla. He came crying to Ranga, wailing about how he'd be killed at this rate, so I guess Ranga felt obliged to come join him, but judging by his wagging tail, I supposed he liked Gobta a fair bit. Nothing wrong with building a friendship. So I officially brought Benimaru and Shuna along with me. A larger group would have presented lots of problems, so I decided to keep it small and simple. I was thinking about taking Shion as well, but I was still ever so slightly concerned about unleashing Shion in a big city. If she messed something up like she usually did, it could lead to all sorts of disasters, so I had her focus on educating her staff and keeping things orderly for me. Geld was too busy directing the construction of Milim's new capital to get away from that. Diablo was still off on his epic journey wherever. He talked about the Prote-GS he'd round up. But was he struggling with it? Because the production of his body vessels was proceeding along well. I wanted that wrapped up before he returned, so really, there was no need for him to hurry things along. I'm sure he'd zoom right back if I called for him, but I didn't have any pressing work for him, so no reason not to give him some free time. Hakuro was off with Momiji to the land of the Tang. Gabble was out with Midray visiting the city of the Forgotten Dragon. It was home to a flock of wyverns apparently, and he intended to capture some and attempt to domesticate them. Building Team Hiryu into a stronger fighting force had been on Gabble's mind for a while. As part of that effort, he decided to try building a flying squadron with wyverns as mounts. It was easy to forget given his newfound career as a scientist and researcher, but Gabble was still a powerful warrior beloved by his followers. I think he was onto something with that idea. If he made it work, I'd need to amply praise him for it. Thus, the rest of my top-level staff were busy with other matters, so it was just two others and I who went to Engelsia, meeting up with Sai there. Our first visit was to some clothing stores lined with the kind of show windows you'd find in modern Japan. In much the same way, a lot of passers-by liked looking at them, indicating just how much of a city the Engelsian capital had become. The window in this particular shop also seemed astoundingly tall to me. Glass was a fairly common thing to see around here, but panes this size could cost as much as a small house by themselves. If the shop was using these for display purposes, they must have been doing a damn good business. As Ingiel Mile advised, look at the flow of people, and you can see they made the right choices. By the way, our town had show windows like this as well. When I told everyone what I saw in Engelsia, Shuna and our other female staff demonstrated a keen interest in adopting that custom. I had no reason to turn them down, so after discussing it with Mildo, I had him work on manufacturing glass for me. We had a valued partner in Raphael, so it didn't take long at all to produce practical show windows. Regardless, we were clothes shopping at Shuna's request. She was curiously peering at all the new fashions in those windows right now, and I have to say, it was all pretty gaudy. In the stores we passed, there were lots of outfits with novel designs we never saw back home. The clothes Shuna and her team sewed, after all, were mostly ensembles gleaned from my own memory, but these shops were full of original pieces from entrepreneurial designers. They all seemed to compete with one another on the racks, and the sight was more than enough to capture Shuna's heart. I certainly don't want to lose out to all this, she whispered, resolute. I must redouble my efforts. Yeah, keep up the good work. And everyone go ahead and select whatever you like. I'll cover the cost. Whoa, what? Are you sure? Me too. I'll keep this on, thank you. It's fine. I don't pay you a salary anyway, so at least let me be generous with this. As thanks for their usual hard work, I decided to give all three of them new clothes. I had a suit along with me for tomorrow's conference, but Benimaru and Sue were still in full battle gear. They fit in with the adventurers milling around town, so nobody brought it up, but on the streets they were too imposing for my taste. Shuna was in her usual shrine maiden garb as well, and I think some fashionable casual wear would do her some good, so I had them pick out their favorites. Benimaru and Soai went with tailored jackets, shirts, and skinny jeans. All right. It looked good on them. And Shuna went with, a fluffy white gaucho skirt and an ice blue knit vest. Cute. That really worked on her. That looks good. I like it, Shuna. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that, Sir Amuru. Yep. The shrine outfit is fine and all, but something casual wouldn't hurt her either. It's also novel on her, fresh if you will. Since we were there and all, I decided to purchase several outfits. We'd no doubt use these as models to sew our own, starting next time. I also purchased a thin, dark blue dress for Sean as a souvenir. She's got kind of a cool demeanor, in terms of looks anyway, so I figured she'd stand out in that. I'm sure she'll love it. You think so? Glad to hear that. Yes, I'm positive. If Shuna said so, it was probably true. And you guys look okay in that too, so go ahead and take it. Not as much guidance for us, huh? No. Benimaru and Zoe sounded like they had complaints, but who knows? And why were they still trying on outfits? They acted like they didn't care, but now they were diving deep into the racks. A handsome man looks good in anything, so I really didn't think they needed to agonize over their decisions that much. Meanwhile, all my decisions were snap judgments. It wasn't like I could describe the difference between one ensemble or the other, so I had the store clerks pick for me. Couldn't go wrong with that, I figured. Finally, we made our selections. We were fitted for them on site, which let us change right into them. Shuna was now lovingly clutching the box of clothes I got for her, smiling broadly. Unlike my disappointing secretary Shuna pretty much always had it together. The gap between them was charming like that. Benimaru and Sue looked happy about their own clothes too, so I'd call this outing a success. They pretty much worked day and night, so I really wanted to thank them somehow. If this excited them that much, I thought as I settled the bill, I should have taken them here sooner. After changing into new clothes, we headed for the cafe our old friend Yoshida used to run. A trainee of his had taken it over, and it was doing a pretty decent business. And since we were one of their suppliers, we were allowed to make purchases at a discount. We were scheduled to meet Hinata there, whom we heard had arrived in Anglesea before us. I figured we could enjoy my first Inglesian lunch in a while as we talked over tomorrow's conference. As we waited for her, I let Soai give me a briefing. He had his feelers all over the Western nations, so I figured he'd know why they chose this timing for the invite. All right, Soai, your report? Certainly. First, I'd like to start with some of the feedback from the Founders Festival. He gave me a rundown of the more important rumors and discussions he had picked up from across the land in an easy-to-grasp fashion. I appreciated that. The response to the Founders Festival was pretty positive. From the royalty up top to the farmers at the bottom, people talked about it all over the place. The dungeon was also generating tons of buzz. Our ad pitch to the nobility must have worked because a few of them were forming teams of challengers to conquer the dungeon. Even people from faraway lands, not just the border nations, were reportedly curious. At this rate, I thought we could expect even more customers soon. After that pleasant news, we got down to business. So did you investigate the merchants? And who's behind Duke Mias? I did not neglect that, Sir Rimuru. From the merchants' families to their business relations, I conducted a thorough investigation. Based on that, I did not find any connections to particularly suspicious figures. However, these merchants did go through several government intermediaries in order to obtain business licenses in the nations they work in, and when I traced these officials, I found they all had connections to Duke Mies. So, what that mean? Understood. The merchants were likely doing the bidding of the subject Muse. All right. So there's probably not much point investigating those guys further. What about Mars, then? I guess there really is some kind of secret cabal running the Western nations, and they might be scheming something new right now as we speak. Muse seems like a competent enough noble. We better keep him under surveillance. So Muse did a good job covering his tracks, huh? What's that potential threat up to now? As competent as he might be, though, there was no escaping Zoe's eyes. No matter what kind of seedy group he tried to buddy up with, it only served us in catching him red-handed. But Zoe quickly banished that thought from my mind. He's dead, Sir Rimuru. Ah. We believe he was felled by some manner of long-range attack, as the Duke of Gaston-Mias was something of a big shot. If someone like him was murdered, I really was starting to wonder about this mystery cabal. And if this was that cabal's way of escaping capture, they must have a lot of power to work with. Report. There is the possibility that they have noticed the subject Suai's investigation. So they shut him up, huh? Maybe we should give this adversary the respect they deserve. They weren't playing around. And you didn't see who did it? Benimaru asked. No, so I flatly replied. I didn't detect any presence at all until Muse fell to the ground in front of me. He only heard the sound of Muse collapsing, so there wasn't a whole lot he could do to stop anything. He sounded despondent about it, and I couldn't do much apart from console him. That's pretty unbelievable. If not even you could spot them, they must have been attacking from thousands of feet away. You would have detected the magic if they used any, and if it was some flying projectile, you would have picked up the lingering aura from that, right? It really couldn't be that easy to hoodwink him. I've got Raphael with me, of course, so magic sense lets me detect pretty much anything. But this? Maybe it was a sniper, huh? Sniper? What is that? Ah, not a concept Benimaru or Soe were aware of. Shuna gave me a curious look as well, and I suppose I could see why. This world didn't have guns, but then would it be so unusual for another worlder to have one? You said, gun? I'm pretty sure Yuki has a handgun. Wow! The sudden voice from behind almost made me fall out of my chair. It was Hinata, sneaking up in an attempt to startle me. Benimaru laughed in my face. Even so was stifling a chuckle, a hand covering his mouth. I looked so dumb. Come on, my brother. And you too, so I. Shuna, thankfully, yelled at them on my behalf, so I resisted the urge to speak up. And, I mean, if Raphael would been kind enough to say something to me. Report. No malicious intent was detected. Yeah, I bet. So it's my fault for acting all haughty, like always. I sighed at myself and played it off with a chuckle. With Hinata at the table, we all ordered lunch. For 1 silver coin a pop, we got a pretty fancy spread, and we avoided any serious conversation as we enjoyed it. Full and satisfied, I decided to order some coffee, a little mature bitterness to round things out. And with enough sugar and milk, I had the perfect harmony between bitter and sweet. That's pretty much a cafe late now, isn't it? I'd call you mature if you took it black, but that's liquid candy you're drinking. Hinata hit me back hard. I guess my inside voice had leaked out again. Will you shut up? This is fine. It's all part of the atmosphere. Oh. Because between that and your outfit, there's nothing mature about what I'm seeing at all. Oh. First the coffee and now my clothing? And boy, is that really how I look? The clerk at that shop arranged what I thought was a neat poncho-type thing. I thought it was Yeah, maybe a little on the young, springy side, but I trusted the staff there. And now look, I regretted ever trusting in a store employee's fashion sense. Damn it. Damn it. This does seem like kids' wear, doesn't it? No, Sir Rimuru, it's lovely on you. All right, right. Yeah, looks great. I thought you liked it. It's lovely on me? So I looked like a kid to them. Man, what a shock. My clothes were comfortable, at least. I didn't dislike them, but that's not the issue. I'm supposed to be high society, you know? I'd even grown a bit lately, enough that I could probably pass for a middle schooler. It makes you look cute. Those are the facts. Give it up. My shoulders slumped at Hinata's verdict. I guess I'd have to. I don't have the slightest amount of adult charm. I already am grown up. Why do I have to be obsessed with my height at this point in life? Maybe I'm just gonna have to face reality soon. Hinata, meanwhile, wasn't as brightly dressed as she was at the festival. She was looking smart in her paladin uniform, a dignified beauty in an outfit usually meant as menswear. Maybe she and I should swap looks. I resisted the urge to verbalize that thought, still a bit peeved as I went back to our first subject. With all due respect to the late Duke Mears, we needed to discuss the method of his murder. So, if there are handguns around, do you think a sniper did it? I don't know much about guns, but a handgun's range doesn't go beyond 50 yards or so, does it? Said Hinata. Maybe. So we'd need something like a rifle. Are there sniper rifles in this world or anything? I couldn't tell you. I've certainly never seen one, but I can't guarantee there aren't. Right. But maybe it's better, for now, to assume there were and act based on that. I decided to send the thought communication to Benimaru and the others to describe the kind of rifle I was envisioning. Interesting weapon. Yes, if someone used that, I can understand why I didn't detect it. I think I could handle this weapon well enough. We can mix up the required gunpowder, and I imagine Dole would be able to make the unit itself for us. The three of them had a variety of feedback. Benimaru didn't seem too impressed, but to Soe it was a threat that he clearly didn't have a countermeasure against as a bodyguard. It was a different sort of mission, and a different sort of challenge. Shuna, meanwhile, was eager to make one of her own, the scariest reaction of all. I'm sure it was possible, yes, but should we? The development of guns changed the entire nature of wars, although the nature of war in this world was more about the quality of your offense than the quantity, which often made traditional Earth strategy obsolete. Bringing guns into the mix seemed dangerous to me. I figured we should hit the brakes on that for the time being. In the other world, this is a brutal weapon, something that can make even a powerless person the strongest out there. I can't say how effective it'd be over here, but maybe you could defend yourself against a magic beast or the like. Well, you can run out of bullets, but you will never run out of magic. But you could always make higher caliber weapons for extra punch, and with enough of them, you could be a serious threat. But I hope you won't start mass-producing them just because you can, all right? Yeah, it certainly wasn't impossible. In fact, it was very possible. That was why Hinata put her foot down so fast. We'll see. I think magic's gonna win out in the fight, but arming the general populace with guns would still be dangerous. The lack of widespread gun ownership in Japan made me feel that particularly keenly. Looking at the news from overseas, you had situations where guns helped protect someone, but there were a lot more cases where nothing would have happened if guns hadn't been added to the mix in the first place. With that in mind, giving everyone access to such a lethal weapon out of nowhere seemed hazardous. All right. We'll keep this strictly confidential and stick to research only then. That seemed to placate Shuna, so we decided to go with that. And besides, threat or not, they didn't work on us, so it wasn't that big of an issue, was it? Report, Someone without the relevant knowledge would not understand what happened if they witnessed someone being shot to death. There is a potentially high chance someone near the victim is suspected as the killer. That word of caution from Raphael sure came out of nowhere. What did it mean? Someone near the victim. Oh, right. If someone right by me got assassinated, I'd be a prime suspect, wouldn't I? That did make sense. And since Hinata was so closely involved with me, she probably wouldn't be allowed to testify on my behalf. If the killer got away and the weapon was never found, there was every chance I could be framed for murder. That was close. I could have fallen right into that trap if we didn't have this little chat. Not that I knew whether a trap was in place at all, but if Raphael was on the lookout, I'd better assume there was. Either way, we'll all have to be real careful at tomorrow's council meeting. I don't think non-magical lead bullets would do much more than sting if they hit us, though. I don't see cause for too much alarm, said Shuna. No, I wouldn't underestimate it like that. Like Hinata said, higher caliber weapons are more of a threat, and for all we know, there may be magic-infused bullets out there. Plus, if anyone got shot in the middle of the conference, I think people would point their fingers at me first. I worry about that as well. I will station replications around the council and stay on enhanced guard, said Sui. That's sorry for you. He must have reached the same conclusion without me pointing it out. Right. Thank you. Of course. I trusted he could handle any suspects he stumbled upon. With that concern addressed, I went back to the main topic. So, Hinata, why are they calling me here anyway? I still hadn't heard exactly what would be discussed tomorrow, although I had my hunches. Ramirez and Valdora thought it was about a dragon causing trouble, or a mystery demon lord rearing his ugly head, or some other nonsense. It wasn't any fairy tale junk like that. They wanted to see if they could accept me as one of them. And based on the 4-star treatment I was receiving, I expected some good news. Well, the resolution to let Tempest into the council passed at the last special session. At the regular session tomorrow, you'll be asked to sit for a quaer before they officially enact it. Bingo! Those fools could spout off all that nonsense because they were oblivious to the truth. I was smart to ignore them. Oh, really? I was expecting as much. I nodded, as if I knew everything in advance, as Hinata gave me a doubtful look. Report. Based on the current situation, there is no other potential possibility. The subject, Hinata Sakaguchi, is believed to be thinking why that act at the moment. So sneering at her just made me look stupid, huh? And sure, I didn't have any doubts about this, but even I had my guesses about what they wanted. Like, what if they asked about my Magitrain ideas or the requests to sell the weaponry Kurobe showed off? Or what if they interrogated me about which countries were asking us to reveal our research results? There was a pretty broad range I could picture, which gave me a headache. But Raphael was confident this was about Tempest's admission. I wish it could have clued me in earlier. With a nervous cough, I took a sip of coffee. Hopefully, I covered myself well enough. Regardless, it's still not official yet, so try not to do anything dumb, all right? I think during the quar, they'll probably ask you some tough questions and try to get under your skin as a demon lord. Don't fall for their tricks, okay? I wasn't sure I covered for myself at all, but Hinata didn't seem to care either way. I guess it'd be trouble for her if I screwed up the meetings. Since the Holy Empire of Lubelius was supporting us and all, it'd make them look terrible. Thus she was focused on giving me warnings first and foremost. How unsettling. I have the patience of a saint. Nobody could anger me that easily. Oh, you're worrying way too much. Unlike you, I know how to deal with adult social situations. If you're picking a fight, you know I'm game anytime. No, not like that. See? There's the difference between Hinata and me. The way she so readily flips the switch. but getting her any angrier would be bad news for me. I closed my mouth a little fearful. But you do have a point. They're giving me all the bombast of a royal guest, so I am worried that they'll want something from me in exchange. You've been looking into that too, right, sir? Yes, and I do have some information along those lines. Beyond that, it'll come down to the motives of the royalty involved in this affair, as well as what their subordinates think. Right. I'd appreciate it if we could talk that over later. Yes, Sir Rimuru. Not him and me, but him and Raphael, really. But there is one thing I'd like to ask Lady Hinata. What's that? I thought we were done here, but so I had concerns of his own. He had deployed his team to the four corners of the globe, looking into matters. As they investigated the shadowy committee running the Western nations, they were also gathering information on each nation they visited. I was used to relying on them by now whenever there was something I wanted to know, and knowing Sorry, he must have heard some relevant rumor by now. It seems that several ministerial-level government officials from around the region are attempting to take advantage of our nation. Their aim is to have Tempest serve as a defensive wall against the Eastern Empire? Yes. Exactly, Lady Hinata. She had guessed it before Sai could finish. She must have had her finger on the pulse of it too. So, if a war breaks out, they want us to help them? Because right now, the only obligation we have along those lines is to Blue Moon. Is that correct? Benimaru, for his part, concluded from his own analysis that Soe was worrying too much. He smiled at him, and I'd say he was right. But the real issue lay elsewhere. Hinata probably realized that as well, and judging by how worry-free she seemed, she must have reached the same conclusion I did. Plus, in my case, I had Raphael predicting the future for me, so I could trust in that. If Hinata agreed with me, that just sealed the deal. So, let's check on that. Benimaru's right. Our only treaty along those lines is with the Kingdom of Blumen. But even apart from that, I don't think we need to worry about the Empire. Could I ask why you think so? Sai questioned, apparently quite worried. He always was serious-minded like that. To calm his mind, I decided to lay out the conclusion Raphael led me to. Well, first off, it's important to think about things from the Empire's standpoint. If the Empire tried to attack the Western nations, what kind of strategy could they devise for that? Their goals for the attack were also key, but let's put that aside for the moment. If they wanted to wage war, they'd need to select an invasion route. There was a path straight through the forest of Jura, a harsher one over the Knaet Mountains, and a potential sea route, the old trade passage dating from before our highway system. And while it depended on how large a force the Empire sent, there were issues with every option. The sea route was a challenging one. It was the most direct path to the Kingdom of Farmus, but once you left the shores and went into coastal waters, you left yourself open to the large sea creatures that called them home. You'd be sailing right into a nest of monsters, and even a large fleet wasn't guaranteed to make it through safely. Even the spear tuna that was such a delight at our dinner banquet was a tough foe to face in open water. If one rammed your ship at 60 knots, or nearly 70 miles an hour, it would easily tear a huge hole in the vessel. But even a steel-sided ship couldn't breathe easy, because among the creatures in the ocean, a spear tuna was still on the small side. These creatures lacked intelligence, but brutally attacked anyone who dared intrude into their territory. There wasn't a military vessel on this world that could take a ramming from their 30-foot-long bodies and stay afloat. Thus only merchants with an intricate knowledge of safe sea routes dared to cross the ocean. So what about the Knaet Mountains option? Well, that involved traversing a hellscape known as the Dragon's Nest. Dragons are willing to let a merchant caravan go by unharmed, but something bigger, say a large army, was a great way to invite their wrath upon you. They weren't human, so negotiation was out of the question. If they mistakenly decided you were hostile, it was all over. These dragons were led by a powerful dragon lord, and if they had you in their sights, they'd pare down your army well before you had a chance to fight your war. If you won, then fine. If you lost, the whole world would laugh at you. And even if you did beat those dragons, you had the Western nations' forces waiting for you on the other side. The feature presentation, in other words. Besides, a military march through rugged mountains was an ordeal in itself. The path only opened up in the middle of the summer anyway. When the snow and ice settled onto those frigid peaks, all the magic in the world wouldn't get you through. No, any strategist who hadn't lost his marbles would avoid this route at all costs. Thus, your only choice left was through the forest of Jura. But the forest is the territory of a demon lord, and that's me. And there's Veldora too, right? Yeah. And now that the whole world knows of the Storm Dragon's awakening, the Empire can't afford to make any funny move. They feared him even when he was still banished, so right now they're essentially frozen in place. Exactly. We had spread the news that Veldora destroyed the Farmus army, and the Empire heard about that quite some time ago, I'm sure. Any ambitions they had along those lines must have been shelved by now. The Empire had feared Veldora for ages, and that fear made them too careful for their own good. If they had acted sooner, they might just have wiped us out, for all I know. But now Veldora's here, and Veldora was chiefly why Raphael assured me we were golden. Report. That was a prediction, not a conclusion. The situation is constantly changing. If I obtain new information, I will need to factor that into my assumption. Wow! What a worrywart. But that was fair. Working on bad assumptions can lead to some serious pitfalls later. It is true that the Empire is making some ominous moves. The shadows I tried as familiars have proven pretty useless, so I was thinking we had better conduct a more thorough investigation soon. However, Zoe's time was already occupied with exploring the Western nations underground, and members from Team Kuriyami were carrying out their own missions as well. About all he could do was send out shadows, low-level apparition creatures that ranked a D but could use shadow motion and thought communication, making them perfect spy. On paper, at least. Unfortunately, they were too weak to penetrate the barrier that protected the Empire. It was hard, however, to send over anyone stronger than them. If I was deploying people to places with unknown security situations, that limited my applicant list to those so I could vouch for. And if I detached any of those people from their current missions, that would hinder my orders. So he was talented but not omnipotent. Even after his evolution, he could only deploy up to 6 replications of himself at once. Those were the trump cards he used to carry out the dangerous work I always sent him off to. He needed to leave some on tap in case a battle broke out, so if I sent any of those to the Empire, I'm sure he'd worry over who would be left to guard me. The Empire's moves really aren't being looked at that seriously, though. It's more of a cover story, an excuse for letting Tempest into the Council. That's being spread around by a few of the louder representatives. But if you're that concerned, Sir Soe, I could conduct some investigations myself. Oh. I see that Hinata, like Raphael, doesn't like trusting her own thoughts too much. I always knew how wary she was, but seeing that in action, I kinda had to admire it. I could learn from it, in fact. But now she's volunteering to help investigate, huh? I might as well take her up on that. Report. Please ask her to look into the armed nation of Dworgen as well and see whether military activity is possible within its underground cities. Raphael never wavers, does it? Now it's trying to work Hinata to the ground, too. But that made sense to me. The Kanayat Mountains had some paths that led into the Dwarven Kingdom, the territory of Gazelle. I couldn't imagine the Empire can do much with those roads, but it'd be worth looking into, just in case. Could I ask a favor when you do, Hinata? What's that? I'd kinda like you to investigate the structure of the Dwarven Kingdom, I think. Right, the Dwarven Kingdom's a city crafted from a cave underneath the Canayat Mountains. That could be a possibility too. You act so careless, but I really can't let my guard down around you, can I? Ha 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 ha, right. All right. I'll look into the Dwarven Kingdom as well. I wasn't sure what prompted Hinata's admiration, but fine. I thought Raphael was carrying on about nothing, but there's no sure thing in this world. I was just thinking about how I needed to be more careful. If there's a weed bothering me, better to uproot it now rather than later. And if Hinata was volunteering, no reason to hold back. So we carefully went through the rest of our discussions, talking about closely held state secrets and other vital affairs in the early afternoon caf space. We had a magical, soundproof barrier over us, so nobody was going to eavesdrop on our conversation anyway. Skills can be so useful like that. Hinata was kind enough to brief me on a few other things too. It seemed like a lot of people wanted to take advantage of us, and not just for military purposes. Humans, after all, were suspicious folk. I should know. I used to be one. That's why what Hinata told me made so much sense. I just want you to know, all right? There are people out there trying to use and abuse you, so don't let them shoehorn you into anything. I had to accept that as correct. Whether I would listen to that advice was another question. What do you mean, use and abuse me? Well, in terms of your military at the very least. That's something I'd want from you too, and that's what you want to see, right? As she put it, one condition for joining the council was that we'd be responsible for management of the entire forest of Jura. The member nations were unanimous on that since we'd functioned as a bulwark against the Empire. I've got no problem with that. With fewer monsters out there, I'm sure we'll see more people challenge the labyrinth. We do want that, yeah. Better not freely admit it so much. I've had to deal with a lot of heads of state in my time, and let me tell you, they're clever. They might even ask you to station troops in their countries to keep monster damage down. Normally, allowing foreign troops to stay in your nation wasn't the kind of thing governments like to see. But as Hinata put it, in a world where monsters were a universal threat, leaders wanted to retain as much war power as they could. Many of them weren't afraid to use other nations' troops for that, including the Western nations' Temple Knights. Proposal: you could deploy troops to their nations to create an obligation to you. If we were recognized as a nation, it made sense that we could deploy our army to foreign lands as a peacetime maneuver. If something came up, that make it easier to exercise our military authority. My home country back in my previous world took that strategy a lot. Ha! Ah! I see. That's not a bad idea, actually. Why don't I let them use us? I can't say I like letting them think they're taking advantage of us, but yes, it's essentially giving influence to our nation, isn't it? I grinned as Benimaru and Soe voiced their agreement. Shuna kept up her own smile, and I suppose her lack of complaint meant she agreed. And if we were all on the same page, that meant I could do what I wanted tomorrow. Why are you looking all sinister? An exasperated Hinata asked. Guess she's reading my mind again. But she didn't say anything else, which I took as her tacit approval. That marked the end of our lunchtime discussion, but before she left, Hinata brought up something else, as if she had just thought of it. Oh, right. I think there's also a group planning to do something stupid at the event tomorrow, so be on the lookout for it, okay? Once again, she warned me not to lose my temper or lash out at anyone. What she meant, I suppose, is that the council wasn't a monolith, and I should treat everybody there as one and the same. Eesh. Why was she so concerned about a pacifist like me? She didn't need to say it. I understood just fine. So I told her she was worrying too much, and we left it at that. The next day came. We were heading over to the council's meeting hall. Benimaru, Soai, Shuna, and me, all in suits and looking sharp. It goes without saying that all our weapons were in my stomach, so at a glance, it would have looked like we were unarmed. Hinata had given me her full briefing, so I didn't have an iota of anxiety. Maybe a few counselors wanted to take advantage of us, but on the question of my admission to the council, all my worries were behind me. If I was recognized as a friend to humankind here, that'd be one step closer to the ideal society I had had in mind. A world where man and monster coexisted and shared in one another's prosperity. To borrow a phrase from Duran, a monster and man cooperative alliance. On the monster side, we already had magic-born dwarves, elves, and more living with one another. That alone already resulted in a massive new economic sphere, but as an ex-human I really wanted to reach out to them as well. But humans, they're greedy. It's all, what do I get out of this? With them, and they're willing to shut out their own countrymen just for thinking the wrong thing. But that greed helps them improve their lives too, and it's the engine driving all sorts of new and expanding entertainment. They weren't simple to deal with. Not like monsters. Better avoid expecting too much here. I couldn't assume this would go great from the very beginning. When I reached the council hall, several counselors were there to greet me. They were from our border nations, and based on what they heard from the Founders Festival participants, they wanted to forge friendlier relations with me. I sure appreciated all the compliments, and I responded in kind, figuring it best for the future. They started smiling at me, the ice now firmly broken. "Ah ha ha! I heard you were a demon lord, Sir Rimuru, but what I didn't hear about was how much of a sociable leader you are. I would certainly like to maintain a friendly relationship with you going forward." No, the pleasure's all mine. I've got a slate of events in mind going forward, so if you're interested, please feel free to attend. I got the idea they were still a bit too leery to attend the Founders Festival. Now, though, they were being downright familial with me. All that effort from Rigard, Miji Elmile, and the others must have been paying off. Now I was feeling really good. Hinata gave me all sorts of doom and gloom yesterday, but I guess I really didn't need to worry. But the next person to greet me sent me straight into a depression. Ahem. People, quit bothering, Sir Rimuru. Counselors from tiny dots on the map with hardly anything to them shouldn't be occupying his time all day. Indeed. All this rudeness may give Sir Rimuru the wrong idea about our council, so please remember your place and leave him alone. My little entourage was promptly chased off by a group of representatives who acted like they owned the place. I wanted to ask who was being rude here, but I held back. So I told me via thought communication that these people were from nations with some clout in this council. Every representative was allegedly equal, but that wasn't really the practice. That was shown perfectly well by these people who took it as their prerogative to lord it over their peers. There was definitely a pecking order here based on your social standing. Right, Sir Rimuru. I tell you, you'll never have any constructive conversation with people like that. Yeah, thanks. And what would you call constructive? I really didn't want to deal with these guys, but I decided to play along. Heavens be, I suppose you may not be picking up on the hints, Sir Rimuru. Ha. It stands to reason, I think. Sir Rimuru has never had to deal in noble etiquette before. But don't worry, we'll teach you everything you need to know. A simple question, and already they were answering me with stuck-up laughter. They made it seem so natural that I couldn't even tell if they were being deliberately malicious. A bit overly familiar, perhaps, but it beat being feared, I think. By the way, Sir Rimuru, I hear you've been busy crafting a great deal of interesting things. Yes. They say you're considering a Magitrain system, for example, and let me tell you, my nation would be more than happy to be part of that effort. Ah, yes, precisely. And the same is true with mine. We'd be happy to pitch in. Of course, we'd like a little, in return. Sure. So this is what jaw-dropping means. Rude ain't the half of it. I went lightly because these are presumably nobility, but that was a mistake. I must really given them the wrong first impression. But I was on their turf. I needed to hold back, or things could easily spiral out of control. Broad mind, broad mind. Given all my grandstanding to Hinata, I couldn't get riled up here. Well, we need to put rails in place before we can run any Magitrains. We've already created an order for our layout construction, so I'm afraid I can't take any more requests right now. No need to worry yourself over such details. I will gladly arrange matters with my government, so if you could give us some priority with your delivery, that would be quite fine. Something told me he had no idea what a Magitrain was. He'd never seen the real thing, after all. As if that weren't bad enough, he was also completely ignoring my own priorities and throwing thoughtless, one-way demands at my feet. But again, patience. No. As I said, there's an order to this. But as I tried to bottle up my anger and turn him down, the demands just kept piling up. Then perhaps some other product then? If you could arrange for some weapons or armor, we will be happy to buy it. Of course, don't forget to compensate us later. The bearded man in front of me, representing the Duchy of Laquia, was a particular eyesore. He was not so stealthily demanding a bribe. I wondered if he had somehow forgotten I was a demon lord. The nations adjoining the forest of Jura were exposed to monster threats, but these more inland nations enjoyed total peace and security from them. That's why they prospered so much, I suppose, and maybe they just didn't see a demon lord as that big of a deal, but this was still an awful way to approach me. I felt like an idiot for even giving him the time of day. Also, may I inquire as to what kind of education your agent NGL Mile has? I asked my officials to have him open some business channels, but he's been rather evasive about giving a reply, I hear. Would we be able to work with someone else instead? I wanted to yell shut up at him. If this was the type NGL Mile dealt with, then I was inadvertently putting him through a ton of pain. He always seemed to brush them off with ease, but some officials are more stubborn than others. I had a lot to learn from him. I'll look into that, I replied with a smile. Such a lovely turn of phrase, I'll look into that. Indicating your interest in getting the job done but offering no firm timetable, freeing you from the obligation to actually do anything. The secret weapon of elite office staff everywhere. That was the brilliant strategy I deployed. Bluff my way through, then pretend the conversation never happened. Good to hear. We'll look forward to future matters then. And now, we best be on our way. Don't be shy about offering your iron up now. We can talk any time. That phrase deftly shooed all those fools away. Now that's how an adult deals with matters. If you want something, go buy it yourself. That's what I say. Certainly I look forward to that, I lied as I saw the representatives go. What a pain they were. I had no obligation to give them anything. It'd be much surer for us if we just sold our wares through the Free Guild. At least they didn't demand bribes. A few other councillors approached me as well, and I gave some quick greetings before moving along. Any long conversations here seemed likely to get me in trouble. It was still morning, and already I was getting a bit testy, but at least this was good experience. If I caused any problems before the conference even began, there's no telling what kind of tongue-lashing Hinata would give me later. I decided to accept things as they were as we entered the hall. Should you have let them go like that, Sir Muru? I can't believe you forgave their flippant behavior. Benimaru turned to me the moment the attendants guided us to my seat. He held back before, following my lead, I suppose. I was ready to vent back at him, but Soa and Shuna beat me to the punch. Don't expect Sir Muru to act like you. The bleating of little minions like them would never be enough to disturb his mind. Exactly, my brother. Sir Rimuru has a heart as broad as the wide-open sea. It would be foolish for him to engage with the common crowd like that. Sure. If that's what they say, I guess I'll just have to play along. Yeah, something like that. Benimaru, if you let that rile you, you've still got a lot to learn. Of course, I was angry on the inside, but if Shuna and Soe were kind enough to misread my body language for me, I had to work with it. I spent a few more minutes lecturing them on the finer points of interacting with humans. The seats were laid out in a fan shape, with us at the base where the chairman would normally be situated. This put everybody's focus squarely on us, one desk and one chair. My associates had to stand behind me. The chairman, emceeing this session, had moved to a safer seat on the second mezzanine. I say safer as compared to us. Being a demon lord must have put a lot of people on their guard around here, and having all their eyes on me made it terribly difficult to collect my thought. So the meeting was formally brought into session, but that's when hell really began for me. I was trying to be shrewd, as haughty as my post demanded, but I couldn't lose my temper either. I had to hold it all in, listening to everything the councillors said. Hinata had clued me in on the agenda before I came here. First, on the subject of Tempest joining the Council of the West, the representatives were debating on assorted conditions to impose on the deal. These could be broadly divided into 3 demands. 1. Adherence to international law. 2. Access to our economic sphere. 3. Provision of military power. Number 1 was no problem to me. If we became a member, we'd have a duty to follow the law, big or small. The council didn't have any right to be involved with the internal laws of other nations, which eased my concern. Each individual merchant would have to follow the rules of whatever country they were doing business in, and if any problems arose, they'd be resolved following those laws. Got a problem with that judgment? The merchants could file a complaint with their nation's embassy. Depending on how that turned out, it'd either become an international issue or the merchant would have to give it up. Frankly, I liked that system a lot more than what I saw after the Founders' Festival. It established an international legal framework to preside over cross-border issues, complete with an international court and a judge from a third-party nation. In fact, that was part of the Council's role in this region, with representatives recusing themselves as the legislature debated issues involving them. Nothing too tricky about it. Of course, to keep things fair, we needed to enact and announce a body of law for our own nation. That was an issue, but I had good old Raphael on my side. It had a full grasp of laws from all nations, and it used it to perfectly cover all the bases as it defined our own set for it. We already sent a copy of that to the council, so all was well. Providing access to our economy presented a few issues. Given the lack of patents in this world, the trend was for whoever produced the best copy of something to win all the marbles. Before that, however, there was that heavenly army that attacked whenever our civilization got too advanced, an army of 1,000,000 angels descending from the sky and razing our cities to the ground. That's why the Western nations had no gas or electricity, not even steam engine. But this didn't mean life was difficult. We had magic and, by extension, magic-driven items. Our attire didn't lose out to Japan at all, and while the transport of fresh foods was out of the question, our nations were good at food storage. There was some excellent magic being harnessed for building construction, leading to some very impressive work. I'm not sure you could replicate some of the castles and other standout projects with modern Japanese technology. So everyone's core needs, food, clothing, shelter, were being fulfilled, and life was actually pretty pleasant in the cities. So what's the problem? The problem was that between Vesta and Gabel's presentation and Kurobi's weapon and armor exhibition, word about our technology was starting to leak out, as shown by that bearded guy from Laquia asking about my magitrains. Yom and Mujurum were commanding large groups of workers, of course, so this was expected. I didn't mind if people knew about our stuff, but I did mind the people who tried to steal it. Or really, trying to steal it was one thing, but now you had people like that Laquian guy trying to make us build a railroad and calling it a business transaction. Like we should share in this first. How could you be so thoughtless? Sir Amuru, the Republic of Zamund, is far more worthy of serving as Tempest's closest partner. Order, order. Now is not the time for debate between member nations. You're simply baffling Sir Amuru. If the white-bearded chairman hadn't stepped in to quiet things down, we might been bogged down forever. Open markets, in themselves, weren't a problem, but I wasn't expecting an obligation to share all of our tech. If they see us as some kind of international handyman for them, I dreaded how they might try to use us in the future. Now I saw why I had reason to worry about the things I did. And despite how depressed I already felt, the conference was still dragging on. As for the third condition, a military power-sharing deal, we'd need to have some debate on that. Following Hinata's word of caution, I had Soa do some more research for me. We know there were people who wanted to tap into our war power under the name of military cooperation, but the same was also true for us. Tempest would be responsible for managing the Forest of Jura. The proposal was for us to handle monster-related issues, and I was fine with that. That much I predicted from the start, and it worked better for us. Even in my discussions with Hinata, we agreed that Tempest would handle Jura defenses, while the Crusaders covered things in the barren land. My nation would cover the bill for this monster defense, which I'm sure the Council loved. After all, if we wanted to keep the economy running smoothly, world affairs needed to be kept stable. Nations wary of the Eastern Empire no doubt appreciated our defensive power as well. Not that I expected it to happen, but if push did come to shove, we'd be there on the front line of it. So yes, the Council definitely wanted to take advantage of us. That's why I needed to be sure we could do the same in return. We would defend the Forest of Jura, that was a given. But the smaller nations also wanted to use our excess capacity to help protect themselves. There may have been fewer monsters venturing out from the forest, but they still couldn't defend against unexpected monster intrusion. Some flying monsters were particularly dangerous, and the nations couldn't afford to cheap out on their defense budget. But there were patrol soldiers and monster-hunting adventurers to pay, and if the Council didn't cover the cost, they'd have to make up the difference with taxes. Even worse, if they had to wait around for the Free Guild to show up after a monster discovery, they couldn't prevent damage before it happened. Nations that had Luminism as their official religion enjoyed regular patrol visits from the Crusaders, but there wasn't an infinite number of them. They had a huge amount of terrain to cover, and I'm sure there were times when they were simply unavailable when needed the most. That's where we came in. Each nation could pay us a defense fee, and then they'd be free to use us however they like. At the same time, though, they'd be relying on us for national defense, so they wouldn't be able to ignore us any longer. It'd be a display of power for Tempest, and a way to expand our influence on the Western nations. The money they'd pay us would also strengthen our position. 2 birds with 1 stone, really. And what if the Empire really did attack? Then, for better or worse, Tempest was right in the middle of their invasion route. If a fight couldn't be avoided, it'd naturally be well advised for us to shore up our rear support. If they accepted our defensive forces instead of fearing us, we couldn't ask for anything better. If we wanted to make this work, there needed to be an absolute, overwhelming difference in war power, enough to make other nations think they could never beat us in a war. It'd be ridiculous to entrust your defenses to another country otherwise. And if we could make the Western nations take, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em stance with us, our mission was as good as accomplished. As each of the representatives gave us demands and played interference with one another, the chairman completed his preamble. Those are the conditions placed upon the admission of the Jura Tempest Federation. Lord Rimuru, do you have any objections? I had better give him some, or else I'd be consenting to everything. I could ignore the councillor's inane commentary, but I better not commit any oversights with these conditions. I wanted to take advantage of these guys, but unless I could bind them down with a treaty, I was wasting my time. Isn't this the kind of thing we work out on paper first, then get a chance to debate on? That annoyed me a bit. What if I couldn't give them an instant reply in this session? I assumed this was another way of harassing me. But I had Raphael with me, considering all the oral arguments and using my own hands to write them down. Talk about omnipotent! So I had my friend think about the issues and come up with a rebuttal. Well, I've considered all of your conditions and prepared a list of my doubts and alternative suggestions for each one. If you can accept those, I have no reason not to go forward. I handed the documents I'd written up to Benimaru, who took them to the chairman. He accepted them, looking a bit overpowered by him. Whoa! I had agreed to the general outline of the conditions offered, but I had changed a few of the stipulations to ensure I still profited, even if they took advantage of me. Raphael was kind enough to mark out all the sections to change for me, so, unlike an oral agreement, everything was set in stone after the fact. The chairman, no doubt seeing us as mere monsters, looked at the documents, a complete blow-by-blow rundown of the explanation he had given us, and blanched. I could understand his surprise when he saw my revisions in red pen, all but spelling out for him that he couldn't pull a fast one on me. It was all Raphael's doing, not mine, but let's gloss over the details here. If you have any concerns, I'd be happy to discuss them. If he couldn't accept my terms, there was no urgent need to join the council. I just presumed that my quest for general acceptance from humankind was still a bit premature and deepen my ties with the nations that already accepted us. No, there are no problems exactly, but if possible, Lord Rimuru, I would like some time to debate these matters. The chairman, being no fool, must have realized that he couldn't browbeat us like usual. He would carefully go over my revisions, and he voiced no real complaint about that. Not that I got any time to deliberate, but even if I protested, I wouldn't have gotten any. So for now, I agreed to his request. Why was this happening? The desk, kicked into the air, was suspended in space, slowly falling to the ground, and in the midst of this nearly stopped moment in time, Hinata's eyes seemed particularly cold to me. She didn't need to use her voice to tell me what she was thinking. You've done it after all. With a heavy sound, the desk crashed to the floor. I buried my heel in it, crushing it beyond recognition. Too late to turn back now. So I reclined in my chair as if I had planned all this, crossing one leg over the other. Then, giving a gloating stare at the councillors gaping at me, I heaved an internal sigh. Look, I kept it bottled up at first. I had a reputation as a grown, mature leader for Tempest, and I took pride in having a heart broader than the ocean. That much, I think I've made clear from my recent actions. People called me a bastion of fortitude. I could even handle Milliam with no problem. That broad heart of mine allowed me to laugh off and forgive all her selfish bantering. But what if, instead of Milliam, you had this room full of unattractive, obsessed, materialistic old men who never even bothered to hide the avarice glinting in their eyes? You could find the answer in that twisted desk in front of me. After an extended 3-hour break, the meeting went back into session. Here's where my problems began. In response to the documents I submitted, the representative created something they called a list of requests and handed it to me. Judging by the tired look on the chairman's face, this was done against his will, but I didn't have any sympathy for him. A quick look through the list showed me that I could accept absolutely none of their demands. Here's a rundown. Open a Magitrain line to Engelsia, with Tempest handling all construction and costs. Provide high-quality weaponry and armor. Tempest is requested to help the Western nations strengthen its military preparations. As the labyrinth that appeared in Tempest is a treasure to all humankind, add the Council to its administration team. Upon admission, Tempest will provide a preset amount of taxes on a yearly basis. Due to safety considerations, the representatives it selects must be human, and so on. There was a lot of nonsense written down. I got to hand it to them. They made me lose my temper in the space of 3 seconds. These conditions weren't even worth debating. This wasn't just an unequal treaty. I'd sooner give up living with humans entirely than sign on to this. All right, people. Are you making fun of me? You've been prattling on and on today, but what makes you think you've got the right to make demands to a demon lord? My kicking the desk to pieces made the hall notably quieter. Holding back my rage, I spoke directly to the chairman, currently hanging his head in shame. Sir Rimuru is asking a question. Don't just sit there quietly. Please answer him. Shuna, smiling, delivered a follow-up blow for me, and I think that had more of an effect than anything I said. The councillors looked fully cowed now, some of them breaking into a cold sweat. I think you have the wrong idea here. Our nation has already almost completed a gigantic economic block of its own. The one reason we want to join the Council of the West anyway is so we can show the human race that we're not hostile to them. But if you don't want that, I've got no intention of forcing things along here. My voice rang quietly in the silent chamber. I wasn't shouting at all, but it seemed to make all the representatives' minds shiver with fear. I wasn't using Lord's ambition or anything like that. Against a human target, Lord's ambition would cause sheer panic at best, insanity and death at worst. No need to break that out. And I wasn't brainwashing them at all either. If I did, I'd be throwing all the goodwill I built with humanity out the window. I had no interest in living out my life with a legion of boring puppets who said nothing but yes to me. No, this was just me being riled into destroying the desk and laying out my full opinions. But even that had a massive effect. And no, Sir Rimuru, that was not at all the motive behind our request. See, certainly not. We simply provided our perhaps overly optimistic feedback out of a desire to deepen our friendly ties with you. The browbeaten councillors desperately began making excuses. The more of them I heard, the more annoyed I got. First off, why was the king of a nation only a seer? If I was convening with other kings and leaders, I'd expect that. But being called it by someone without a country to govern was the same as saying I ran no nation at all. It was a nation addressing a colony, and it demonstrated zero respect for us. I'm sure they looked down on us as a bunch of monsters. I could put up with being looked down upon personally, but if it was my whole country, forget it. I am a demon lord and expected to be treated that way, but this was even worse than I expected. My hotel was first class, and a lot of the councillors here treated me with respect, so maybe I let my guard down a little. But still, this was horrible. Oh, then what was your motive? Because to me, this sounds like you want my nation and me to work day and night for you as your slave. No, not at all. That was not our intention whatsoever. It was nothing like that. The councillors argued mightily. If these nobles were meant to represent entire nations, it just made my head hurt. Even with a heart as tolerant as mine, having to negotiate with people like this was testing me. If Yuki had made these sly old dogs do his bidding, then he must be the slyest fox of all. I wish I could follow his example, but I don't think I could. Suggestion. Would you like me to automatically handle this? Yes. No. It sounded like Raphael was saying something, but I'm sure I imagined it. Yeah, it's a trusted, talented assistant, but it's still just a skill. It shouldn't be able to so freely speak its mind like that. I guess I've been relying on it so much, I'm starting to hear my own internal desires spoken back to me. If something like that were possible, I'd probably have Raphael give all my speeches for me, and it'd be like, why did I suffer for so long then? I shook my head, attempting to shake the delusions from my mind, and stared back at the councillor. Crap! Now that my mind was cleared out, I just realized I had no idea how to resolve this situation. Haste makes waste, and all that. I just made things super complicated for myself, and fixing it all up was going to be an uphill battle. The representatives were frantic for a solution, and honestly, so was I. Report. It is not a problem. As you intended, Master, I have confirmed the effect of the spiritual interference affecting the room. What? I wasn't intending anything there. I wasn't thinking at all. I was pissed off, so I reacted accordingly. And now, report. With this quantity of samples, I have discovered the laws governing this spiritual interference. As with the subject Guy, the majority of counselors in this chamber are under the effect of spiritual interference from someone. Remove the interference? Yes. No. Well, I mean, sure. I thought yes, in my mind without hesitation. The moment I did, the previously silent counselors began to speak up again. Well, of course, Lord Rimuru is angry. How could we make up for this disgrace? Wait! These conditions weren't even brought up in our previous special session. Who tried to slip these past us? Things started to change pretty quick. Raphael strikes again. No matter the issue, I can always rely on it. Looks like the councillors regained their senses, I defiantly muttered, as if this was my plan all along. I just wanted to look cool, really, but it sure elicited a response from Shuna. They certainly did. I thought they were acting a bit strange, but someone had taken over their spirits. Well, Raphael. Understood. It is a type of spiritual interference skill. It does not exert any influence on magicules, so confirming its presence took some time, but it is statistically impossible for so many people to possess such similar wavelength. It was believed that cancelling it would take time, but your anger wavelengths created an open seam. Right. Exactly like I pictured it. Let's go with that. I don't think it was that strong, I ventured, without any evidence. The spiritual interference gave the councillors a sort of tunnel vision, maybe. Shuna and the rest of my crew gave me looks of impressed respect. I see. So you placed pressure on them to shake them out of it? That's right, Benimaru. I considered it all clearly before doing it. Better phrase it that way. I don't want them to start imitating my temper tantrum just now. Plus, this gave me the perfect excuse for Hinata. We're all good, but I still had my doubts. Who carried out that spiritual interference anyway? Probably not Yuki, I don't think. I doubted he'd take an approach that left so much evidence like that. If he did, he'd need some motivation to, but no point pondering over that. Now wasn't the time to pursue the culprit. Right now, I needed to solve the problem staring me in the face. The newly awoken councillors were bearing down on a subset of the council, the group who created that list of demands. There were more than I thought, but they still looked like all was well. They must have had some other scheme in mind. Suddenly I felt something odd. A few of them were looking toward a door deeper inside the chamber. Turning my ears toward it, I could hear several sets of footsteps. Did someone call the Royal Guard? Report. No such movements were detected, so it is believed this was planned in advance. Mama. Maybe they set this up to have me cause a scene so they could arrest me. Against a demon lord, that took a lot of guts. Maybe it really was that sloppy of a plan. I could picture it. But if so, the people of Inglesia and its surrounding nations must have been pretty oblivious to danger. They were so far away from the threat of demon lords that they must have gotten soft. The same was true of their councillors. There must have been a lot of optimists around there. Or maybe these were the fools scheming something Hinata had warned about. The moment that occurred to me, the door opened, revealing a dozen or so soldiers led by a larger man. Well, someone's sure in a lively mood. So you're the fool calling himself a demon lord? You certain you can afford to act so high and mighty if you've only got 3 people with you? The large man immediately began shouting at me the moment he came inside. He gave a vulgar smile as he made no attempt to hide his disdain for me. This wasn't just rude. He was trying to start a fight and there was no way to excuse it. My friends and I gave one another dumbfounded looks. Hang on. This was part of their plan. They had some kind of deep design behind this. Understood. It is believed that this man has nothing of the sort. Oh, really? So he's just a huge idiot? My name is Rimuru, and yes, I call myself a demon lord. Are you confusing me with someone else? Just in case I thought I should ask. Whoops, wrong guy wouldn't cut it when the dust settled, so I tried to figure out the man's true motives. Shuna's smile had disappeared, and Benimaru was so angry that he was now frozen in place. So I was about ready to whip out the sword he had hidden on him, and weapons in the chamber were gonna be real hard to explain later. I was just as livid as them. In fact, I was so far gone I almost wanted to laugh. That was how I remained cool-headed enough to ask the question. But the results were pretty lacking. Yeah, you're the one. He said that idiot's name was Rimuru. No mistake, then. Which meant I was safe doing him in, but... Look, can you quit it with that? I don't know what you want, but do you think you'll get away with that kind of lawlessness in front of all these witnesses? This wasn't something I could really say after bashing up that desk, but that was then. Let's use the law as a weapon to chase this freak away, because otherwise I really might kill him. And if I didn't, I feared Benimaru or someone else would lose it. But the large man kept at it. Moron! This is my big chance. Once I knock you around and put this on you, all of you monsters will be under our command. Oh, wow, what? Knock me around? Under his command? What's he talking about? Maybe I really was a moron because I didn't understand him at all. Understood. This fool is saying that he will defeat you and make you follow his command. Yeah, I know. If you keep explaining things with a straight face like that, I really will look like an idiot. And what's that in the man's hand? It was none other than an orb of domination, the very artifact I saw in use back when Milim pretended to be hypnotized. It looked real, but would that work on me? Understood. It is impossible to rule over my lord with the orb of domination. That's a relief. I don't know where this lumbering man found it, I thought, but I'd better break it before it puts anyone in danger. I stood up from my seat. It must have woken the chairman from his stupor, because he started shouting in a panic. Wait, Lord Rimuru? This is some kind of mistake. No one in the council is sponsoring this. Please confirm it with Lady Hinata if you wish. She's an impartial party. He was respectful toward me, and I didn't think he was lying. Hinata didn't say anything about this. In fact, she warned me to stay on guard. I didn't think it'd be this in-your-face stupid, but for now I couldn't do much except sit back and see how things went. The chairman wasn't my enemy. Neither was Hinata. I had a lot of allies among the councillors as well. I know nothing about this. What is going on here? Who sent you here? Those soldiers' armor bears the emblem of the Anglizia royal family. Is Anglizia instigating this? I could hear them shouting above the confused representative. Clearly, they couldn't have been involved. This wasn't something the council hatched. It was the work of a smaller group gone clearly out of control. Amid the chaos, one person made a cool-headed decision. That was Hinata. When the chairman stated her name, she stood up and stepped between the large man and me. Sir Rainer, what is the meaning of this? Rainer, was it? If Hinata knew him, was he famous around here? Do not come in here without permission. We are in the middle of a council session. Soldiers like you are not allowed. Emboldened by Hinata's actions, the chairman began yelling at the group as well. But instead of Rainer, one of the councillors answered him. Count Gabin of Anglizia. I think his name was... Worry not, Chairman Lester. I called them in here to discipline that lawbreaker over there. Gavin was all smiles from his seat in the second tier, close to the chairman. Sir Gaben, have you gone mad? The chairman's face went red as he shouted. I could see why. If a fellow councillor was involved, that kind of prevented the chairman from claiming the council wasn't in on this. And as long as we had an impartial observer in Hinata, this ridiculous farce could very well benefit me. I hated all this verbal abuse, but decided to weather it for a bit. Sir Gaben, I was not informed of this. This was Representative Joanne Rostia, a prince screaming now. He was among the more decent councillors, not placed under spiritual interference. I remember the disgusted look on his face when things first went awry. Looks like he was siding with me here. I presumed he was on the pro-admission side. Everyone, please, calm down. I know that we all fear the demon lord Rimuru. Am I wrong? And Sir Rainer here is the strongest man in all of Anglesea. He is here to defeat Rimuru, rule over him, and make this member of the Octagram into his personal pawn. And with him comes Veldora. Even with the other councillors telling him off, Gaben remained unaffected, using his seat to formally declare hostilities against me. Several councillors shouted their agreement. If it was getting to this point, I no longer had any reason to hold back, but the situation was progressing so fast I was getting left in the dust. Impossible. Unforgivable. How dare you disrespect the council? Indeed, indeed. Are you ignoring the will of the council and prioritizing your own motives instead? Even more councillors stood up and began airing their grievances. This was starting to look ominous. Some of the representatives didn't look well, hanging their heads. Given Gaben's dauntless behavior, he probably had another trick up his sleeve. And I was right. Order, please, gentlemen. What my Knight Rainer says is true. And now the demon lord's been kind enough to come visit us. How could we afford not to use this opportunity? With these words, a delicate-looking man strode into the chamber. This blonde-haired figure wasn't a councillor, but certainly acted like their boss. I thought I detected a murmur of surprise among the council. I could guess he was pretty high up. But the next moment, Prince Elric, what is going on here? I thought I advised you to refrain from any foolish behavior. Hinata confirmed it for me. Apparently, this was the honest-to-goodness prince of this nation, and not even a council could be rude around a prince. No wonder there was so much consternation in the chamber. So was this Prince Elric the mastermind behind all this? He had incited at least a few councillors by the looks of it. Hinata, I am disappointed in you. You've grown fearful of the demon lord and abandoned your post as guardian of humankind. Came the cold, low-pitched reply. Wow. He really pissed her off. Now I wasn't sure I needed to act at all. Enough back talk, Hinata. All right. You may be the leader of the Paladin forces or what have you, but there's no possible way you could best me, the head general of the Anglesea Royal Knight Corps. You can't even beat that wispy weakling of a demon lord. Instead, you lick each other's wounds. What a laugh. I bet you wet your pants running from him, didn't you? That vulgar smile was still on Rainer's face as he picked a fight with Hinata. Oh, man. Even I could feel the blood draining from my face. You can't even reply, can you? I'm assuming I've hit the nail on the head. Well, Mrs. Crusader Captain, that's a ceremonial title I presume you obtained by exercising your womanly wiles on that dirty old cardinal. Yes, I'm sure it was a sorry fight indeed between you and that demon lord. And a demon lord with no interest in killing his adversary? Don't make me laugh. Oh, now I'm taking the heat again. I really wish he'd stop. But I'll hand it to you, Hinata. You are attractive. If you'll be my lady, I promise I'll take good care of you as a concubine. You know? Oh, man! Now he's dead. Hinata's expression didn't change. She was the cool, reserved beauty she always was. But the colder she looked on the outside, the more her insides raged like bubbling magma. Her patience amazes me, it really does. I would have lost it hours ago. Now, General Reiner, isn't that going a little too low? But I'm interested in the Demon Lord as well. I wouldn't want you to have him all to yourself, you know. What do you think? I felt an indescribable chill run down my spine. Was this Gaben guy coming on to me? The thought and this man sickened me, and after today's events, it'd take a lot to move me at all. Good thing he was far away from me, because otherwise I might have clocked him just now. Prince Elric, as the Prince of Engelsier, are you willing to allow this man, Sir Reiner, to say such things? Hinata hid the anger in her cold voice as she asked the question. Elric just smiled. Hey. Hinata, if you had cooperated with me, I would have given you much more honorable treatment. If you wish to blame anyone, blame yourself for angering Reiner. And yes, I forgot to mention this, but Reiner is more powerful than a ranked adventurer, and he's not alone. With that, Elric snapped his fingers. The door immediately opened once more, revealing a man in black, another in a green robe, and a group of people in overcoats with the familiar emblem on them. Come to think of it, I knew the first guy too. It was Gay, the dude who got his head cut off by Delta the Dryad, and those overcoat guys were definitely Green Fury, the team our avatars waged a life and death battle against. So was the green robe guy part of the Sons of the Veld? He was hooded and wearing a scarf over his face, making for a mysterious, unknown figure. But he acted all upper class, so I figured he maybe ran the Veld or something. Allow me to make some introduction. This is Guy, a ranked adventurer and now Reiner's aide-de-camp. And this. Elric placed a hand on Green Robe Guy's shoulder. The theatrics made it clear just how self-absorbed he was. Is the leader of the world-famous mercenary group, the Sons of the Velds. I assembled as powerful of a team as I could, as I thought defeating a demon lord with anyone less worthy would be poor manners. Yes, you see, there are dozens of people like you running around here. Just because you have a little strength to your name, you know, doesn't give you the right to act like a king. He certainly had confidence. And if he wanted a fight, I was happy to give it to him. Report. Doing so would have a 100% chance of damaging your reputation. Right? Even to me, a demon lord starting a fight in front of such an influential audience seemed like a poor idea. And my policy was to fight a challenger only after they conquered my labyrinth. If I started bending that rule for no good reason, I'd have to duke it out with every idiot I passed by on the street. And what's more, someone in the chamber was angrier than me. People are strange that way. If someone else gets angry first, that actually has a calming effect on you. Let me ask you, Prince Elric, what you are doing is antagonizing not only me, but the entire Western Holy Church, said Hinata. Are you prepared to accept the consequences? No need to worry. I will not cause any trouble for the Western Holy Church, nor for the Holy Empire of Lubelius. Just sit there and watch, and I will guarantee your safety. Seeing Hinata fight to keep her cool, I forgot all about how angry I was. But from the chairman on down, there were councillors attempting to defy Elric's group. We weren't alone in the lion's den here. We hadn't been rejected by the council. These were just some idiots gone out of control. Maybe it wasn't worth getting worked up about. That is not the issue. I have been asked by the council to attend this session as an impartial observer. My role is to ensure its proceedings remain fair, and I am thus in no position to let your recklessness go unanswered. If this was the council's will, that would be a different story, but please don't expect I will allow a single person to act out of line like this. Given their relative positions, Hinata was trying to reason with Elric first. I doubted it'd work much. The words just weren't reaching him. Lady Hinata is right. This nonsense will not be tolerated in the chamber. Prince Elric, I heard nothing about this. And Sir Gaban, do you expect no repercussions from this? Lord Rimuru himself came out here for us. This treatment is going to spark an international incident. This is unforgivable. Is this how the kingdom of Englesia oppresses its people? Rage, anger, ranting. More and more councillors were putting up a fight. Now I felt like I was in a theatre, watching the events unfold from my seat. My starring role might be taken from me, but I didn't care. Without fairness, can you call it a council at all? Now the chairman was shouting. I cheered him on in my mind. Keep it up, keep it up. Shut your mouths, old men. You can simper all you want once I've taken control of the Demon Lord. Reiner, meanwhile, was already up on his imaginary victory podium. He had already riled Hinata past the point of no return, so I doubted I needed to do anything. I figured we'd just ignore him. Prince Elric, our agreement only covered our bodyguard services for you alone. Any hazardous behavior you engage in would void our agreement. Wow. So the Sons of the Veld leader wasn't in on this? And here I had bunched them all together in my mind. Good thing I learned the facts in time. Yes. The demon Lord Rimuru is the most dangerous figure I can personally think of. That labyrinth he created is crawling with all kinds of insane creatures. You'd have to be a madman to come up with it. Should I take that as a compliment? Maybe all that fighting was worth it after all. The elementalist leading Green Fury was almost too scared of me now. Nonsense. You cowards do nothing but get in my way. Ah, but Guy's in the same boat with Reiner, eh? They seemed pretty alike, overconfident and turning a deaf ear to all outside opinion. He was flashing hateful looks at me now, although I really didn't know where the grudge came from. Either way, the chamber was one step away from erupting into full-fledged combat. Elric, taking charge in the midst of this stalemate, raised a hand. Order! All of you, listen. Prince Elric is speaking, shouted Gaban, who had come down from the mezzanine to stand next to Elric. The prince nodded his approval, took a long, careful look around and suddenly spoke. Councillors, now is the time to express your will to me. Will you join us, the heroes who will slay the Demon Lord? Or will you side with that nefarious lord and betray humankind? I, Prince Elric von Ingoldsea, know in my heart that the representatives before me will make the correct choice. He gloated like a stage actor. What? I reflexively replied. We're gonna vote on it now. The prince nodded back at me like this was common sense. After that wacky entrance he made, he still wanted to try upholding his honor. Besides, if we held a vote right now, there's no way he'd win a majority of... Hey, why not? We must decide this democratically by vote. Of course, I'm sure we hardly need to. The council, you see, is firmly on my side. That piqued my interest. He was supremely confident, as if he already knew the results which, if you thought about it, was ridiculous. Not even a prince could get away with this outrageous behavior in an international council like this. So why was he doing it? Understood. He has likely bribed many of the councillors. Ah, I knew it. But I didn't think he'd buy off representatives from foreign nations as well. It'd be an international scandal if it got out, so I discounted any possibility of that. Served me right for making the wrong assumption. Now let us decide, fairly and honestly. We're about to defeat and take rule over the Demon Lord. All in agreement, stand up. As the prince's voice rang up to the rafters, several councillors rose to their feet with vile smirks. The collusion was obvious. Well, I suppose it's come to this. Even if today's turned out disappointing, I've got all the time in the world. If we've been rejected, then it's our duty to accept those results. Report. There are no problems. This is within expectations. It is. I was struck by the vision of Raphael letting a dark grin materialize on its visage. Come to think of it, so I had done a lot of investigating, hadn't he? People's opinions of our nation, the financial states of all the countries, how the royalty and nobility approached them. He had even pored through the legislative proceedings of each member nation. Raphael had examined all of it in intricate detail, and inside my stomach it had quickly created a set of documents for me. I took them out. It was a set of ledgers. Oh, secret ledgers? Were these really within your expectations, Raphael? I couldn't believe this guy had actually found dirt on all the paid-off counselors. If I revealed these detailed lists of bribes given and received, I could take down everyone involved in one fell swoop. And now that I had incontrovertible evidence, this really was nothing more than a farce. That's Raphael for you. No stone left unturned. It was honestly scary. Report. My lord will be victorious without needing to reveal that evidence. Before I could figure out what it meant, the vote was over. Several councillors stood up and started clapping. Seeing this, Elric's voice boomed out again. We have our results, and the council's majority agrees. The resolution has passed. Gaban and Rena had similarly sinister smiles as Elric gloated to the audience. They were ready to capture us at any moment, but not so fast. Fewer than a third of the council's members were actually on their feet. The majority were still sitting down. That fool Elric was so sure of his plan that he declared victory without even looking at the seat. Now the councillors clapping for Elric realized they were the minority. They nervously looked around, faces growing pale. The results were clear. The majority was against slaying the Demon Lord. In other words, me. Interestingly, I had more ledgers on me than the number of people standing up. They made up more than half the council, in fact, but I guess a lot of them had a sudden change of heart. Understood. It is believed that, after removing the spiritual interference earlier, they have regained their consciences. I see. They regained their wits and realized how foolishly they were acting. Excellent. It meant the people seated right now had weighed the issue fairly and decided to side with me. The bribes were apparently good enough for some of them, but understood. It is believed that the spiritual interference stimulates the desires of its targets. It appears to exact a powerful coercive force on them. I kinda sympathize with them then. Between that and Masayuki's chosen one, mind-altering skills are a menace indeed. Masayuki had no control over it, but it looked like this skill user could target individual people. I didn't know who it was, but it was definitely someone to watch out for. That blonde dude, maybe? Well, at least the freed councillors saw the light in time. They all seemed friendly enough to me, so maybe I could keep quiet about the bribes. Really, though, if the fate of nations can ride on the choices of just a few councillors, I think there might be some issues with the whole council system. If organizations like the League of Nations or the United Nations can't keep themselves pure like that, it's only a matter of time before they go rotten. Corrupt representatives ruin the reputation of the nation they represent. If you're going to leave nations' destinies to individual personalities and dignities, then I wish they picked the councillors here a lot more carefully. But then that's nothing for me to worry about. My concern right now was with the people who stood up. Anyone who kept their head down and engaged in injustice like this needed to pay for their crimes. Before that, I thought, we should open the eyes of the fools who still hadn't caught up with event. Take a breath and look closer at the room. I kept myself composed as I spoke to Elric. What are you? He hadn't noticed the vote yet. It's amazing how much you could embarrass yourself when you were this stupid. What are you, a clown? What? No, pardon me, Prince Elric. It was just so comical, you see. Even Hinata, coldly viewing this farce, chose this moment to join with me. She may have seemed frigid, but right now, she was bursting to fight. I didn't want to lose out to her, but Hinata's lips were simply moving too fast. The majority of the chamber voted against your opinion. As the observer, I hereby declare that this vote was carried out in a fair, legal fashion. Of course, I'm sure the council will hold an inquiry later to determine whether you had any right to call for a vote in the first place. Oh, I refuse to stand for this nonsense. Have you all forsaken me? Puffed, puffed. I love it. His anticipated results failing to happen, Elric was now carrying on like a child. Considering how much of a narcissist he was, seeing him break down like this was the height of comedy. Hinata was all smiles, and so was I. I could just feel all the frustration from before dissolve away. Yes. Yes, Prince Elric is right. Do you understand what this means, everyone? If you pull an act like this, we will rescind our nation's support to— Wait. What does that mean, Sir Gavin? Would you mind explaining it to us? The exhausted-looking chairman cut Gavin off right as he was shouting, spittle sticking to the edges of his lips. Something about that statement must have caught his attention. Our nation's support, perhaps. Understood. It is excerpted in the previous documents. I looked back at them. Yes. Now I see the transactions in detail. Anti-flooding construction in the Kingdom of Reba. Food support for the drought in Karnada. They've made many other promises of support to an assortment of nations. And this is how they were meant to pay you back, huh? But if you're going to cut off that support after they stop taking your orders, it's all but admitting to the malignant bribery you've been engaging in. Wow! Why do you know about our internal affairs? Elric was silenced. Gaban was unable to hide his shock. I remained calm and lorded over them with a light smile. That was all I needed to bluff my opponents. I didn't really know what was going on either, but if that's what Raphael said, I was sure there was no doubting it. Now, Elric's allies were beside themselves with panic. The chairman, sensing my gist, was staring at them like a man possessed. The council had just taken another turn. Now things were tilting our way for good. I saw one of the councillors try to sit down when no one was looking. None of that, thanks. So his sticky steel thread had already kept them standing in place. I knew it, said the sons of the Veld leader in an indistinct, genderless voice. We're not in the business of guarding someone looking to prod the hornet's nest. I guess their business transaction with Elric was over. Victory was ours. By now, our objectives were as good as accomplished, but there were still some fools here who refused to accept defeat. Enough of this utter garbage. Prince Elric, now is no time to give up. Once I defeat the Demon Lord, our problems are solved. Reiner. Yes, General Reiner. We still have you, the greatest weapon in our arsenal. What a sight for sore eyes. They didn't know when to quit, I guess. Now they were casting the entire council aside to fulfill their aims. I doubted it would work, but then I didn't know much about an idiot's thought processes. Are you trying to defeat me? Of course, you fool. Or have you gotten cold feet now? Crawl up here and lick my boots, and I'll think about keeping this painless for you. Reiner's vulgar smile was back. He was flashing the orb of domination around, so I suppose he was still intent on stuffing that into me somehow. Guy behind him gave out some sort of order to his soldiers. They promptly moved to block the door. I suppose they wanted to keep everyone in here, to keep word of their blunders from getting out. The Sons of the Veldt had already taken a step back, but there were still a few upper-level adventurers on Elric's side, weapons out and pointed at us. We weapons in the chamber? Of all the foolish things. The chairman was screaming his head off, but the soldiers were keeping anyone from leaving the mezzanine. I stopped hearing him after a while, so I guess he got captured along with the other counselors. If it's come to this, I thought, but Hinata moved first. As observer, I refused to accept this reckless behavior. Also, Hinata smiled at Reina, reminding him of all the insults he lobbed at her. She wasn't armed, since weapons weren't allowed in the chamber, but if she was, I'm sure she would have had her hand on the hilt of her sword by now. They're so dead. Rimuru, I'll take care of this. Hey, oh, this is rich. I am the strongest man in Anglesea, and I say it's time to expose you. Some saint you are? You might gotten carried away being touted as the guardian of humankind and all, but that ends today. It's time to give you a dose of reality. Never once reflecting on her actual skills, Reina gave Hinata all the bombast he could muster. And you know what? He wasn't weak, and over in rank even. He could probably wage a pretty even battle with a magic born like Gelmud. But he wouldn't know, would he? In a land as peaceful as Anglesea, he was an outstanding talent and font of strength, but he hadn't put in hours on the battlefield fighting monster. That's why he was so oblivious to the threat they posed. Gai was the same. Would you allow me to engage the Demon Lord then? Of course. But don't kill him, Gai. Make sure you control the force of that holy sword I gave you. No need to remind me. With this piece of equipment, I'll never face failure again. Gai wanted to go against me. Whatever fancy weapon he got put him in high spirits, but it wasn't anything that extraordinary, kind of towing the line between rare and unique. Plus, if he's relying on equipment and skills instead of actual talent, it's unlikely he had much of the latter to work with. Guy's another over a fighter, but to me right now, he wasn't even a threat. Faced with a foe like this, the honest thought in my mind was, man, I really don't want to have to deal with this. But apparently, I wouldn't need to. All this time, I've put up with your humiliation, but you have been far too rude to Sir Rimuru, the man I respect and admire. Shuna stepped in front of me, her attitude suggesting she'd take no prisoners. Quietly, she walked up to Guy. Wow, she might be way angrier than me. Looking around, I spotted Benimaru, frozen in place and not moving an inch. He was caught flat-footed, and when our eyes met, he gave me an awkward look. Yeah, I get it. We were of the same mind, and one glance was all it took to confirm that. How long will you continue to put me down? Aren't you ashamed at all, Demon Lord Rimuru, hiding in the shadow of this poor little girl? Shuna was right in front of Guy as he continued to scoff at me. What did he expect from me? If Shuna was ready to kick ass, I didn't want to steal her thunder. And if Benimaru was reluctantly giving her the stage, I had to follow suit. Silence. There is no need for Sir Rimuru or my brother to bother themselves with you. I am more than enough. If you say so. But you better not regret this, all right? Man or woman, I go easy on no one. With that, he took out his sword. It was a holy one. Pretty cool looking, I thought. But Shuna's smile only widened. Her passer skill must have already stripped Gay's abilities bare for her, and if it did, I had nothing to worry about. If something went awry, so I was already poised to step in, so I decided to cheer her on instead. And so, as the leaders of the council and I looked on, the battle between our two groups began. I might have tried to make that sound epic-making, but the fight was over in an instant. First off, Hinata against Reina. This was like an elephant against an ant. There was Hinata, dressed to the nines in the formal wear she picked for the council. It didn't look too suited for physical work, but she still lunged at Raina, not a single wasted motion in her approach. Raina, meanwhile, couldn't keep up with her at all. I couldn't blame him. She wasn't going at 100% force right now, but she might very well be stronger than a demon lord or two. Reaching for his chest, she grabbed Raina by the hand and shoulder and threw him straight off his feet. As for Gay, he lived up to his word, offering no quarter as he slashed at Shuna. But that didn't alarm her, so she removed her folding fan and made a single swipe. That was all it took for Guy's blade to snap off. Ha! His pained wail sounded less than heroic, but Shuna wasn't done yet. What garbage! I'm not going to make this kill easy for you. You said something about the, rank if I recall, but would you mind fighting seriously for me, please? Don't tell me you're giving up just because your sword's broken. She pointed the fan at Guy, egging him on. Damn you. A monster like you acting like my lord and master. Indignant didn't begin to describe Gear's state just then, but Shuna was clearly toying with him. The talent difference was clear, and if he thought he could win, I had no idea what was going through his mind. Still, Shuna's a damn good martial artist, isn't she? Yes. She's been learning jujitsu from Hakuru. Shrine maidens are certainly versatile. Of course, Hakuro's jujitsu was the old style suited for real-life combat. A lot of its moves were designed to kill, putting the art well beyond the bounds of self-defense. If that's the kind of thing they taught ogre princesses, there was no denying that race's battle chops. Shuna's follow-up attack continued. Guy had taken out a backup sword, but she kept toying with him, knocking him down with a foot sweep. His heavy armor backfired on him as he frantically tried and failed to get up. Now she loomed over him, her fetching lips reciting a spell. I dedicate my prayers to my God. I seek the power of the mighty spirits. Now heed my request. The prayer coursed through space and time to reach me. It didn't have to since I was right there, but that didn't matter. A multi-layered magic circle surrounded the flabbergasted Gay. Wait. This magic... Oh, he knew it. He really did break the, rank barrier then. But understanding it and being capable of defying it were two different things. The spell was near completion, and there was no escaping it. Could he withstand or block it? I doubted it. After all, this spell... Hey! Stop it! Consume all. Disintegration is the most powerful of all holy magic. A torrent of light swallowed Guy whole, consuming everything inside, or so it appeared. Just as I was thinking, oh great, she killed him, I realized it wasn't the case after all. No. The swirl of light disappeared, revealing a half-naked Gay. His legs must have failed him, because he was sitting down on the floor and weeping like a schoolyard kid. Well, hey, at least he's alive. Oh dear, my skills are still so immature. I suppose my magic didn't work. I knew I shouldn't have tried a spell I'm still practicing. She smiled the whole way through. I had to resist shouting, yeah, right at her. Using disintegration to strip only the armor off someone, after all, is an impossible feat unless you had perfect control over the spell. Really though, it wasn't that long ago since I had Shuna and Adelman work together to learn holy magic, and she'd already learned the hardest spell. What a magic phenom she was! Her passer skill must have been offering her tons of support. Regardless though, it meant she beat Guy without breaking a sweat. That left Hinata, but the results were already clear as day. Gee, General Reiner, stop playing around. Silence that impertinent woman at once. You must defeat the Demon Lord. We have no time for games." Gabon and Elric, failing to grasp the situation, were shouting at Rainer in unison. Rainer couldn't move. Hinata's stare was just too withering for him. Only after that throw did he finally realize just how much stronger she was. "Not coming back for me? Then how about I head over to you?" The moment Hinata moved to take a step forward. With one of the most pathetic screams ever uttered in the world, Rainer buried his head in his hands and fell to his knees. A steaming liquid was leaking out from his crotch. "Holy crap!" Who was wetting their pants now, huh? It was so exasperating that I didn't know what to say. "Why, General Rainer, what? What has happened?" "As strong as you are, Hinata, the saints should pose no challenge at all. Seeing someone refuse to accept reality like this is scary, isn't it? It made it so easy to issue the cruelest of orders to people." Rainer just kneeled there, tears and spittle intermingling all over his face. So much for that. It was a mismatch from the start, but I assumed this was the end of it. With that settled, I looked around at the people standing by their ground floor seats. The most prominent one was Elric, in the front row and acting strangely. The Sons of the Veld were huddled next to him, but I doubted they wanted to fight. They were keeping a natural distance, appealing to me with their body language that they wanted nothing to do with this. "All right, Elric. Sorry, Prince Elric. You picked a fight with me, so what are you going to do now?" "Keep going." Oh no. "And you guys who stood up. I'm assuming your home nations fully sanction your behavior today, right? So can I presume them guilty of the same crimes?" "No, that, Rimuru, please, one moment, I mean, Lord Rimuru. Please allow me to speak for a moment." I was greeting them with a smile. They were keeping their pallid faces down. A few of them were trying their hardest to plead their case, but I ignored them. So I had forced them to remain on their feet, so all these counselors who incurred my hostility could do right now was plead for mercy. Whether I engaged with them or not, they were powerless. This way, I knew I had the upper hand. From the side, it may have looked like a pretty little girl nonchalantly lording it over a bunch of grown-ups. A rare sight if you ever saw one. Comical, probably. No way a faceless crowd like this could ever oppress a demon lord. Their lack of common sense, or a mind too weak to notice reality, just lost them the day. And what a sloppy strategy. I can't believe they really thought they'd beat me and turn me into some kind of puppet demon lord. I suppose Hinata was right. They wanted to rile me into making the first move, but so how to settle this? Well, hang on. Over half the counselors were subjected to spiritual interference, their desires stimulated. Without me intervening, they would have sided with Elric, and his measure would have passed, putting me in a bad spot. No matter the internal circumstances, it was nigh impossible to reverse a completed vote. Things only worked out like this thanks to Raphael. But clearly, someone's out to get one over on me here. Report. Murderous will detected. The target is the subject, Elric. Oh, crap. My magic sense skill was picking it up, too. Over a mile away, someone was eyeing this chamber with malicious intent. But what would they do from this far? I promptly invoked Mind Accelerate and gauged the situation. Via magic sense, I saw a girl with red hair and kind of a wild look. In her hand was something small, black, and metallic. A handgun. A handgun from that range. And I didn't know how far one could shoot, but understood. It is the Walther P99, a compact, lightweight, but highly capable pistol with an effective range of 55 yards. I didn't need to know all that, thanks. Maybe it's a really good gun, but if it can't clear a football field, it's pointless. Our chamber is almost in the center of Engelsia, built inside a special security zone. Anti-magic defenses are built into its walls, sturdy enough that your run-of-the-mill attack couldn't even make a dent. Besides, any bullet fired would be subject to the physical laws of gravity and air resistance. Maybe it was enhanced with magic or skills, but if so, there was no reason not to use a full-on sniper rifle. Of course, you needed to see a target to shoot it, and there shouldn't have been any way for the girl to see Elric from her spot. Even if she had access to magic sense to pinpoint his location, there was a wall in our direct path, making a sniper strike impossible. After the recent assassination of Duke Mears, security had been beefed up around the chain. I was on my guard as well, and I had already confirmed that this building was a poor choice for an assassination strike from far away. So her behavior shouldn't have meant anything to us. Shouldn't have. Or was she aiming for a ricochet that changed the path of? The moment I had the thought, the red-haired woman fired her handgun. In the midst of dilated time, I could see the bullet fire out from the barrel, flying at blazing speed only to be swallowed into a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. As I goggled, the bullet disappeared. Report. This is spatial connection, a type of spatial motion. Spatial connection was just that, a skill that connected two recognized points in space together. If the distance involved was small and the portal tiny, it apparently didn't take that much effort to deploy. But I didn't have the time to listen to that explanation. The red-haired woman had used magic sense to pinpoint our positions, then aimed carefully and launched her skill so her bullet would reappear within close range of Elric. Thanks to that, she was about to assassinate someone across a full mile of walls, homes, and who knows what else. A small black hole opened up in the air, about 1.5 feet from the side of Elric's head. Coming out of it was a sure kill bullet running at 1/4 mile a second. It was a point-blank shot, and there was nothing blocking it from drawing nearer and nearer to him. Slowly but surely, I watched it unfold, but I couldn't do anything. My voice wouldn't reach him in time, nor could I move quickly enough to try to stop it. It is not a problem. Launch the ultimate skill, Beelzebub, Lord of Gluttony? Yes. No! Oh, that'll work, I thought as I invoked it. And then, ignoring all time and space, the bullet tumbled into my hand, all its energy gone. Are you okay? A disturbed-looking Hinata was already talking to Elric as she approached him. The Velt leader appeared just as shocked as he stole a glance at me. I said nothing as I checked up on Elric. He didn't seem to understand what was going on and was just staring into space. Only a couple of us did know, really. But whatever happened must have triggered the building's magic security network, because alarms began going off chamber-wide. The session would have to adjourn for a while. So we capture the assassin. I have a replication on its way. As we waited for the counselors to calm down, I carried out the tasks demanded of me. Already there was an investigation happening nearby. You could kill a person with this? Yes, it's called a bullet. You need a special tool to fire it, but there's not one near us at the moment. So the assassin was targeting Prince Elric? But what for? To frame the demon Lord Rimuru, of course. Indeed. If Prince Elric was killed at this point in time, suspicions would naturally turn to Lord Rimuru. It'd certainly complicate our efforts to admit Tempest into the council. Yes, that was probably the real motive. These fools were likely set up as disposable pawns the whole time. The security chief, sons of the Velt leader, Chairman Lester and Hinata were discussing matters here. I was certainly glad to be cleared of doubt. Elric was safe now, although he'd need to face up to the commotion he caused in the chamber later. Am I being targeted even now? He asked, his face haggard. He might have been a fool, but I didn't want him dead or anything. I think it's all right now, Elric. Sorry, Prince Elric. When the assassin missed you, that put an end to the ambitions of whoever wanted you dead. At this point, there's no reason for them to try again. By now, it was no longer possible to frame me for murder. Elric was no longer of use to them, you could say, and therefore he had no need to fear for his life. But I'm the prince of a superpower nation. People could exploit me in so many ways. You think so? Maybe he was vulnerable as someone in line for the throne before he pulled all that nonsense today. But he wasn't officially crown prince, and there were other people in the line of succession, so at this point, if Elric had actually succeeded today, he would have been a hero, I suppose. But Englesia wasn't easy enough on its royalty that an idiot prince doing dumb things would be allowed on the throne. Maybe the people would sympathize with his motives, but they'd never forgive him for screwing up. After today, Elric's chances of being King Elric someday were as good as gone. Hey, life's not all about becoming king, is it? You'll probably need to atone for today somehow, but after that, why don't you try reconsidering your future a little? I became a demon lord just by sort of drifting along, but I never really wanted to be one or anything. But there's no going back on it now, so I figure I may as well take advantage. Yeah. A demon lord offering me comfort? I thought you'd be scarier, more vengeful. I'm not trying to comfort you, but generally I'm a pacifist. Elric's shoulders slumped down as he resigned himself to his fate. I was a fool to be tricked like that, Gavin. It's time for you to take responsibility. Prince? You were the one who approached me. I fell for your cajoling, and I must atone for that, but you had best prepare to do the same, Count Gaban. Elric had now fully given himself up to the security team. It was pretty obvious that Gabon was the main person behind all this, rounding up Rayna and Elric and convincing them to cause this wild scene. I'm sure someone's using Gabon too. That mystery organization, perhaps. I can't write it off as a conspiracy theory. It's probably best to conduct a full investigation, but not even Zoe has found any clues yet. If we can capture the sniper, though, maybe that'll lead to something. Let's hold out hope for that. And meanwhile, there's someone else I need to consult about. So, Gabon, there's something I wanted to ask. I turned my eyes to Gabon in custody. Oh, whoa, what? What does a demon lord want from me? Even now, his attitude still had problems. I want you to tell me what you were scheming when you enticed Prince Elric to join you. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know anything. Are you abandoning me? And where's your evidence? Yeah, I was asked by the prince to invite you here, but I certainly had no idea he would try something like that. You will not talk your way out of this, Sir Gabon. Both the other councillors and I in this chamber will speak against your case. Johann was having none of it, and neither were the assorted representatives nodding along with him, including a few being forced to keep standing. No problem finding witnesses then. But it's true, I didn't know. The prince designed all of this. All I did was follow his orders. Nonsense. You're the very one who procured the orb and brought the plan to me. I can't say I know what you're talking about. Again, you will need to find some proof. Gabon was sticking to his story, and as sly as I'm sure he was, he must have been convinced that no evidence was left. Would it be hard to pin anything on him then? It'd probably damage his reputation for a period of time, but at this rate I could see him returning to the scene after a while. That's the nobility for you. You can't take your eyes off them for a moment and they'll never go down too easily. A more direct approach, with weapons, would be quickest, but that was a last resort. As I thought about this, the door suddenly opened. His Majesty the King Aegil is here. The attendant's shout was audible across the chamber, and those responding to it immediately stood at attention. I was about to join them before Shuna and Benimaru stopped me. Yeah, me kneeling or whatever would have presented an awkward picture. Apart from Hinata and me, however, everyone was focused entirely on the new royal visitor. Even the chairman was bowing his head. That's the kind of respect the king of a nation like Anglesea deserved. King Aegil glanced at the councillors, so I had restrained. He didn't linger on them long before turning to me, his bushy blonde hair going well with his curly moustache. "I see my son's caused you some trouble." "You could say that. But I think we've cleared up our misunderstandings. I had no intention of exaggerating things. If human society could accept us, better to let a little rudeness now and then slide." "Ah, very good. Then, as his father, not as a king, I give you my apology and my appreciation." He lightly bowed his head at me. The king himself. I was willing to accept that. Consider it forgiven, but I don't want to see a repeat. Yes, that I'm certainly aware of. I hope to build a good relationship with you. King Aegil looked straight at me, providing me with what I felt were his honest feeling. I figured I should trust him on that. If he reneged, I could consider my options at that time. "It'll be good to work with you then." "And with you." We shook hands. He was also kind enough to forgive the busted-up desk, so as far as I was concerned, our reconciliation was complete. "All rise." Everyone raised their faces. They had all overheard our exchange, but I suppose this formality indicated that it wasn't meant to be on the record. A king wasn't supposed to bow to a foreign power that readily, and I supposed King Aegil saw it as a last resort. Father." "Enough. You need some remedial education, I see." "Yes, father." "Mom." With a nod, King Aegil turned to Gaban. "Count Gaban." "Your Majesty." "You were talking about evidence. Were you expecting a quick escape because you thought I wouldn't intervene?" "No, Your Majesty, not at all. I have called for magical inquisitors. I will let them decide your treatment." Gah. Now Gaban seemed concerned. He clung to the king. "Pete, please forgive me. I will tell you everything, so please, Your Majesty, have mercy." His desperation might have evoked sympathy among some people, but King Aegil's reaction was merciless. "Take him away." "Sir." One glance at his attendants, and his royal guard sprang into action. "Now, Sir Reiner, Sir Gay, you'll come with us as well." The guard began to haul them off. "Stop! Let me go. Who do you think I am?" They tried to resist, but were stopped in their tracks by a group of hooded men that appeared. Those magical inquisitors, I supposed. Reiner and Gay tried to resist as well, but the men had them subdued in short order, treating those admittedly powerful men like little children. I could tell these weren't your average prison guards. No. Anglesea really is a superpower, huh? And they got some pretty tough hombres working for them. Report. It is likely a show of force to prove to my master that they have powerful fighters at their disposal. Ah? One of those don't mess with us things. This must have been their way of demonstrating that Reiner wasn't the best Anglesea could produce, an attempt to preserve their dignity. It's hard being a king. I guess he had to stay on his toes to keep a demon lord like me from taking advantage of him. As if Aegil wouldn't have used my power to make Anglesea the world's dominant force if Elric had actually succeeded. Well, if you wanted to keep a legion of sly, cunning nobility under your finger, I supposed you needed that type of malice in you. Excuse me then. And please allow us to handle this affair. With that, the king's entourage left. They confiscated the orb of domination too, by the looks of it, but I didn't mind. I had already disabled it while no one was looking. It wouldn't do to see it used for evil purposes. It also wouldn't do for me to carry on about it any longer, so I let it go without comment. Following an afternoon break, we continued with the legislative session. The councillors seemed a lot less energetic than they were in the morning hours, somehow. That was lucky for me because I didn't need to cajole them into passing all the day's important business. The following 3 resolutions were enacted today. Tempest is recognized as a nation. Tempest will officially join the Council. The Council's military rights will be assigned to Tempest. These were accepted without protest and passed, barring any issues, by unanimous vote. It was a long road to get there, but everything I wrote up for the Council was accepted in the end. I'm really not good at this level of brinkmanship with a room full of hungry sharks. People can scoff at my ideas all they want, but having to feel out my opponent's mind and objectives just tires me out. I think I'll let Raphael handle that for me from now on. Understood. Today it was brute strength that let me take control of my problem, but I didn't lash out first. It was Hinata and that charming young Shuna. In fact, I was the guy who saved Elric's life. This amply demonstrated the broadness of my heart, I think, so I was pretty satisfied with myself. What's more, I had taught them all a valuable lesson. Attempting physical force against a demon lord was meaningless. The session behind us, we left the chamber. It was a stormy day, but now it was finally over. Chapter 4. Behind the curtain. Glenda Attlee, the beautiful ex-mercenary, pulled the trigger with every intent to kill. The gun she had kept since she was summoned to this world didn't betray her. It was already a part of her body, to the point that it no longer even required maintenance. Combine that with her sniper unique skill and there was nobody who could stop her. Sniper, as a skill, provided 3 abilities. One was magic sense, tuned to a perception level far beyond the norm. One was compute prediction, letting her read and understand the results of people's actions, and the other was called control space. This third ability, in particular, made Glenda practically superhuman, allowing her to connect any 2 points in space that you could picture in her mind. Anything she had physical sight of was within gunshot range for her. She could shoot from directly above the heads of her targets, and she was free to ignore any obstacles in her way as she landed a bullet home. She could also ignore all gravity and air resistance, making long-range shots possible without a sniper rifle. Put this all together, and Glenda had never failed a mission. But after her last blunder, she came to realize that there was always someone better out there. That was Doom. A monster like that's too much for me. The moment she saw him, Glenda realized how dangerous this opponent was. That man, Diablo, was impervious to her handgun. It wasn't a matter of physical attacks not working. Glenda had 2 types of bullets, a normal one and a magic-infused set. The first type was for when she couldn't leave any magical traces behind, but for monsters with physical resistance, Glenda concentrated her own magical force into bullet form, an original magic skill of hers. She treasured the ability to handle anything that came her way, and so Glenda truly had no blind spots. But Diablo didn't work that way. Her instincts warned her to run from him, her compute prediction skill foreseeing nothing but her death. Even with her standard breaking strength, she could see no possible path to victory, a hard lesson in reality for her to take that day. And now Glenda had stretched her magic sense skills to their limits to carry out an assassination. The bullet she fired appeared just a foot or so away from her target. Now, in the blink of an eye, it demolished his head, or it should have. That 18-inch or so gap was very carefully selected. When connecting 2 points in space, the connection would fail if the destination point overlapped with a certain amount of mass. In other words, if the target unexpectedly moved, the connection Glenda built might cut out. That's why she settled on 18 inches. Even someone with godly reflexes couldn't respond quickly enough to something that close, especially a bullet traveling at the speed of sound. That monster is one thing, but the prince of a kingdom is no sweat. Well, no point crying about it. I'll have to come up with a strategy for the next time I see him. She was much more confident about today's mission, but at the next moment her face filled with surprise and foreboding. The bullet that was supposed to shatter the prince's head had vanished. No. What just happened? The unthinkable had occurred, something impossible under any normal circumstances. She didn't know why it took place, but if someone had done something, it had to be that demon lord. Him. That devil bastard's boss. Did I underestimate him too? That was Glenda's initial reaction. For a moment, she thought about firing again. Her perfect ambush had just failed, so any further attempt had even less of a chance. She knew that, but it meant that she'd fail her mission. Her bosses, Maribel and the Elder Granville, would never allow that. It made her hesitate, and thus she failed to escape soon enough. Hey, I would say so. You did underestimate Sir Raimuru, and I have no interest in forgiving you for that. Who are you? My name is Soe, faithful covert agent of the demon lord Rimuru. Glenda was shocked, but quickly she resigned herself. The man didn't ask her name in return, not because he didn't care about her, she thought, but because that could wait until he captured and interrogated her. If she could just get away, she could keep what she knew concealed. The assassination failed, and being captured afterward would be an even worse fate. Any further mistakes, and she'd be disposed of as useless. Glenda had seen many of her compatriots walk that road, and to her, getting away was job number one right now. She squared up against her foe. So you were expecting an attack? Yes. Everything was worked out in Surimuru's mind. If you want to resist, go right ahead. I have no interest in killing you, but the more you resist, the more painful this will be for you. Oh, kind of you. In that case, I'll do what I want here, thank you. Without hesitation, Glenda fired instead of waiting for a response. This was a single, regular bullet. She had 16 left, but she doubted they'd work against the magic-born who called himself so. A magic bullet would, probably, but instead Glenda took out her military knife, slashing at Soai with a refined, well-honed motion. So I dodged it with the minimum movement required. Glenda smiled at this. The knife was infused with her magical force, making it both a physical and magical weapon. She did this when facing foes where physical attack wouldn't be enough, and so I just revealed that he saw it as a threat. Plus, Glenda had noticed another habit of Zoe's. This guy's the type who hates extraneous motion. He may be more susceptible to simpler methods. Let's see how comfortable he'll be in a moment. She unleashed another attack, knife in her right hand, gun in her left. Unhesitant, she repeatedly pulled the trigger, gauging Zoe's response. As she predicted, there was no reaction. He must have known they'd have no effect on him, but he kept his guard up, staying on the alert for her knife. Not bad. Maybe the strongest opponent I've ever had. Diablo didn't count in Glenda's mind. Foes she never had a chance against weren't tabulated in her records. So his left pointer finger moved. Glenda didn't miss it, sensing the danger and instantly performing a backward somersault to dodge. There was now a sizable distance between them, and that was the right move for her to make, because in the next instant an ultra-thin wire advanced upon her original position. Oh, you have good instincts. Well, thank you. You're not so bad either. The light exchange was punctuated by a gunshot from Glenda. It wasn't a threat to Sue. He went straight at her, not bothering to evade. So simple. I'm glad to have opponents like these. They're so easy to deal with. Magic bullets didn't require any firing. They could be shot without a sound, so she mixed one in with her regular bullets. Now that her attack pattern was established, she'd strike with her real attack while his guard was down. That was Glenda's standard strategy. Take a seemingly wasted shot and turn it into an instant kill. Even if you were expecting it, it'd be tricky to dodge it out of the blue. And so I demonstrated the same reactions all the other titans she defeated before did. He took the bullet in the right shoulder and was sent flying back. Ah ha ha ha! So much for you, handsome man. Rama fell for the same trick. The more confident you are, the more effective a simple move like that becomes. Glenda laughed loudly, but her eyes were still alert, surveying the damage to Sawar. Going easy after felling your prey was out of the question. That was the ironclad rule of the battlefield, and Glenda would never relax without checking her foe for a pulse. Besides, she didn't think she killed him with a single shot anyway. I see. More of a handful than I thought. Being a sore loser now. Well, sorry. If you've seen my face, my only choice is to take you out. Soe, back on his feet, had lost his right arm. The fight seemed to be Glenda's to win. That's why she was more careful than ever as she pointed her gun forward. Magic bullets work on him. And now, with my next move, I'll blow his brains out. Launching her sniper unique skill, Glenda cautiously steadied her aim. Don't worry. I've been asked to capture you. I imagine Sir Rimuru wants information from you, but he's a gentle person. Cooperate with him, and you won't be killed. Don't lecture me like that now. With a shout, Glenda fired. 3 bullets toward his head, 2 toward his heart. 5 magic bullets whizzing straight to their targets. Then the first 3 made the leap in space, reappearing in front, above, and to the right side of his head. The other 2 quickly followed, materializing before his heart and at an angle behind it. All 5 bullets hit home, shattering Soai's body. These warp shots were Glenda's PCDR systems. Magically created bullets, unlike their regular counterparts, could disrupt and scatter magicule. Even if he could regenerate his body, those shots made it impossible. No matter what your skills were with a sword or spear, being targeted by supersonic bullets from all directions would be impossible for even the greatest of masters to handle. Based on her past experiences, Glenda knew full well what she was capable of. That was the secret to her continued survival, and that was why she now checked to be sure Soe was dead. His body was, in fact, collapsing into black smoke in front of her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief. Since the moment she caught sight of him, a dark anxiety had been smoldering in her heart. It wasn't as vivid as it was with Diablo, but her instincts told her this was a dangerous foe. It's over. You were a tough one. I didn't have any capacity to go easy on you. Glenda was so relieved that the words just fell out of her. But that relief came just a bit too early. Suddenly, behind her, she heard a voice that couldn't possibly be there. Oh, really? In that case, why not give up and let me capture you? She reflexively leaped out of the way. Turning around in a panic, she saw Soe himself standing there. That's crazy. Didn't you die just now? Hey, you're the crazy one. You think that was enough to kill me? I have no reason to lose to you anyway. Then I'll just do it one more time. Glenda froze. Anyone would. Unbelievably to her, she now sensed Soe's presence on all sides of her. She immediately activated magic sense, but it just revealed the very truth she didn't want to know. It can't be. Why are all of these physical bodies? That's ridiculous. What kind of joke is this? It's simple. I have a skill known as replication. That is all. And while my replications aren't as powerful as my true self, you should be proud that you defeated at least one of them. Or at least one of the 4 Soes in the room, offered Glenda his sincere compliment. But now, escape was possible. God damn it! With a barbaric scream, Glenda lunged at Soe, and at that moment her desperate last stand began. On a balcony overlooking a garden, blooming with flowers, a girl, a boy, and an old man sat at a round table facing one another. It was Maribel, Yuki, and Johan. We messed up. We botched it, Maribel said quietly. Despite that, she didn't seem too affected. She had predicted this, and in a way it was part of the plan. What a disaster for Gaban, though. After all the devotion he had for you. Johann, seated in front of Maribel, was holding a glass of wine as he lamented the Count's fate. He may not have felt that strongly for him, but even he had just a twinge of sympathy for the man. Gaban, after all, was one of the 5 elders, just like Johann, or maybe was by now. His fall was already in progress. Gaban was incompetent. All that time he spent living in Inglesea, did he develop a love for its king, perhaps? He would certainly have brought them under his control faster otherwise. Don't be silly. Not even we in the Rossos have reached into the central core of Inglesea yet. Gaban couldn't. No, you're wrong. It's easy to seize the core. Just kill them all and leave a single infant remaining. And if that infant shares a blood lineage with Gaban, all the better. Well, yes, if you put it that way, but to Maribel and all the blood-stained history she knew, this wasn't that radical an approach. In fact, she thought it was the peaceful way. It kept the body count low. But Johann wanted to explain to her that Englesea's security wasn't about to just let that happen. It was an easy thing to envision, less so to act upon. But I'm interested in those magical inquisitors, those unusual-looking people who served the king. Yes, impudent, aren't they? So impudent. They must have built up their military to oppose the Rossos. What do you think of them? Mum, they're strong, I suppose. Gaban told me as much after he experienced them for himself. Maribel was able to share information with those under her avarice rule to a certain extent. Anything her target learned, Maribel could tap into as well. Thus she now used Gaban as a throwaway pawn. She wanted to learn about those inquisitors, so she had him engineer a crime so heinous they'd have to step up. All that foolishness aimed at the demon lord Rimuru was perfect for that. And considering Count Gaban was Englesian nobility, the magic inquisitors were bound to come knocking. She saw all of that. And just as she hoped for, she now knew the secrets behind the inquisitors. In fact, they weren't anything too deep, just people infused with enough monster force to become magic-born. They hadn't worked and trained themselves to perfection like the magic-born raisin of old farmers. To Maribel, these inquisitors, bereft even of sentience, a side effect of their bodies rejecting the monster elements injected into them, were just uninteresting toys. But they regained that sentience when not in magic-born form, so depending on what you implanted in them, they could work in a variety of environments. Their strength, each and over by themselves, was nothing to sniff at either. As she saw it, they could be useful enough. How fearsome. So you approved of Gaban's scheme even though you knew it would fail just so you could learn that? No. My goal was to help build up your trust. Now the demon lord Rimuru sees you as trustworthy. Do you mean? No, he didn't need to ask. He understood it well enough. Her goal from the start was to eliminate Rimuru. The magical inquisitors were just a nice bonus. Maribel just wanted Johann to tell her about Rimuru's internal dealing. And if I don't give that to her, I'll be snuffed out as quickly as Gaban was. He didn't think he was as incompetent as Gaban. But nonetheless, Johann felt an inscrutable sort of fear toward Maribel. You must be kidding. Here I am, one of the 5 elders, and this little girl is bossing me around. He may have thought that, but he would never dare say it. So he decided to return to their main subject. What do you think about pitting these inquisitors against the demon lord? Pin some manner of crime on Rimuru. We can't. We just can't. All it'd do is anger the demon lord. Yeah, the magical inquisitors are strong, but that's it. Nothing at all that could hold its own against a demon lord. It's silly even to consider it. That much so? So wouldn't teaming up with the demon lord be our best bet then? Maribel shook her head. That won't work. It won't work at all. Besides, apart from grandfather, Every single one of you are suffering under a serious misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yes. Yes, exactly. The misunderstanding that humans are equal to monsters. Do you understand why I proposed to Grandfather that we eliminate the Demon Lord? Because he's building a new economic bloc that will eventually become a financial threat to us. Right. But that's just our cover story. The real reason is because, in time, we'll be helpless against him. Maribel, this little girl, struck fear in Johan's heart, and now this girl was looking fearful herself as she spoke. How do you mean by that? Johan asked, pressing her to continue. The demon Lord Rimuru possesses a staggering amount of war power. With that backing him up, what do you think would happen if he decided to negotiate with someone? That? Only then did Johan stumble upon the true danger. In this world, wars between nations almost never took place. They needed to save their fighting ability for the monsters who threatened them. The Council stepped in to handle cross-border issues, and that inevitably meant those with the most economic strength were able to speak the loudest. Even the largest of states, such as Anglesia and the former Farmus, didn't have enough of a military to make enemies out of every council member. And you realize that their military's not their only asset either, right? Being bound by rules is the same thing as losing your freedom. But if you can create the rules yourself, you don't have to lose anything, do you see? Tempest might follow the Council's rules at first, but after that, nobody could say. And if Tempest decided to spread its own values to the Western nations, soon the entire region would have to take orders from them. The Demon Lord's rule would be complete, a totally peaceful coup. He could threaten them with warfare, he could apply economic pressure, but either way, the stronger nation always gained the power to punish others. It's funny, so very funny. And as time passes, there will come an era where everything will need to go through the Demon Lord. And if that happened, even Johan know where it led. But doesn't the Demon Lord seek to coexist with? Maribel stopped Johan with her cold eyes. It's stupid. So stupid. Not just you, but the entire council. They're all idiots. Then she took pains to explain matters in a way Johan could understand. Essentially, things may be fine now, but the future was an unknown. If humankind, after forgetting about the threat of the Storm Dragon, ever did anything to cross Rimuru, I don't know what the lifespan of a Demon Lord is, but humans are such short-lived animals. If we don't stop the Demon Lord's ambitions right here, the Rozzo's one fervent desire is as good as scuttle. A Demon Lord could always change his stripes. And while humans may come and go, Maribel absolutely refused to expect human values from such long-lived rulers. You see? So that's why ideas like partnering with a Demon Lord or taking advantage of a Demon Lord, they're all wrong down to the very roots. None of them would ever work. Johan was silenced. Then, like the final nail on the coffin, one of her blood shadow troops chose that moment to make a magical call to her. He was reporting on Glenda's defeat. No, they captured Glenda. Johan looked shocked. Is that true? Not even Maribel could hide her surprise. Glenda's wariness was always commendable. No matter the danger involved, she always made it home alive. Maribel trusted her. Not her personality, but that animal-like craving for life. I can't believe it. That clever, conniving vixen. Glenda was one of the standout results from the Rosso family's secret summoning program. Another worlder forced by their spell to remain faithful to them. Her strength was well known by now, and the family treated her like a full-fledged tactical weapon. The idea of her being defeated and captured was beyond belief for Johan. Elder or not, he was a normal human, and unlike Granville or Maribel, he could only think about things in standard human terms. Maribel ignored his awestruck muttering as she pondered her options. Defeating him is out of the question. But if we can take rule over him, all our problems are gone. We'll have to do it. We'll set a trap, Maribel said. A trap? A trap? What are you intending to do? Yuki asked, breaking his silence. She turned to him. Right. Trap. Your people are going on a ruins expedition trip with the demon Lord Rimuru, aren't you? We'll set a trap there. She wasn't asking for his opinion. This was a finalized plan, and it was set in stone. Right. Kagali's headed there, but I don't think that's such a good idea, you know? Why is that? Because the demon Lord Milim's joining them, Yuki warned. It'll be too dangerous to hatch anything. In his opinion, they needed to win Rimuru's confidence first, then work out more of a long-term plan with him. But Maribel's mind was already made up. No, I can't have that. The more time we give him, the more trouble that demon lord will be. That's what my instincts are telling me. Yuki, is there a way you can keep Milim from coming along? That's even less possible. He's already eyeing me. If I try putting a stop to it, it's basically admitting that I'm tricking them. Fair enough. Then let's bring down the demon Lord Milim as well. Huh? Yuki asked, dazed. That's ridiculous. Maribel, that's not just beyond reckless. It's beyond the realm of possibility. Johann stood up out of his seat. Their reactions were perfectly understandable. Even crushing one demon lord required a careful, foolproof plan. But two, at the same time, it was deliberately giving yourself no chance. But Maribel still smiled. I will put everything I have into it. Everything. Do you understand? It's still impossible, Yuki cried. You say everything, but my moderate jesters are all busy with their own work right now. And I don't know how useful they are, but if they're not available, we'll proceed without them. Maribel shuttered Yuki's objections before he could finish stating them. To her, the jesters weren't worthy of consideration. Or, to be more accurate, she already knew a better force, a large one, that could take on demon lords for her. But you know, Yuki, I had you supply a certain something from the dragon's nest for me before. I think it's high time we use it. You mean that? That's such a bad idea. Not even I can control it. Not a problem. It belonged to the demon Lord Milim anyway. We're just returning it for her. Maybe we could say that Clayman was saving it as his last resort and his surviving loyal troops set it off? Then Milim's rage won't be directed at us. If something goes wrong, it could cause untold damage to human areas. And no, Johann attempted to talk Maribel out of this, but was completely shut out. She might have been theoretically open to alternatives, but flat rejections would never grab her interest. And since Johann had no other suggestions, Maribel's strategy won the day. As Johann struggled against her, Yuki kept talking, trying to figure out her thought process. It made him realize this operation had a better chance of success than he thought. All right. In that case, Milim's likely to take it on herself. She'd stop Rimuru from doing so for sure, and it'd be the perfect way to separate them, maybe. Very good. Very, very good. And while the demon Lord Milim's playing around with it, we go in and take over Rimuru's mind? Yes, precisely. But I've still got one worry. The storm dragon? Yep, you guessed it. If we fail to take over Rimuru and Veldora goes on a rampage, what are we gonna do then? That, or their target might fight back more than they expected, giving them no time to take over his mind. If it came to that, Yuki would have no choice but to kill Rimuru. He attempted to voice his concerns about that in a roundabout way, but apparently that was an acceptable consequence of her plans. No need to worry about that. No need at all, Yuki. Don't worry about a thing. Just focus on defeating the demon Lord Rimuru Yuki didn't defy her. In the end, he did what he was told. "All right. If you say so, I'll believe in you." Maribel gave him a nod. Thanks to what her grandfather Granville told her about demon lords, Maribel saw much deeper into the world than most. If Rimuru should fall and Veldora the storm dragon flew into a rage, the demon lord Luminous would likely step in to handle it. Paradoxically, that would actually be better for her than Rimuru keeping up his current rule. He and Luminous had already joined forces, which essentially meant that Luminous left management of the Western nations to him. The Queen of Nightmares herself, someone who saw humankind as little more than vampire food, had let the 7 Days clergy do that before. But, as shown in Granville's own fall, they were no more. He had lost Luminous's protection, and with that, the authority he had to influence the Western nations. From now on, Hinata the Saint would doubtlessly gain more political clout, and considering their relationship, the rising rule of the demon lord Rimuru would grow even firmer with her. No matter what, I've got to stop that. And as she secretly thought this, it didn't matter if she needed to expose the world to the threat of Veldora to do it. Maribel and Yuki spent the next little while fleshing out the details of their plan. By this point, there was no room left for Johann. All he could do was pray they succeeded. Thus, these magic-born, packing as much malice as they could into their intricate plans, began to devise a way to suppress Rimuru for good. After that long session was over, we all regrouped back at the cat. I was relaxing in my seat, the tie on my business suit loosened. I could have used spatial motion to come home now, but so I still hadn't caught our culprit, and there might be some unforeseen snags, so I decided to stick around for a bit. But man, that conference was so exhausting. Prince Elric of Engelzier's intrusion, that guy Gaben pulling the strings behind him, all the councillors whose support they enjoyed, but it all ended with their mouths agape. Gaben was a high-level noble, I guess, but even he got taken away by those scary-looking magical inquisitors. The other councillors in on the conspiracy were saved from that by diplomatic immunity, but thanks to the ledgers I submitted to the authorities, I think their home nations will be investigating them shortly. They'll lose their posts, no doubt, and a lot of them looked pretty alarmed about that, but they had it coming. Even a lot of the councillors who weren't involved at all treated me with, shall we say, noble indifference. I let the innocent ones go, but judging by my ledgers, a lot of them were criminals indeed. So I plan to alert their home nations about my evidence as well. The more the merrier and all that. That ought to shake up things a bit among those fools, a lot of whom used their posts to fatten up their own coffers. The sooner they were gone, the easier things would be for me later. I sipped my coffee as I thought all this over. Well, a lot happened today, but now I'm glad Hinata and Shuna got angry before I did. I am the demon lord here, so I figured it wouldn't look too good if I started bashing heads in first thing. Oh, I didn't get angry. Some of the councillors were being discourteous in their diplomacy, and I just offered them some etiquette lesson. Neither did I, Sir Rimuru. I just helped a few rude gentlemen see the errors of their ways. If I was truly angry, there wouldn't have even been a pile of ashes where they once stood. Hinata and Shuna smiled at the same time, perfectly in sync. It was a little frightening. Against that sheer impact, all I could do was nod and say yeah back. But it was a good experience for me, interjected Benimaru. I mean, I got too angry up there. My mind became a total blank, and I didn't know what I should do about it. If Shuna had waited any longer to act, I might have torched every human in that room. I needed a spit take with my coffee. Yeah, I sure thought Benimaru was coolly eyeing the proceedings. I was glad to see him act all mature for a change, but he was actually so enraged that he lost hold of himself. Guess I shouldn't have been so impressed. But man, was that close. If I oversaw a bloody massacre in there, the entire human race would have it in for me. Look, whatever you do, don't do that, all right? I was just kidding. Benimaru tried to laugh it off with a breezy smile, but he couldn't fool me. He was serious. I'd need to pick a representative to send to the council before the next meeting, and I better choose damn carefully. We were still talking, me finishing my coffee, when Soi's report came in. Sir Rimuru, I have captured the assassin. I figured he'd managed the job fine, and I was right. What a talent. Always doing a perfect job with the work I assigned him. She was an able fighter, to be sure. She didn't give her name or any other information about herself, but she referred to you as that devil bastard's boss. A crack professional assassin, no doubt, one who wouldn't divulge her identity that easily. But devil bastard. Did she mean Diablo? I couldn't imagine anyone else. Made sense. I didn't receive any report along those lines from Diablo. At least, I don't think I did. But he's the kind of guy who treated even Raisin like a snot-nosed kid. If he and this assassin ever fought, chances are the girl didn't even register in his mind. It reminded me once again just how sky-high Diablo's standards were. Raisin himself, after all, was a human strong enough to be worthy of a magic-born title. The way Hinata described it to me, there was almost no person stronger than him in the Western nations. And if he called him a wimp, then Diablo's sense of judgment must have been completely out of whack. I should probably teach him more about what passes for strong in this world. I ordered another cup of coffee as I considered this. Shuna, Hinata, and Benimaru were going with tea instead, as well as some cake for dessert. Wow. You too, Benimaru. Guess I might as well join in then. I'll never say no to a good shortcake. That's my favorite. So I had the waitress deliver coffee to us both when Soei arrived. The waitress was clearly blushing, which Soei prudently ignored as he drank it black. Coffee really completes the picture with him, although I personally sided more with Benimaru and his sweet tooth. Thus, we enjoyed our drinks as I asked Soei, this perfect specimen of a man, for his full report. And that's everything for now. He wrapped things up by the time I got to the end of my second cup, using thought communication to replay the memory of what he saw to everyone. Based on that, it looked like Sui managed to make this assailant throw every type of offense she had at him. She was pretty beautiful too, but Soei showed her no mercy. It was kind of like cheating in an old-school online game, taking advantage of some bug to get infinite energy, letting your opponent think they had a chance to win, and just laughing in the shadows the whole time. If you can get your foe thinking they've almost won, that's when you can get truly malicious, forcing them to use all their items and so forth. That's the strategy Sui must have used to get information from the assassin. Of course, this wasn't a game, and in an intelligence operation like this, you had to know how to read the story behind your target. So I didn't mess that up at all. I think he deserved praise for a fine job. Good work. Good work. You always impress me, Soei. I tested out the strategy you described to me, Sir Rimuru, and it proved surprisingly effective. The key is to show yourself struggling a bit first, isn't it? Oh. Right. I think we did talk along those lines. I definitely recall talking to him about spy movies, but maybe we discussed online games too. It was such an inconsequential conversation that I forgot all about it. I internally apologized to Soei. Didn't mean to implant any malicious ideas in him. Glad to be of service. No, I still have so much to learn. She eliminated 3 of my replications. Oh, did she? Well, at least we can get some clues about our enemy now. Yes, I will handle the interrogation. Interrogation, huh? Should I say something about that? As I considered whether to, Hinata interrupted us. You know, I wasn't sure whether to speak up about this, but I'm sure you already know anyway, so the assassins Soei encountered used to serve under me. I didn't know what kind of powers she was hiding, but it sounds like she was more trouble than I thought. Now I see how she managed to beat Reimer. If a bullet appeared 2 feet away from you, you probably couldn't react in time either. Who's Rama? Oh, sorry. He was a man in my force, one of the 3 battle sages. Glenda beat him, and later he started working for her. Maybe Hinata could dodge a bullet that close to her, but most people couldn't. There was no doubting the danger Glenda's skill posed. But this Rama guy was a battle sage level fighter, huh? That made him potential demon lord material. Serious strength. And so I talked about one of his replications getting blown off its feet. That was probably a hand grenade, wasn't it? Oh, you mean that exploding ball of hers? Yeah, that. It doesn't sound like magic, and I think it's a weapon from my old world. Understood. It is believed to be magically generated by the subject Glenda. It is a force somewhat similar to materialized weapon, allowing her to bring things in her memory into reality. Materialized weapon? So she's not only a born sniper, but she's got that too. According to Raphael, the full unmaterialized weapon let you fully regenerate any weapon in your memory. With Glenda, the skill wasn't quite as well defined, so she could only create imitations with similar effects to what she pictured. Even that, however, was enough of a threat. I agree with you. I haven't seen a real one, but it sounds like the ones in movies and stuff. Should we assume Glenda's an otherworlder too? I don't think there's any doubt about that. Especially if she's using her memories to create earth weapons. I sneered triumphantly at Hinata. She leered back at me. Why do you know that? Oops. She's sharp. He's sharp. I was still keeping Raphael a secret. Better talk my way out of this. That's what I get for being a know-it-all, I thought. Oh, just a hunch? When you get to my level, you start to get hunches like that. Benimaru looked over to me, wonder in his eyes. It comforted me a bit as I gauged Hinata's reply. All right. But do you think I could help interrogate her? There are a few things I've been meaning to ask Glenda if I had the chance. Sahar and Grigori never returned either, and I think she might know something about them. Good. She let it pass. And if she wanted to talk to Glenda, I had no reason to deny her the chance. There was no need to hide our prisoner, and I definitely didn't want Glenda exposed to whatever awful things she undid to hers. It sounded like Glenda had an encounter with Diablo, one she fled from immediately. The whole Prince Elric thing was nothing to do with us, really. So as long as she gave us her information, I wouldn't get rough with her. I guess so I gave her quite a fright already. Not physically, but in the break, your heart kind of way. Whether we let her go, on the other hand, was a tough question. She was a tougher foe than we thought. She might be dangerous if set free. But I wasn't sure handing her over to Engelzia was such a great idea either. Let's save that question for later. Okay. Wanna join me? Please, Hinata said, nodding. For now, we'd need to go meet Glenda first, gauge her demeanor, and figure things out from there. We decided to get going. By the way, I covered our tab at the cafe, just like I did yesterday. I didn't exactly appreciate Hinata's check making its way over to me, but should I have forgiven it like the generous man I am, or should I have said something? I hate to be called cheap. Then again, worrying about little things like this would probably get me pegged as a member of the lower class. The question weighed on my mind as we put Engelzia behind us. Chief. We were all back home meeting up with one of Zoe's replications there. There we saw the captured Glenda open her eyes, only to find Hinata right in front of her. And she screamed in response. This was in a plain old reception area, not an interrogation room. Benimaru and Zoe were guarding me on both sides, and Hinata was there as well. We were all having tea from Shuna as the interrogation began. It's been a long time, Glenda. Glad you're doing well. Hinata went first, coldly looking down on her. She never did go easy on her opponents, and while Glenda was thrown at first, she regained her composure quickly. Ah, I guess this is it for me then, she brazenly said. If you're gonna kill me, go ahead. The fates of captured spies never change much in history. Silence. All you need to do is answer Sir Rimuru's questions. So I was being just as merciless with his follow-ups. Sir Rimuru, should we amputate her limbs to train her to be a little more complacent? No thank you. And if so, I said he'd do it, he really would, so... No, just because we've got healing potions. Ah, meaning we can give her that painful experience time and time again? Shuna interjected. That does make sense. No. I mean, just because we have healing potions, it's not nice to go so far with this. Seriously, stop. Shuna was smiling and nodding her agreement, but Hinata's eyes were killing me. Not even I would go that far against a woman. And Glenda didn't seem completely disinterested in talking. I felt like we could negotiate something. All right, Glenda. We haven't met before, have we? I'm the Demon Lord Rimuru. Hello. I'm Glenda, one of Lady Hinata's old troops and part of the 3 battle sages. For her part, she understood that jokes and bargaining wouldn't work against Soe. She provided her name, at least perhaps figuring I was better worth giving answers to. She certainly knew Diablo, and I could see it if she ran after realizing she couldn't win. Very few people who shout out "kill me" actually want to die. I felt safe, assuming she was attached to her life, but I was also interested in why she betrayed Hinata. Even if she didn't reveal her client for this murder attempt, maybe she'd be more willing to discuss other matters. Well, regardless of how open she is, I'll just have to ask whatever I can. I began with a calm approach. So you were definitely aiming for Prince Elric. Is that right? Yeah. And was that in order to frame me for it and get me kicked out of the Western nations? Probably. I didn't hear any reason. I was just told to do it. All right. That didn't seem to be a lie. Can I ask the next question? Hinata asked, eliciting a nervous shiver from Glenda. What is it? I assigned you to a commercial hub city so you could have more freedom of movement. I told you not to listen to what the merchants there told you, but had they already won you over by then? No comment there. Were you ready to betray me from the beginning? Because you were ordered to? No comment. I'm thinking your backers are the group controlling the council. Who are they? I always thought it was strange. The council would sometimes make these moves to indicate they had an eye out for the Western Holy Church. I figured there had to be a spy, and you were my prime suspect. I was waiting for a chance to expel you, but if you tell me your employer's name, I'm willing to subtract from your sentence. I told you no comment. No. All right. One more question. Did you believe in Luminous? There's no God out there. If you want me to believe in that, pay me. The next instant, Hinata had her rapier out. With a pure, melodious clang, I stopped it with my own sword. Ooh, Hinata. Not the head? You interrogating her or killing her? I didn't intend to. You liar. You had every intention of it just now. Eesh. Gonna have to keep a constant vigil, I see. Hinata absolutely would have decapitated her. I managed to react because I had an eye out, but we came this close to losing a valuable information source. It's all right, Sir Rimuru. I can use her as a test subject for my resurrection magic. Shuna was there smiling, like always. That's true. And I can use divine miracle resurrection as well. There was hardly any problem with it. I wasn't sure how much of this was an act. Both Hinata and Shuna were griping at me now, but I didn't really think it was okay to kill someone just because you could resurrect them later. I didn't think so, but there was a certain type of persuasive logic to it. It's strange. Look, Can you just shut up for a second, Hinata? Time to tag back in. This was going downhill really fast, so I better have Hinata cool off for a bit. So, my turn again. Raphael, do your stuff. Understood. Raphael eagerly accepted the challenge. I simply voiced what it told me. I'm assuming a professional like you isn't gonna just tell me everything because I asked nicely. So you can just listen to me instead, okay? Interesting. Prod her and gauge what she knows from her reactions then. Try not to lose your poker face then. Ah! You better not look down on me. I don't need you to remind me. Glenda's up to the challenge, huh? So who's gonna win this? I wondered as if I were part of the audience. Unique skills often take root in people's souls. You're a good example of that. Yours is bound fast to your soul with a powerful force. Didn't know that. So in that conference I attended, a lot of the counselors were tarnished by their vast, greedy desire. These desires were forcibly planted into them. There's a force involved that can directly impact people's souls, and I think that's what guided their moves. And you're under that same influence, Glenda. What? In your case, though, your unique skill is providing protection to your soul, so this influence hasn't fully clouded you yet. Glenda wordlessly scowled. Maybe she couldn't find a way to deny it. It was kind of news to me as well, but still. But as amazing as your unique skill is, there are people out there who can see it for what it is. You mean with appraiser's eye? Certainly. Dragon's Eye from the demon Lord Milim is more famous. Not that I'm up on this stuff, but there's an old story about how Milim can see everything, right? Apparently that's really true. One glance at someone, and Milim has a general idea of what kinds of skills they have. That was true, although she couldn't guess someone's internally manifested skills and couldn't give you details unless the subject invoked them. She could gauge their strengths, as well as whether a given skill was extra or unique in nature. It was just harder to give you finer details. For example, if someone had 2 or more unique skills, she'd have trouble telling whether it was 2 skills or one really powerful skill. I was actually the same way too. My analyze and assess was now accurate enough that I got a hazy insight into the skills of other people, and I also learned how I could conceal mine from others, the way Guy Crimson had hidden his own magicule count. When I first met Guy, I assumed your skills stayed hidden unless you showed them off to people. I was wrong. Like I said, an analyze and assess skill forged well enough can detect them, with the one being assessed none the wiser. Looking back, I was pretty lucky actually. Thanks to having 4 different ultimate skills, Guy must have taken one look at me and assumed I couldn't be toyed with. Raphael was the one skill I absolutely had to keep under my hat, so that was the watchword for my future moves from that point forward. So I switched my way of thinking and assumed there was no way to hide skills, but that was actually pretty possible. If you've built up a skill to the point that it's completely your own, you can actually defend analysis skills from picking up on it. It wasn't perfect yet, but that was the result of the experiments I had been doing. What are you trying to say? Yeah, I have a unique skill. But even if it's protected me from the desires, so what? My little pause, there must have irritated Glenda. Hearing about these outside influences inspired her to play along with me. I wanted to give her an answer, but Raphael's roundabout descriptions were getting a bit hard to grasp. Passing it into something I could reasonably explain took some time. Suggestion. Use hasten thought. Yes. No. Oh yeah, there was that. I thought yes, cursing myself for not doing that in the first place. Now let's hurry this up and get Glenda on my side already. Whether your mind's clouded by greed or not is none of my business. But one thing's for sure, Your employer's got a pretty powerful, unique skill running. That's true, isn't it? No comment, but I guess there's no denying it either. Thank you. So, building on that, there was a man at the Founders Festival whose desires were being harnessed like that. His name is Gay, and Shuna took care of him at the council this afternoon. The other festival visitors weren't subjected to interference that way, but some of the merchants were, and if a large number of people are brought under a skill's influence at once, chances are that the skill user is physically nearby. That's what I thought. Gai was completely hooked by it, but the farther away you got from the skill user, generally, the weaker the skill got. Masayuki's skill was another monster, but the rumors that spread around about him only added to its synergy. That foundation is why the skill propagates so much further than he means it to. Influencing people's desires, meanwhile, was purely dependent on the skill's power itself. Beyond that, the user could utilize their strength or some other element to enhance the effect if they wanted. Basically, though, if you told me our skill user attended the Founders Festival, I'd certainly believe it. Along those lines, I had a suspect in mind. Someone I speculated about enough that I had Soa look into her. Have you ever heard the name Maribel Rozzo? Raphael Shaw was cutting to the chase. The name came straight from the dossier Sway prepared for me. She might have been trying to hide it, but Glenda gave me an ever so slight response. So that was a yes. My analyze and assess skill is pretty good, you know. Not only can it detect what skills a person has, but it can also tell if someone's hiding one of them. I was sensing the latter all throughout the Founders Festival, and one of the people I got that vibe from was that girl Maribel. I could see Glenda grow paler as I continued. I couldn't tell if she was getting hot or if it was a cold sweat running down her cheek. Either way, she was getting nervous. You. Maribel Rozzo, you said? The Rozzo family? I see. Oh. Hinata interrupted Glenda just when she was about to say something. I should have been annoyed, but looking at Hinata, I didn't need to be. She had a delighted expression, like she had just found the answer. Glenda, meanwhile, made it clear that something had gone awry with her plans. Granville Rozzo, the founder of the Rozzo family and a former hero. I'm sure you know him too, don't you, Glenda? That, and he was the real person behind Gren, the Sunday priest and head of the 7 Days clergy. Just as I thought, Hinata was at the truth now. I could see her mentally connecting the dots on the people she knew. 7 days, huh? Those guys we met before. I heard they had all died, but Granville's still alive. Nikolai said he landed the final blow, but we're talking about someone who ruled over the Western Holy Church for centuries. I wouldn't be surprised if he survived it. So Maribel was the skill user behind all this greed manipulation. And Granville Rozzo, Gren from the 7 Days, was the head of her family. And if Gren's the kind of monster who can survive for hundreds of years, he's likely got the council in his pocket. So, should we assume Gren's our mastermind here? No doubt about it. He's using Maribel's powerful skill for some kind of scheme of his. Hinata and I were now comparing notes, ignoring Glenda entirely. We basically had our answer, and Glenda had just lost her value to us. God damn it! Why do you know so much? I didn't even tell you anything. This is basically the same damn thing as me revealing it all. Mom, yeah, sorry about that. You picked the wrong team to mess with, is all I can say. Raphael's too much of a talent to compete against. I suppose they might think you did, wouldn't they? I said. Well, that's what you get, Glenda, said Hinata. A fitting end for a traitor? Damn it. They're gonna kill me, seeing Glenda whisper to herself, face drained of color. I felt a little bad for her. I had no intention of killing her. Now that I had my info, I was ready to hand her over to Inglosia. But yeah, wherever she went, she probably wasn't going to be alive much longer. I figured she had the talent to flee to safety, but judging by how unnerved she was dealing with some pretty ominous odds. Is this Maribel girl that powerful? I decided to ask. She's not that big an issue, but summoned people like me are bound by spells that we can't resist. The moment they decide I've fled from them, they'll crush my soul, and that will be the end for me. Gee, that doesn't sound nice. So you didn't betray Luminous out of your own free will? It was because you didn't have any other choice. Well, it's complicated. I wanted to throw myself upon the mercy of my God, but Granville's eyes were on me. Really, there was nothing I could have done about it. Maybe I was right to sympathize with her a little. Hinata was still giving her a cold look, but I think she wasn't so angry now. She wanted to murder her less, at least. No, you're right about that. If your soul's shattered, not even resurrection can help you then. Wow. Guess even Hinata can be gentle sometimes. She was still stern, but now she was looking for a way to help Glenda. But could I undo that spell? Understood. It is not a problem. Remove the spell? Yes. No. That was easy. And so it was off. It's over now, lamented Glenda. Maribel, she's reading my emotions. I may not have intended to betray her, but she's gonna judge me now. So I let her in on what I just did. Whoa. Yeah, no need to worry. We're all done with you, so go live whatever life you want. I'm pretty sure she thinks you're dead now. No, I wasn't talking about that. You mean to say you undid the curse ruling over me? Yeah, pretty much. But let me just remind you, you get hostile with me and I'll show you no mercy. Yes, I suppose I'll look the other way, Hinata said. If I kill someone Rimuru let go, he'll never let me hear the end of it. But keep this in mind. You have betrayed Luminous herself. The Western Holy Church will never forgive you for that. Glenda was a strong girl, a threat. But now that she was free from the rule of Maribel or whatever, we didn't have much reason to remain hostile. If she started trouble with us again, we could always do her in then. Personally, I didn't think she caused that much of a headache, so I was ready to forgive her. Hinata seemed willing to do the same. I guess she felt she couldn't be so narrow-minded about someone I let go free. Besides, in a way, Glenda really was just following orders, not with her brain exactly, but with the influence of the curse forced upon her. This time, I was willing to give her a slap on the wrist. So right, you're free to go. If you want to stay in my nation for a while, you're welcome to, but if you cause any trouble... Wait a second! You're really letting me go? Uh-huh. I don't really feel like killing you anyway. If Sir Rimuru has forgiven you, we have no reason to defy his will, said Soet. Not that you're much of a threat anyway, Benimaru added. They were willing to go with me, too. I didn't much appreciate the way they phrased it, but they didn't seem to have any complaints. They didn't see her as a threat, I imagine, which I wasn't too sure about, but to them, it was the truth. She'd never beat Benimaru's full effort, much less Soa's. Glenda struck me as the kind of woman who took a profit and loss approach to living, so she'd never do something stupid like challenge an unbeatable foe. Letting her go didn't seem like that big of a problem. As I convinced myself to take an optimistic approach, Glenda turned to me, kneeled, and said something extraordinary. I have a request. I'll tell you everything I know, so could you please give me some employment? I'll do anything you want, even dirty work, so please. Benimaru and I looked at each other, passing messages with our eyes. Now what? Do whatever you want. But employment? What about the money? I had more to work with, but we were still sorting out salaries for my top officials. Working for free was still the norm around here. I appreciate the sentiment, but we're still busy developing ourselves. We're pretty far behind in terms of organization, so we're not paying anyone a salary yet. Times like this, you gotta just be honest. No point trying to smooth over things. Huh? Glenda froze. But the next thing she said surprised me instead. Well, I'm used to that. I was stationed with the Master Rooks in the Holy Empire of Lubelius, but they didn't pay us there either. Dang. Even the 3 battles ages the best Lubelius had to offer didn't get any money. They were paid in goods, and any money they needed they were expected to scrounge themselves. They had an illustrious name to leverage, though, and I'm sure they got treated like kings wherever they went. Sometimes they'd receive payments for resolving crimes too, so they led pretty decent lifestyles. Wait, so you get nothing either, Hinata? She sure racked up a hell of a bill at the festival. Shh, no. Lubelius is an advocate for equality, so there's no public salary at all. We all get paid in goods. That was a surprise, but also a relief. Lubelius has a long, storied history, and it made it this far without salaries. Maybe we shouldn't be in any hurry to enact them either. By the way, thanks to running the Crusaders and the Imperial Guard, Hinata was given access to some of the government budget. Between that and monster hunting rewards, her income was actually pretty upper class. And yet you made me pay for you. Quit sweating the small stuff! I'm just saving money. She brought the kids all kinds of stuff, but with me, it's gotta save money. And actually, did Mage Elmile pay her the labyrinth reward fees yet? The thought just occurred to me, but I didn't want to prod that hornet's nest. I was too scared to ask, so I didn't. But I'm pretty well known around the Western nations. Even if I'm free, I don't have any work waiting for me. No nation's gonna hire me now, and I'm not cut out for adventuring work. Besides, you're on the cutting edge in culture here. So if you can guarantee me meals and a roof over my head, I'm good. Judging by how desperate Glenda was sounding, I doubted she was trying to deceive me. And I had reason to believe her. If Lubelius was in pursuit of the 3 battle sages, everyone would have to assume a betrayal was the cause. She'd never find a nation willing to employ someone as politically touchy as her. Even if she became an adventurer under an assumed name, I could get it if everyone kept a prudent distance. If her cover got blown, she might have Lubelius and Granville come after her too. Any kind of stable life was impossible. Yeah, I guess you'll have a hard time of it without support from somewhere. Right? So please, Sir Demon Lord. I know you don't believe a word of this, but I swear I'll stay faithful to you. There's no way I could believe it. But somehow, I just couldn't find it in myself to hate her. She was the classic spy film femme fatale, and I couldn't just abandon her. Can I leave her to you, Soe? As you wish, Sir Rimuru. I have no objection. Great. Thanks. And I can't have her turning traitor, so deal with that if it happens, okay? Absolutely. In terms of battle strength alone, I would rate her above Soka, so perhaps I could establish a special ops team for her that answers to me. Oh, kinda like a team all the problem kids get thrown into. Something like that, Sorimuru. I'd like to scout out members locally and elsewhere. Soe's got some ideas brewing, doesn't he? Diablo was still off searching for an army, so it wouldn't be fair to turn Sue down. Let him do what he wants. Right. I'll leave all that up to you. You can work out a budget with Miguel Mile later. Yes, Sir Rimuru. We wrapped that up fast. Can you not call me a problem child in front of my face? Glenda was whining about something, but if she had an issue, she ought to try to win my trust first. Either way, she was now part of our team. Before leaving Glenda to Sui's management, we decided to have Glenda tell us everything she was aware of. It was no longer an interrogation, so we decided to talk over dinner. In the dining hall, you pick up these boards with menu items on them and take them to the window over there. There's a selection of 3 items each day, plus a regular special. If you get promoted to management, you'll get to order 1 item of your own, too. Oh, really? Because my meals always get picked for me. They were always good, I felt, but I never went through that board trading thing. The managerial dining hall brought food over to you without having to say or do anything. That, and Shion and Gobichi would occasionally rent kitchen space so they could develop special new meals of their own, but that was another story. Today's special is our most popular menu item, Shuna explained with a smile. Normally, you'd either reserve it with merit points or get in line early for a chance at it. I always thought the desserts were really fancy here. I guess I wasn't alone. We always get this, don't we? Yeah. I make sure I get my share. Benimaru and Sue order the special too. I wondered what Soe meant by that. Did he have one of his spies stand in line for him? I hope he's not resorting to silly cafeteria antics like that. With the dishes on our table, dinner began. Right, so let's begin with... I was trying to talk to Glenda, but she was completely focused on her food. A woman possessed. It was good, I'll admit. Definitely worth being called a special. So I decided to wait. It's nice to have more pleasant conversation during a meal anyway. After we were done. Up until now, I always thought money was the most important thing in life. But today, I've changed my mind. From now on, I live for nothing but merit points. If she meant it, she was way easier to take down than I thought. But whatever. If that's what motivates her, then hey, knock yourself out. All right. So, what do you know? Give me the unembellished truth, so I pressed. And Glenda finally started to talk. First, about the council. This organization was under the control of 5 senior counselors, known as the 5 Elders. These were headed by Grenville, who we had discussed earlier. As for the other 4, amazingly, one of them was Count Gaban, the mastermind behind today's event. Prince Johann of Rostia, one of the counselors relatively supportive of me, was another. How come there are so many differing opinions among the 5 elders? That's how Maribel likes it. She pits the council against one another so they can keep the mainstream faction the strongest. It's kind of fixed, you could say, but to the people involved, it's a serious battle for survival. Mum, a way to encourage activity within the group? It'd be more efficient if they all worked together, but that open it up more to stagnation and corruption. You often hear about family-run companies getting ruined by whoever was at the top. Besides, if Johann successfully earned my trust, it'd be easier for him to learn more about our inner workings. If they had booted us out today, then fine. If they didn't, now Johann was no doubt ready to extend his feelers toward us. It's all kind of malicious, isn't it? I wish we could just burn it all up instead of deal with it. Just hearing about all this made my eyes water. You had to know who your friends and enemies were, or else you'd quickly be ruined. That's how they did things in the nobility, and if I didn't know that, I would have been on the cusp of trusting in Johann. Maybe taking Glenda in was the right thing after all. The other 2 elders were Margrave Sidra, tasked with protecting the northern regions of Anglesia, and King Doran, leader of a small military kingdom, also called Doran. This meant 2 out of the 5 elders were Anglesian, which showed how much Granville valued that nation. Close to the Holy Empire of Lubilius, far from the forest of Jura, and one of the safest countries in the world, he must have marked it as the nation most worthy of serving as his political and economic center. So why do they see me as the enemy? I'm so harmless. I wouldn't hurt a fly. I kind of let that slip out. It seemed to surprise the group. If you keep picking the kind of fights you pick, of course, people are gonna be hostile. Pardon. Yeah, I thought you were picking fights with people, too. Diablo told me all about how Sir Rimuru was going to have the world economy in his grip before long, so I thought you wanted to take over the council. What? And hang on, Diablo's saying stuff like that. That was my intention as well. My information gathering was part of that effort, I thought. Well, no, I'll admit that was what it's for, but don't tell me you didn't even realize you were doing it. Not you too, Hinata. Why is everyone looking at me like that? No, I'm not gonna say I didn't mean it, but I didn't intend to hurry things along that quickly. So for now, I just want to keep things to peaceful negotiation. Hinata sighed and rolled her eyes. If some new merchant comes along and ruins your marketplace, you won't find a lot of merchants soft-hearted enough to forgive that either. Oh, maybe not. Well, all right. We were going to clash in the future anyway. So let's just treat ourselves to the main support of economic activity in the Western nations, all right? That was my intention all along. My job's to shore up their defenses, and I will investigate the Rozzo family and the 5 elders. In a way, it was good that we knew our enemies now. Befriending Glenda was an unexpected windfall, and thanks to that, we had a direction to go. Okay. Be careful on that. I don't want to wage a two-front war against Yuki and the Rozzos. I'm aware, Benimaru said with a nod while Zoe gave his own agreement. I was taking a wait-and-see approach with Yuki as we waged information and economic warfare with the Rozzos. There were no real bullets flying around, at least, which made things easier on me. So I was about to wrap things up, wondering if I was worrying too much about this, when Hinata stopped me. Wait a minute. Yuki and the Rozzos? Why are you suspicious of Yuki? I was thrown for a moment, but then I realized Hinata might be oblivious to all that. Well, thinking about it, if you look at the list of people who know I'm a reincarnate involved with Shizu, and who could have leaked that info to the Eastern merchant. Yuki's about it, isn't he? Pretty much. And while I'm at it, I think that Roy, the guy who played the role of a demon lord, was killed by this guy Laplace, member of something called the Moderate Jester. Sorry if I'm wrong about that. No, I appreciate it. I don't have any stake in that, but if he's working against us, I can't stand for that. She was willing to accept Laplace and his cohorts as our foes. She gave a cold smile, one that froze my spine in place. Man, that's scary. I definitely better make sure I don't rile her. After that exchange, Hinata stood up, preparing to head home. Actually about that, Glenda timidly spoke up. Guess she still had something to say. What is it? If you want to say something, don't hold back. Did you remember something else? Then she dropped the biggest bombshell of the day. By Yuki, you mean the Grand Master of the Guild, right? He's connected to Johan of the 5 Elders, but I'd say he's pretty much under Maribel's complete control. Yuki's being manipulated. Are you serious? I'm not shameless enough to joke at a time like this. No, I bet not. Well, why didn't you tell us sooner? That's important. I answered directly to Granville for the most part, so essentially 2 people had the right to give Glenda orders, Granville and Maribel, although it was Granville 9 times out of 10. As a result, Glenda didn't get to talk with Maribel often, or get much of an insight into her mind. I picked her brain a little more, seeing if I could get anything else. We learned about more of her underlings, as well as the Blood Shadow, a group that handled the Rosso family's dirty work. That is a problem, said Shuna after a moment of reflection. It might be that whoever's controlling Yuki drove him to leak your secret for some reason. Hinata was lost in thought as well. It looked like we'd need to reconsider matters from the ground up. Even Raphael was thinking in silence for once. That's a rarity, but if it couldn't come up with an answer, worrying about it might be a waste of time. What we needed here was a clear solution. If thinking won't solve a problem, We can think later. When taking an exam, it's always smarter to leave the tougher questions for later. Wasting valuable time was never a good idea. Well, either way, Yuki's still suspicious, so let's keep an eye on him, actually. Wait a minute. As wary as Yuki was, I couldn't imagine him trying to spring something on me. But if he was under someone's thrall, that was another story. And since that someone's the clearly hostile Maribel, maybe the assumptions I've been working with were wrong all this time, huh? Hey, if Yuki can't defy Maribel's orders, you think he might be scheming something no matter what his position is? Yeah, that's the thing. Maribel wanted us out of the picture, and she might be willing to use Yuki for that goal, keeping her own hands clean. Trying to avoid Atu front war was the least of our worries. That doesn't sound too good, does it? Given that we're in the info-gathering stage, the Rossos can't make any flashy moves, I imagine. But, Zoe and my brother are right. You're about to venture into the ruins with Yuki's assistant, the guild vice-master Lady Kigali, yes? They might be planning something in there. Looks like everyone's reached the same conclusion. Maybe the wait-and-see approach was too optimistic. I can't lie and claim that's not a worry of mine. Maribel and the Rossos can always say they didn't know what Yuki was doing too. They can pin all the blame on the Free Guild and cause a rift between us. And that would ruin your plans, Soromuru. If we stay on the sidelines like this, they might strike first. Mom. But I felt we were already on guard enough. Security was stepped up across town. They could try to rile up our townspeople, but it wouldn't go that easy. So, suggestion. You could deliberately open a soft spot to lure them in. That's it. Perhaps we could cancel the expedition. I shook my head at Benimaru. No. Actually, let's take advantage of it. Milim will scream at me if we cancel it, so let's go through with it. Let's go in as prepared as we can for anything that could pop up, and when it does, let's engage it. Milim was looking forward to exploring the ruins. It was like a field trip to her, something to take her mind off homework, and she'd fly into a rage if I told her it was off. I didn't want to create yet more problems for myself, so I really wanted to avoid that. But wouldn't that be dangerous? With Milim there? I was going to take Shion to guard me anyway. Ah, that should work then. I'm sure she'll be glad to hear that, given how she was on home duty. Benimaru had no complaints, so Shion it was, and I'll take Gobta and Ranga along too. That should be more than enough of a fighting force, shouldn't it? Understood. We'll make sure nothing happens in town in the meantime. And I'll help my brother strengthen the barrier around it. I'll keep a steady watch for any unusual movements between countries, especially the 5 elders Glenda mentioned. Thanks. And we have Veldora in the dungeon, so if things get really bad, turn to him. I gave each of them my approval. Well, I need to bring all this discussion back to Lady Luminous, said Hinata. Be careful, all right? Because you have a tendency to get careless sometime. Quit reminding me. So she magically willed herself back home. She's usually cold to me, but sometimes in her own way, she can demonstrate legitimate concern too. Was this her idea of flirting? Understood. No dice, I was hoping I'd get to dream a little, but reality isn't so kind, is it? Anyway, we had our walking papers. Now we just had to prepare for the big day. Chapter 5. The Trap of Greed. Once I'd rounded up all my officials together, I shared everything I learned with them, introducing Glenda and ensuring they accepted her. This, of course, meant exposing Glenda to their surveillance. She'd need to earn her trust with all of them. I also introduced her to Kaijin and Kurobi, so they could get a chance to examine her handgun. She ought to be able to restock her ammo here, too. Maybe we can even mass-produce those things. Honestly, I'd like one too. I wasn't gonna put them on sale, but maybe I could give them out to important people on some kind of licensing system. They'd be cool to have too, I wickedly thought as the days passed by. Soon, the day of our ruins expedition came. We were all set to go. Our expedition outfits were perfect, and I even had a prototype gun on my side. It had piqued Kaijin's interest enough that he produced a mold during the off hours of his research. Gold then carved a seal into them that used magical power to trigger a small explosion inside the chamber. No gunpowder needed and no ejected cartridges. All you needed was some elliptical bullets and off you went. It was sized at 1/3 of an inch and could hold 16 bullets. It used a blowback system that made the bolt retract with each shot in order to load the next bullet and eliminate the impact of the explosive charge. The construction was more like a toy than anything, but even this had the power of a .44 Magnum. That was thanks to the gun's magisteel make, which improved its shock resistance, and the inscription-driven explosive charge also delivered the maximum amount of power possible. By the way, the force of this gun depended on the type of bullets used. Normally, it'd use plain old lead bullets, but for monsters, we also had magic-infused mithril shots. The force could differ depending on how much magic you put in, so you could say this weapon needed the right person using it to excel. In terms of classification, it was a rare, albeit one that could hit as hard as a unique. A really interesting weapon to have around, one that even surprised Kaijin's team as they made it. With the capability it had, I'd really like to make it standard issue with our new troops, but as mentioned, that was up for discussion. Frankly, this was something we'd normally never do. In a way, I made it to play out the classic tropes more than anything. I was reluctant to formally adopt it. We'd have to see how things went, perhaps lending it out only if we determined it to be truly necessary. Such as today, for example. Carrying this around definitely completed my look. Any man's got to have a little classic adventure in his life. Ooh, this is really cool. The way it kind of recoils in my hands feels so awesome, Gobta cried. See? Gobta and I share the same good taste. Typically, these were for lending out only, but let's give Gobta one as a present. You see what I mean, Gobta? But don't go pointing it at people, all right? It's dangerous. Of course not. I'll be real careful. He was overjoyed while Ranga looked on jealously. Ranga, you can't use that thing. I'll give you a fancy scarf, though, so make do with that. I have Goriki Mau do with me, thank you. Not to mention the clothing you chose for me, Sir Rumuru. Shion, no going on an expedition in there, right? Safety's our top consideration here. She must have really liked the clothing I gifted to her because Shion wore it every chance she got, but it was meant for fashion, not exploration. A pity. Her head drooped down as she changed to her normal suit. That wasn't exactly a great improvement, but it was her de facto battle gear, so well. Rimuru, what do you think of me? Milim was practically jumping up and down with excitement. Oh, looks good on you. Definitely worth getting for today. Like Gobta and me, she was an expedition gear we obtained for this day. You bet. It feels good, and talk about easy to move in. Can you believe how many pockets it has? So cool. She was in shorts, which I wasn't sure was such a great idea, but they suited her, so we'd go with it. That it is. Be sure to thank Shuna, okay? Okay. That's right. Thus, we were all in high spirits as we headed for our meeting point, the Free Guild headquarters in the Englesia capital. The plan was to head to the puppet nation of Distar from there. Gagali was waiting for us at the front entrance. Good to see you again. We have a lot to do today. I guess this is the first time? I'm Milim. Good to meet you. My name is Kagali. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. They all smiled at one another before Kigali guided us forward. Milim? I don't think there's any problem. But it's a little, Kigali gave our conversation an odd look. She worked for Yuki, so we eyed her with suspicion, just in case. I was having Milim check her out with Dragon's Eye just now, and it sounded like something caught Milim's attention, but nothing especially problematic. It still bothered me though, so I resolved to keep my guard up. Our team's all here, so let me introduce everyone. Rolling her eyes a bit, Kigali began introducing the expedition team to us. They were lined up in a row, waiting for us in an open area near the EQ. It was a team trained by Kigali herself, and the more talented and experienced among them would be joining us today. They all volunteered for the job, around 10 men and women in all, even after being told we could be attacked. Some of the passers-by were giving them curious looks, but nobody minded. They seemed well trained enough. Their equipment, meanwhile, was the full, complete deal. Not the make-believe stuff we had on, but a lot of heavy stuff, thick upper and lower clothing with large backpacks. Each of them carried tools for the role they played in the expedition, walking sticks, pickaxes, shovels, you name it. We'll carry your equipment for you, Surimu, but where did you put it? We didn't have any. Just these cool new outfits. No, we didn't prepare anything, so it's just this. Uh-huh. That's an amusing joke. Yeah, I know, but look, you really shouldn't have any of your skin exposed. You might get stung, and it's easier to get hurt that way, right? Work clothing did its job best if it covered all your skin. Plus, Milam's outfit was just downright slovenly. You think so? But my skin's protected by an aura at all times, so I'll be okay. Yeah, but you want to have Kigali get mad at you? You're just the same as her. From my perspective, you're both far too lightly equipped. You're treating this expedition like a walk in the park. Oh, harsh. What was so bad about this, really? All right. We'll be fine, okay? I may not look it, but I've got a lot of adventuring experience. To be more exact, I had gone light since I didn't really need to camp outside anyway. That was better demonstrated in person than explained at length right now. Well, if you insist, but if you have any trouble, please let us know at once. I doubted we'd have that much trouble. We were treating this like a fun outing, but we did have an eye out for danger. I made sure Gupta, Ranga, and Shion were all aware of that. Time to head out then. Right. I have a wagon prepared for us. Huh? We don't need a wagon, do we? Kigali stared blankly at me. I stared blankly back at her. Whoa! What? I mean, it'd take, 2 months to reach Distalv by wagon. That was never an option. What do you mean? I invited the quizzical Kigali to just take us out of town for now. Once we found ourselves in a deserted area, I used Dominate Space to open a transport gate straight to Distalv. This process was familiar to me by now. If I'd been somewhere before, it was easy to open a gate there. All right, come on in. It won't disappear on you or anything, so don't panic. The dazed expedition party began talking all at once. You're kidding me. How far away do you think we are? Truly, a demon lord is an amazing thing. Impossible. Now the majority of our preparation has gone to waste. I felt a little bad about that, but hey, at least I looked cool. So we were at the puppet nation of Distal. The first people to greet us were the dark elves, lined up at the castle entrance and bowing deeply. Welcome to Distal. You must be exhausted from your journey. The elder among the group stepped up to me. I say elder, but she looked maybe in her 20s, a woman with blonde hair and dark brown skin. Oh no, not really. But do you have rooms for us? Oh, of course. We could provide individual rooms for each of you, but if necessary, we have larger group rooms as well. I gave them advance notice, so they were entirely set up for us. For now, I figured we could drop all our stuff in the larger group room. Okay, let's head to the group room first. We can keep our luggage in there, so maybe we can get a tour around the castle today? Very well, Hal. I'd be happy to guide you. The elder guided us into the room. I told the team to drop their stuff there, and they did so, walking like out-of-sync robots. What is going on here? It hasn't even been an hour since we came together, and we're already at our destination. This is insanity. I must be going insane. What? Individual rooms? They're treating us like guests in this castle. I guess the robotic walking was because their brains were still catching up to all this. It was a departure from the usual sort of expedition, and I suppose it confused them. Sir Raimuru has directed us to look after all of you. If you run into any issues during your stay, please don't hesitate to inform us. The elder flashed a soft smile at the dazed team as she spoke. That was enough to make them face reality. I watched them all, warm fuzzies running over me, and we took the team on a tour of the castle, the former residence of the demon Lord Clayman, and a place that brought the word opulence to new height. The Dark Elves were fully maintaining the palace, and everywhere I looked it was spotless. This is going to be yours once the expedition is over, Milim, but I think all these people still want to live here. Mom! Yes, I see that. Let's have them provided with regular food and supplies. Thank you very much, Lady Milim. Don't worry about it. You're my people too, so if you carry out your roles, that's great. Wow, Milim's really getting smarter. Frey's efforts must be paying off. Impressed, I asked her some more about the castle and whether she had any issues with it. It's a big palace, enough so that it had space for all the Dark Elves. There was no surrounding castle town. Dwellings for Magic-born existed, but they were all out working under Geld right now. The elves were tending to them as well for when they eventually came back. And this is the entrance into the ruins. It's divided into 3 sections, with the deepest one serving as a crypt. Only the higher officials among us are allowed to enter, and only the demon Lord Clayman himself knows what lies in the middle section and beyond. Akuro mentioned this in his own report, but the ruin entrance was right inside the castle. So you know how the topmost section is structured? Yes. All the treasure in the top section has already been recovered, so we are currently using the area for our residences. There were so many empty rooms inside that it could easily house over 1,000 beds. We opened the door and went in. It was supposed to be underground, but the space was filled with a soft light. What's this light? Yes, this is a perpetual magic-driven effect. It is synchronized with the passage of the sun, so it gets dark at night time. Heavens! Magic from the distant past is still in operation today. This alone is a huge discovery. It's being treated as the most normal of things in here, but I'd like to thoroughly investigate it. Is this magic active in the other sections? Yes. I had a glance deeper in when I accompanied Lord Clayman, but the central section was just as bright. The elder patiently answered all our questions, a back and forth that continued for a while to come. I could see how excited the team was, and that energy was starting to rub off on us. Better stay out of their way, Gupta. Right. Getting kinda nervous, huh? We whispered at each other as we looked around the first section. It looked pretty lived in, so I could believe the Dark Elves called it home. So if you live in here, you don't see any monsters come up from below? 'Cause if there's a crypt, I'd expect ghosts and stuff. The elder snickered at Gupta's query. No need to worry about that. There is only one door leading to the underground, and only Lord Clayman could open it. Malim raised an eyebrow. Well, if it won't open, let's just break it down. Certainly. One swing of my blade, and all shall be pulverized? No. We need to examine it first. Please. No breaking anything. I rushed in to keep the extremists from having their way. All right. Good point. Better be more careful than that, Shion. Yes, that was close. If I didn't hear that, I would have lost hold of myself. That's just what I was anxious about, but at least they were open to guidance. So we made our way through the rather extensive ruins, past the Dark Elves' settlement and up to a single, very large door, the same size as the first but with a very apparent magical seal on it. Ah, this appears to be part of a defense mechanism powered by ancient magic. It might wake up the entire city defense system if we touch it. The defense system? Is it still active? We'll need to be careful. If we trip it, the expedition might have to be called off very quickly. Kigali stiffened as she gave the warning, and her team's faces all tightened up too. I wonder how Clayman got this thing open. Was Clayman involved with running these ruins or something? No, he came to the forefront only just recently. I doubt he was involved with them before that point. I think he managed to undo this magical seal. Follow the correct procedure, and I think it should open without complaint. Mum? Yes. Even Clayman could tackle this one, if he had enough time. Didn't he have some unique skill along those lines? Affirmative. Manipulator, the power to convert information into encrypted messages that can be sent and received. Right, that one. He could probably use it to decrypt whatever data he saw, which was a good way to analyze and break open magic seals like this one. By the way, have I obtained that skill yet? Understood. The skill was an inferior version of the powers my master already has, so it was dismantled and absorbed as energy. As a formality, control terrain has been added to control laws. Ah, no wonder I didn't hear about it. If it's not worth reporting, Raphael doesn't tell me about it. But if Clayman could do it, so can I. It's really Raphael doing it, but whatever. This could be a long battle. Quite a challenge to start out with, but this is still a good environment compared to what we've dealt with before. Let's settle down and start deciphering this. The team was enthusiastic about getting to work for sure. Meanwhile, I laid a hand on the door. The energy flowing through the veins in the earth I could tell was spreading out across the wall as it went through the magic seal. I see. If we break down this door, that'll knock out all the light in this section. All this energy would be diverted toward eliminating the intruders, and then it'd heal itself once everything was safe again, perhaps. Staying in operation like this for over 1,000 years, this is the work of a highly advanced civilization of magic. It was Greek to me if I was alone, but thanks to all the support I had here, this was pretty easy to follow. It was even kind of fun, like a puzzle. Working my way through the magic seal like a worksheet full of mathematical problems, I managed to figure out how to open it. Oh, here we go. Run some magic power through here, and that'll open up an input window for an encrypted spell. I turned back toward everyone, only to find the team staring at me, jaw down on the floor. Oops. In an instant, I knew I had gone too far. It was so much fun analyzing it, but this was their job, wasn't it? Sorry, kinda got carried away. No, not a problem at all. Kigali offered me some comfort, but I really felt like I was stepping on some toes here. Butting in too much would be regrettable, so I decided to sit back and fluff up Ranga's mane for a while. But with the kind of gang I brought along, that wasn't gonna happen. I just solved it too. Milim was already bounding around the door. Oh, I'm pretty stumped, I guess. Meanwhile, Gobta was bringing a quizzical hand to his head. Several of the team members were debating among themselves, voices and eyes bright. This all happened thanks to a question from Kigali. Sir Rimuru, would you mind explaining how you deciphered this? I was deep into giving Ranga a grooming session, but if she was asking, I had to answer her. So in front of an eager-to-learn audience, I went over the steps I took to decipher the magic seal. First, before you examine the complete shape, you need to examine what kind of magical formula has been added to it. Then you divided that formula into individual sections. So you look for the newest spell first? Right. You're figuring out which formula will keep the complete shape from working right if you take it out, and then you repeat that as you try to grasp the core features of the spell. After that, it's just a matter of taking all the correct answers and stacking them atop one another. I see. So get rid of the false data and keep the spells that work correctly? I had heard this was a team of elite explorers, and they certainly were quick learners. Just a little advice from me, and their understanding grew deeper and deeper. So with trap spells, they're usually complete packages in and of themselves, right? They're kind of like leaves and branches coming out from the main tree, separate from the flow at the foundation. That's assuming the main purpose of the spell isn't to activate the trap, of course, but... So they're in the main flow of the seal, but we can't afford to ignore them, huh? I guess my experience educating children was paying off. The team found my teaching style really easy to grasp. Having so much success lifted my spirits, so I kept on demonstrating my approach to magic seal analysis. In the midst of this, Melim went and got the door completely unsealed. A few others followed quickly after her, but it was then that the Dark Elf Elder spoke up again. "Everybody, we've prepared dinner for you. I'm sure you're tired from your long journey, so why don't we finish up work for today?" Only now did I realize we were into the evening hours. Yeah, the real expedition could begin tomorrow. Let's wrap things up for now. We can get the door open for good soon enough. Okay, wanna stop here? Sounds good. It feels strange describing it as a long journey, but we can get down to business starting tomorrow. With Kigali's agreement, our work ended for the day. The next morning, Kigali formally opened the door, her fully equipped team lined up behind her. A blue light flickered as the door silently slid away. And there we go. The team cheered. "Well done," I said as I took a step inside. In this middle section, the light wasn't as bright as above. It was more of a dimmer glow, eternally shining from candlesticks installed in the stone walls. Another impressive piece of magical technology, not real candles, but magic-driven illumination. As I walked along, astonished by them, Melim came up to me. "It feels a lot more oppressive all of a sudden, huh?" "Yeah, the ceiling's a lot lower, and it feels like these stone walls are closing in on us. Pretty narrow corridor, too. I bet this is set up like kind of a maze." The corridor was maybe 6.5 feet wide. Two people standing next to each other would feel a little cramped. Melim and I were on the small side, so it wasn't a problem, but the people carrying large packs behind us probably had a rougher time of it. "Sir Rimuru, who should we have up front? If this was a maze-like area, we'd have to figure out a path to take at every fork in the hallways. There might be traps in place too. We can detect traps for you as the leaders. Do you mind if we stay in the front? If you don't mind handling that for us." "Sure thing. With me around, you're safe no matter what shows up." Melim gave a reassuring nod before I could speak up. Nobody had any issue with that, so we were now leading the whole team, Kigali and her assistant behind us. Shion and Gobta took up the rear, serving as bodyguards for the rest of the team. Rama was in my shadow, and the elder was watching the door for us. I couldn't wait for dinner from her tonight. I ambled along, using magic sense to survey the path ahead. The corridor was stone, but sometimes we'd pass by murals on the walls, very pretty ones. Wow, these murals alone have a lot of artistic value. Do they? Sure. They must be depicting scenes from ancient times, so they'll be great to research. They're really worth a lot. You know, thinking about it, they do remind me of things I saw way back when. All right. To me, it's the faraway past, but to Milim, this is probably just a nostalgia trip. That'd make anyone a bit emotional, I bet. Better be careful with our expedition here. I wouldn't want to add any more damage to the wear and tear of time. Our explorations continued apace, with no booby traps to speak of. We were now taking a break for lunch. All right. I'll begin cooking then. Oh, wait 1 minute. The elder made some box lunches for all of us, so let's go with those. I stopped a team member as he was trying to start a campfire, then took out enough lunches for everyone. It must have looked like I conjured them up from nothing, but they were in my stomach, of course. That kept them well preserved, making it a useful skill for long journeys like this. Is that even possible? I could hear people whispering about me. Let them. Despite their confusion, they readily accepted the boxes. On the menu today were sandwiches with tons of veggies, eggs, and smoked meat. Dark elf cuisine was all about uniquely heavy sauces. The one used here was a bit like mayonnaise, doing a great job of softening up the rather hard bun. If people still had trouble biting through them, that's where the vegetable soup came in, poured into large wooden bowl. It used a hearty chicken broth, giving it a nice, tasty body that really worked its way into the veggies for a satisfying treat. I have lots more, so don't be shy. The moment I shouted it, I was mobbed by team members, empty bowls in hand. Mine was first in line, so I guess she was a fan. We almost never get food this good outdoors. You're making us a very happy team today. I couldn't help but feel Kigali was needling me a little when she said that. I had just resolved not to butt in too much after all, so I could read between the lines. But if she thought this was cheating, I hoped she was willing to overlook it. Well, I'd like to avoid using fire in this place if we can. Fire? Right. We don't want fire to go out of control in here, and besides, we're underground. I think we've got good ventilation so far, but just in case, You were thinking that far ahead, huh? I wouldn't worry so much if we were outdoors, though. That was the truth. This was a tight corridor, and there was no ready source of water. If something happened, we might not have an escape route. That's why I felt it prudent to bring along box lunches from the start. Also, bathroom breaks. By the way, if any of you want to go to the bathroom, I'll set up a transport gate back to the entrance, so take care of that during our lunch break, okay? With that, I flipped the figurative switch on a transport gate. Some of them gave, "You're kidding me" stares, but, I figured they would probably just do their business behind a rock or something otherwise, but I wanted to avoid that. This path eventually leads to a crypt, after all, and I didn't want to profane it. I think you're worrying too much, and the dead might not care anyway. No, I think we could learn from that. Kigali agreed with me. That was nice to see. So while everyone's taking a bathroom break, "Hey, is it all right if I try out something real quick?" I said to Kigali. "What's that? What's coming from you? I'd really like to know." Well, in the labyrinth I run, one popular strategy right now is to rely on elemental communication. You have to be a shaman or elementalist to access that, but it lets you immediately discover the best path to take. Really? Because that sounds real convenient. Oh, Kigali didn't know about that? I guess you wouldn't, unless you're intimately involved in that stuff. Hey. I'm a shamaness. Can you tell me more about elemental communication? Oh, lucky break there. I felt a little self-conscious about casting the spell myself, so perfect. The volunteer who spoke up was a woman versed in spirit magic, so I gave her a quick lecture on elemental communication. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. She was geared toward the wind element, which made conversation between her and the spirits a relatively smooth process. Well, now we really won't get lost, huh? She said. The path goes into a dead end up ahead, so we'll want to go back 3 intersections and turn east. But this is gonna be hard to map out. Kinda. If you just listen to the spirits' voices all the time, you'll tire out the communicator. So you'll want to get the path down on paper, but of course I had Raphael handle that for me, creating maps I could produce on paper with so much accuracy that you'd think I used some map-making software packet. But hang on! Isn't there a magic spell that puts any diagram you can think of on paper? There definitely was, I thought. I saw it in the book 101 Wiles Wacky Spells I found in the library. Report. Search complete. It is the illusory magic thoughtography. That's the one. Funny how there was still a lot of useful, important magic spells I didn't know, but this kind of nonsense stuck in my brain so easily. I got some good slime cells in me, so my memory skills are even better than before. But with stuff like this, it's like I was back to my old human mind again. Hey, anyone here know illusory magic? Oh, I'm a mysticist. Still in training, but okay, try learning this spell for me then. Also, my friends and I all use thought communication to share ideas with one another. That would have made things easier, but if you wanted to teach something like this to a regular person, magic was still your best bet. I had just the thing for a time like this. Suggestion. The best option would be the illusory magic channeling. Oh, there's that, huh? So I taught thoughtography and channeling to the young man who volunteered his mysticist skill. He gave it a quick whirl, and right away he was drawing up maps with ease. Wow! We'll never get lost now. In fact, if we use this magic, we could draw out the full structure of these ruins. This will make future expeditions so much easier. Well, I'm glad everyone likes it. A map's fine and all, but it won't show us any traps or magic-driven mechanisms. Don't drop your guard. Kigali's order brought the jubilant team back to Earth. Impressive of her to notice the danger without me warning her about it. For today, we decided to go ahead and make our way to the bottom of this section first. We wound up reaching it before dinner. Day 3 began in front of the door to the 3rd and final section. We decided to split up, one team disabling the magic on the door and the other continuing their exploration of the middle section. I had given them an on-the-field tutorial on this yesterday, so today I was just supervising. Me, Gobta, and Ranga were on the exploration team. Not much to do, eh, Serimuro? Shion said. In that case, why don't you go make some drinks for the workers? Right away. Shion was right. We didn't really have much to do, but the team was still lobbing questions at me now and again, so I was enjoying it cheerfully. Shion set up a table, pouring coffee from a flask into the cups she had lined up. It was an oddly moving sight. Just a little bit ago, letting Shion touch anything that might go into your mouth was verboten. All set. Care for a quick break, everyone? We all settled down to relax a bit, the team enjoying her coffee as they had a moment of peace. We still had an eye out for potential attacks, of course, but for now nothing seemed forthcoming. Hopefully, I wasn't overthinking matters, but now that I was away from Veldora, Maribel and her cohorts might see this as their big chance. If they were going to act, it was now or never. I'd need to stay on my toes as I saw how things went. That, and I needed to keep Kigali and her team guarded too. I ran a quick analyze and assess, but nobody seemed suspicious among any of them. They all had the abilities they claimed to have, and there was no sign they were under anyone's control, whether via their desires or not. If they were brainwashed, then my eyes, or Raphael's eyes really, must be deceiving me. I felt safe in dismissing that possibility. But what if they weren't brainwashed, but following orders they truly believed in? That could happen too. So I couldn't rest easy yet, but none of them were a threat to my life. So I sat back and enjoyed my coffee. After a while, Milim came back, carrying a ton of stuff. Rimuru, look at this! I found so much booty. To be accurate, she was riding on Ranga empty-handed, while Gobta and the other team members were loaded down with swag. Check it out! They're all so perfectly infused with magicules. This alone ought to be a huge harvest for us, huh? She was right. Most of their booty was battle equipment, and while they were no doubt fine pieces in their heyday crafted by talented artisans, the magisteel inside them had settled down and vastly upgraded their ability. Oh, you're right. There's not much artistic value, but you could still use a lot of this stuff today. Right? And look, this one has to be a unique. It was, wow, extremely valuable. Not the sort of thing you'd want to have lying around, I thought. It aroused my suspicions. Where did you find this stuff? Because I doubt Clayman left it untouched without a reason. Well, there was actually a trap I set off by accident, and a bunch of these golems came lumbering up to us. They were carrying all this, she explained. That sounded like something I shouldn't ignore there. You set off a trap? No. It went off the moment I stepped into this one corridor. I think even you would have had trouble avoiding it. Yeah. We used magic to detect traps with every hallway we went down. We weren't being careless or anything, Gobta added. Milim and Gobta claimed they were being careful, and judging by testimony from the rest of the team, they weren't lying. Something must have been programmed with certain biological lifeform patterns, repelling any intruders who didn't match them. If you didn't know the acceptable wavelengths beforehand, it was impossible for anyone to deactivate. The only logical way through was by force. Sounds like you had no choice then. Some of these traps are pretty complex, huh? Oh, yes. It sure taught me a thing or two. We should set something like that up in our own dungeon. A corridor that only allowed pre-selected people through. Maybe this whole section of the ruins was designed to ward people away from the crypt. And perhaps we should assume there are lots of other golems bearing unique weapons. Their weapons must have evolved right in their hands while they were on standby over so many years. It's boggling to think about. Kigali was right. Good thing we had Milim and Gobta with us. If this expedition team were by themselves, there was a decent chance the golems would have killed them. Nothing might have happened yesterday, but I bet there are more traps like that in this section of the ruins. But no need to panic. Let's try to act more carefully from tomorrow forward. Right. It'll be a while before we have the door analyzed, so tomorrow. Just when Kigali was voicing her agreement, the earth began to shake. A gigantic burst of energy shot across the entire region, including these ruins. Fragments of rock fell from the ceiling, adding to the stress and terror. What was that? We gotta get out of here. It's gonna cave in. Kigali raised her voice to calm her team. Pipe down. That was just a single jolt. It's not an earthquake. A structure this solid won't fall that easily. Just stay calm, start evacuating. That was enough to restore order among the team, a testament to how well trained they were. So, what was that? The cool as a cucumber Gobta casually asked. Some kind of shockwave just ran across the surface, I think. A pretty big one, too, so it might have affected the palace. I had a transport gate handy if we needed it, so I wasn't panicking as I answered him. Still, though, like Kigali said, it wasn't an earthquake, but some kind of localized energy blast, which meant it had to be man-made. But just as I was thinking about going back up to look over things, my instincts reacted. Report. Hostile force detected. At this point in time, the ruins defense system has activated. A large number of activating golems have been detected. There are also other intruders going into the ruins. Alarms began to blare, followed by a mechanical-sounding voice. Intruders into Amrita detected. Eliminate at once. Intruders into Amrita detected. Eliminate at once. The repeating voice made the danger crystal clear. Now, things were critical. The surface wasn't guaranteed to be safe, and we had an emergency inside the ruins. You're kidding! Did Amrita's defense system just go off by itself? Kigali's cool, unaffected demeanor was gone now. There are intruders coming inside, I said. Maybe they set off some kind of trap. Too bad the golems won't listen if we tell them we're not involved. And frankly, I was starting to doubt Kigali herself. She was right near the door. Maybe she could have set off the defenses while I wasn't paying attention. And look at the timing. Other people entering the ruins just when the alarm goes off? That had to be deliberate. You notice anything, Milim? No, I didn't hear a thing. Milim could pick up all thought communications and magical conversations around her. Trying to hide anything from her was pointless, but she didn't overhear anything unusual. I thought the intruders might be connected to Kigali, but maybe I jumped to conclusions. So, she's innocent? Rapport. Cannot reach a conclusion. If there is a soul corridor connection, it is possible to engage in a hidden thought communication. So I couldn't feel safe yet. I really hated having to protect a potential spy while dealing with enemies. If she would have been kind enough to reveal herself and ditch me at this point, it'd make things a lot easier. But oh well. We're in a bad situation. I think the intruders must be from the organization coming after me, I said. It's really true. So that earthquake too? But what kind of fools would take on a demon lord? The team seemed honestly surprised about all this. I didn't question any of their motives. I supposed I'd have to brace myself and keep them protected as I fended off this adversary. Well, don't worry. I promise I'll step up to keep you all safe. They looked at me, surprised. Well, that's mean. Did they assume I'd abandon them all in here? We were getting along pretty well. I kinda hoped they trusted in me more. Just what you wished for, huh, Rimuru? Said Milim. Yeah. Though I'm not too sure whether they caught me or I caught them. We'll have to see right now. Just as Raphael predicted, the enemy took the bait. I won't ask how they managed to get in. With the kind of talent they had to choose from, it'd be a snap to sneak past the dark elves up top. Well, let's take this opportunity to end things here. I was anticipating this, and I debated over how to address it. There was nothing to panic about. Quickly, we all moved into our planned intercept position. The second tremor came along. What's that? I really don't like the sounds of that. Even Gobta was growing concerned about events outside. But I didn't have the time to answer him, because now I could see it. An ominous dragon advancing upon us from faraway skies. Wow! That's real bad. It was hard inside the ruins like this, but I used magic sense to follow the magicules to the outside. There I could see a dragon, as vicious as they came. It looked like Veldora on the outside, but a measure larger overall. Its skin was ragged, festering, almost rotting off, and its massive aura was exploding out of control. One look told me it packed a massive amount of magicule energy, far beyond what an awakened demon lord possessed. This was a catastrophe-level threat. That bad? Yeah. Looks like a dragon, but it's way beyond an archdragon. It's probably stronger than a dragon lord, even. Maybe it's one of Veldora's siblings? Veldora. It was outside the whole framework of what defined a dragon. My only guess was that it was a true dragon, but it didn't have Veldora's grandeur or personality at all. Maybe grandeur was the wrong term to describe that doofus actually, but this dragon just seemed different from him, fundamentally. That... No. Then Milim suddenly opened her eyes wide. Rimuru, I think I got some business to take care of. That dragon. She squinted into the empty space in front of her, then used spatial transport to vanish from the scene. Judging by her panic, I could see where this was going. If Milim was freaking out over something, it was usually of her own doing, and that meant the enemy found one serious skeleton in her closet. I really can't believe this, but I think that's Milim's dragon friend she sealed away long ago. It didn't get resurrected. Someone's unsealed it and is controlling its will now. What? Is that true, Sir Muru? Yeah. I'm feeling these intense shockwaves. Not even I might be able to beat it. I was telling the truth. Charybdis, made from the remains of Veldora's power, was like an insect compared to this. The sheer hatred and rage was overpowering. I doubted it would ever stop until it destroyed the whole world, and the scary thing was, all of its emotions were painted over black in my mind. Maribel's emotional takeover skills were controlling that thing. A chaos dragon. I never thought I'd see such a tyrant in this day and age, Kigali murmured, and I firmly agree. Thank heavens, Milim was here. I was sure she could beat that guy and put it back to sleep for us. Then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. For now, we had our own things to take care of. Gupta, Shion, we have guests to welcome. Roger that. I'm on it. Those puny little dolls are no match for me. I thought about opening a transport gate to evacuate the expedition team to the surface, but I didn't think I'd have the time. An organized legion of golems was now here for us, bearing down at full speed as we stood in front of the door. Shion stepped forward, brandishing her large sword. Unfortunately, it caught on the corridor's low ceiling. Damn it! Check your surroundings. Sorry. Just a little mistake. A little mistake could cost you your life. It cost her a bit, judging by the spear from one golem that was now stuck inside her. That nonsense left her wide open, and I really wish she'd get it together for a change. It's too cramped to fight in here. I don't know what's beyond, but maybe there's a bigger space in the third section. Then maybe we can have them hurry up with deactivating it. Nah, at this point, I'll just do it myself. Sorry, guys, but time's up. Ranga helped those two. While Gobta, Shion, and Ranga bought time for me, I quickly wrapped up the door for us. The alarms were still blaring. All the traps were activated. I wanted to avoid violence in here to keep the ruins as intact as possible, but luckily the door opened without much of a challenge. Get inside! Heeding my words, the expedition team quickly ran down the stairway inside, none of them demonstrating a hint of panic. Kigali followed behind, and I joined her, protecting her back as we all went into the crypt area. The dead were asleep here, but it didn't look the part. It was an enormous, brightly lit space, large enough to house a broad, grass-covered plain. I almost forgot everything as I marveled at the landscape, but now was no time for surprises. Soon Gopta was down the stairs, the golems not far behind, and the battle began anew. Now, however, things were turning around. Shion had full freedom of movement, and now she was pulverizing those golem. At this point, I didn't want to let anyone escape. When I strike hard, and my foes probably think the same way. After all, they were trying to keep me isolated in here, even if it meant risking the wrath of Malim. I didn't think they'd go that far. Honestly, I probably underestimated Maribel. But no more. Understood. Shifting into full-power battle mode. Quietly, I finished my preparations. All restrictions I placed on myself were removed to get myself ready for the enemy to come. Now I just had to wait for the ringleader. There were a large number of golems, but we had the advantage. Xiong was kicking up a huge ruckus, and Ranga was going berserk. In between them, Gupta was destroying each golem with the gun he had, one at a time. He even had enough time to reload at regular intervals. Seeing how in control he was, the expedition team looked pretty reassured. I'm surprised there was actually an attack, but what kind of force would attempt to attack a demon lord, even waking up a chaos dragon for it? Kigali must have been curious about that. She seemed disturbed, the concern clear in her voice. If it was an act, she was good at it, but I still didn't know what lay in her heart. Sorry to drag you into this. Not at all. If there's a living chaos dragon out there, I wouldn't feel safer with anybody else, Sorimu. Yeah. We need to report this to the guild Eki and figure something out. But if the demon lord Milim loses, there's not much we can do, is there? We need to survive this first. I know who deliberately set off the trap, but that was such an evil thing to do. I was seeing some optimistic opinions among the team. They sure knew how to mentally switch gears on a dime. I told you I was going to protect you, right? And if I win, we're good. I tried to keep it casual as I calmed them down. I had Gobta and Ranga here, not to mention Xion. And Milim, strongest among all the demon lords, wasn't gonna let a chaos dragon beat her. It wasn't a good situation, but it wasn't a terrible one either. We had to kill our foes, survive this onslaught, and address our anxieties. Simple. Kigali must have been relieved a little, because she didn't say anything else for a bit. I turned my eyes toward Gobta's battle, waiting for the adversaries to come. You have many foes, Sorimuru, she whispered. Is that because you're a demon lord? I was unoccupied while waiting for my enemy, so I casually replied to her. It wasn't voluntary on my part, but yes. Why is that? The kingdom of Farmus provoked me. With Clayman, my foe was messing with me, so I had to respond. Nata the Saint had the wrong idea about me. In every case, it was started by the other side. I just played along. In a way, it was self-defense. It was. So you never start anything, Sorimuru? Well, maybe I can't say that. With this particular enemy, it's kind of a conflict between motivations. Our philosophies don't mesh. This would have happened sooner or later anyway, I think. You can't resolve it without fighting? Sure we can, but that resolution would probably never come until I swallowed up the other side. If they didn't want that, they were probably right to do this. With the twin superpowers of Dworgen and Thalion at their side, Tempest would have no reason to lose in an economic war with the Western nation. If the enemy did nothing, I'm certain that we would have annexed them all, financially speaking. Raphael's way faster than a quantum computer. I wouldn't stand for anyone dissing it. Oh, so you think the other side's justified in this then? Are they? Maybe we could have accepted the differences in our principles and agreed to some mutual concession. If we were never going to get involved with one another again in the future, that might have worked. But if they're justified, then so am I. I had no interest in doing whatever they said, and they didn't want me ruling over them. And if that's how it was, confrontation was the only choice. In a way, economic warfare is even more terrifying than the kind with guns and tanks. There's no defined surrender in one, and as long as the other side doesn't fall under your umbrella, it never ends. Thus, you could say that my foes turning to military warfare was a stroke of luck. This way, once they realize they can't win, they'll have to admit to defeat. But even if that was their only choice, the question of whether it was just or not is another issue entirely. Well, justice can mean a ton of different things depending on your viewpoint. I'm not saying I'm absolutely correct, but if I retreat here, that's going to worsen my position. The only choice I have is to fight. It's not that I couldn't have taken a more modest path, but if I bent, all my friends would have gone down with me. Even so, if you respected the other side's position and tried talking to one another to search for a better relationship, don't you think you could have avoided hostilities? That's a tough one. How should I answer it? I didn't have to worry about it. A young girl's voice answered for me. It's impossible. So impossible. People have endless desires. You can't ask them to be patient. And if the other side bends, the demands get bigger and bigger. That's part of being human. Right. If I conceded, I'd like to believe the other side would understand. But that's just not realistic. If I were just another citizen who could believe in fairy tales, maybe I could have given you an earful of all that idealistic stuff. But from a politician's point of view, there's just no way I can believe in that nonsense. And I guess my adversary thought the same way. You know, I think the exact same thing. I'm the demon Lord Rimuru. You are? Good to meet you. My name is Maribel. I'm your enemy. Somewhere along the line, all the golems had been defeated. Then I saw a girl I caught sight of at the Founders' Festival, the enemy I anticipated, and one far bolder than I ever imagined. I figured she'd be the sly sort who didn't venture out herself, but I wasn't expecting to see her right here in front of me. And it wasn't just Maribel. 3 others were next to her, Dai looking completely changed, a man in knightly clothing, and Yuuki Kagurazaka. The sight disturbed Kigali and the team. Guildmaster? Why are you here? No, were you after the Demon Lord's life? You're kidding me. Then why did you order us to explore the ruins? Yuki demonstrated zero response to these questions. Just as Glenda said, he must have been under her complete control. Sir Yuki, what is the meaning of this? Are you turning your backs on us? Kigali's voice was full of anger. It sounded like that came from the heart, but that didn't matter anymore. I really wanted to end this farce soon and go back up Milim, but before that, yeah, you certainly are my enemy. But before we fight, there's one thing I'd like to ask, if that's okay, I said. I turned my eyes toward the blonde-haired girl. The expedition seemed thrown by my choice, but I kept watching silently. By this point, I suppose they've thrown their lot in with mine, or maybe they've been taken in by this girl's dark atmosphere. That shiny blonde hair, those lips, the color of cherry blossom. Maribel, this girl who may or may not be just 10 years old. Deep down, though, she was cold, just too different from anyone else on the planet. What is that? Join me. Then we can avoid all this needless conflict. Laughable. So laughable. You should join with me, Demon Lord Rimuru. You're going to lose right here. If you don't like it, submit to my rule. Your approach isn't a match for my policies. The way you do things will lead to unnecessary wars. It'll make countless innocent people suffer just to keep the riches of a few safe. Yes, I'll admit to that. But so what? It's completely natural for the powerless to be exploited. It's survival of the fittest with monsters too, is it not? Oh, it is. But I don't like that. Well, it's stupid. It's so stupid. Do you believe in a bunch of insipid nonsense like we're all equal? No, I'm not a total idiot. But everybody needs to be given an opportunity. Some people just can't manage to do anything, but you can't cast away people's values that easily, can you? Some people bloom later in life. Some have hidden talents. You have people who hate working but have unbelievable artistic talents. With Maribel's approach, once a gap opens between rich and poor, it'll be impossible to close again. And I just couldn't accept that. From the moment they're born, people are unequal. That was a given. You could probably count the monetary fortune a set of parents gives to their child as a kind of talent. but a life where you've given no opportunity at an education, just constant exploitation, meant ignoring the potential in all of us. In a word, it was a waste. People have an infinite potential for talent. Throwing all that away is unthinkable. But ridiculous. So ridiculous. I can't believe a childish dreamer like you is a demon lord. Your stupidity is simply unbelievable. My argument didn't move, Maribel. Is it? Is it? Well, all right. Then let's determine which one is right. There couldn't be an easier way. Gladly. Let me teach you how reality works. Our arguments would never mesh. Only through a fight would we ever reach a conclusion. I did feel sad about that, but I could accept it. That's the way it is. The human race will never see a day when everyone truly understands one another. But that just proves how diverse we all are. Thanks to the process of evolution, we're a living contradiction. Only the victor can proclaim how just that is. And Maribel and I, two sets of justice opposed in principles, were about to clash against each other. Smash him down! At Maribel's signal, Guy moved first. Perhaps it was his hatred that made him lunge at me, eyes bloodshot. He had been taken away by the magical inquisitors, but maybe he escaped or something. Aft! The likes of you challenging Sir Amuru, Shion shouted as she attempted to get in Gay's way. But Yuki stopped her. I'll take you. Oh, interesting. No one weak enough to let that girl rule over them can defeat me. Her eyes shone red. That's a sign Shion was dead serious. With a tremendous aura, she readied her giant sword. The battle was underway. Leaving her to work things out, I looked at the other man in the group. He seemed stronger than a paladin, but Gobta was engaging him now. Ranga was with him, but honestly I had my concerns. Gobta! Shion shouted. Time to show us what the Big Four can do! Oh! I totally forgot. I did kind of put that in place, didn't I? You got it. Okay, now let me show you something really good. Transform. With that call-out, Gobta and Ranga merged together, turning into a cool werewolf-style figure that didn't have a hint of Gobta to it. Right. That could probably work. And unlike the last time I saw it a month ago, Gobta's apparently learned how to control himself better. Now he was conducting himself perfectly, no longer battered around by Ranga's strength. He was facing a foe who could most likely beat the 10 great saints, but I figured Gobta could probably manage. Trusting in that, I focused on my own enemy. Oops, but before that, gathering my aura into my left hand, I casually hurled it at Guy. That was all it took to render him into dust and erase him from this world. Stained by Maribel's desire, he had obtained powers beyond his own, it looked like. But to me, he was just a distraction. You wanted to fight me, huh? Well, glad you got the chance before you died. It was sort of a blunt way to address the dead, but hopefully he'd be satisfied with it. No. What was that? What was that? What was that? That power? Oh, what was it? That's me taking this seriously. And now it's your turn. You don't need to understand who you made your enemy. I'm going to gobble you down until you can never get resurrected again, so have fun nourishing me. I offered that little speech out of politeness before our battle. Now that I was serious, I didn't want anyone to expect kindness from me. To me, Maribel was now my enemy. I was going to kill her. It couldn't have been more obvious. Let's end this fast and go help out Milim, I said to myself as I took a step toward Maribel. Maribel now realized it, just who she was up against. This was a member of the Octagram, and one of the strongest people in the world. Hey, is it me, or is Sir Rimuru looking kinda scary now? Shut up! That's no way for part of the Big Four to talk. Listen, Gupta, that is the true form of the demon lord Rimuru. Ah, look how gallant and imposing he is. I, Shion, am truly happy to bear witness to this. Oh, really? I think his true form is, how he usually goes around and stuff. Yes, and that is quite fetching too, I will admit. But I'm sure Diablo so regrets not being able to see this right now. I will be sure to tell him all about it. For an extended period of time, Maribel could hear that conversation, but to her, it just sounded like mockery. Her mind was on other things. She needed to focus on Rimuru. This is no joke. Not a joke at all. The demon lord Rimuru must found his experience at the council to be incredibly humiliating, but he didn't seem that angry about it. That's why people called him gentle, but that's so inaccurate. Yes, to Maribel, a riled demon lord was not a foe to trifle with. She had powered up Guy as best she could. He had taken on more power than your average magic-born, well beyond any human standard. Some of the older god demon lords, like Frey or Carillan, might have had a difficult time against him. After all, Guy had sacrificed the rest of his natural lifespan, burning up all the energy in his soul to borrow this outrageous force. And yet Rimuru had defeated him with a single passing blow, as if burning a pile of trash. That was how outclassed Guy had been. Not just a child against a grown man, not just an elephant against an ant. Maribel's soul held a stronger force than Guy's did. She had been resurrected, traveling to and surviving in another world, and presently her mind was in a realm beyond human comprehension. But even so, she sensed that the demon lord Rimuru was now a threat. Thus, she immediately broke out her final option. Holy Field, the most lethal of barriers and a killer move against any monster. Ever well prepared, she'd already stationed her blood-shadowed troops around the outer rim of the castle grounds for this. You can threaten me all you want, but now it's time. Time to see just how much more intelligent we are than monsters. As she bragged to Rimuru, she used her magical communication skills to send an order. Whoa. I feel all heavy. I remember this, and it's even stronger than it was then. This must be its true force. The big four werewolf stopped, confused, as his compatriot the ogre grinned defiantly. How annoying, Maribel thought, gritting her teeth. As the name Big Four suggested, they both possessed unusual strength. Gupta, the werewolf, was the kind of champion to earn second place in battle tournaments, and the ogre he was with was just as formidable. They were joined by other magic-born, people Rimuru brought with him to the council. Their sheer power is ridiculous. If I tried a frontal attack, I'd have no chance, even if Veldora never showed up. But now, things were different. The demon lord overestimated his skills, and now he exposed his defenseless underbelly. Maribel chuckled to herself. That mistake would be their doom. But her conviction was wishful thinking. I thought so. I anticipated you making this move. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for it? The demon lord Rimuru grinned at her, and the next moment the holy field disappeared as quickly as it deployed. What did you do? Well, I'm walking around here all but asking to be attacked, so of course I had my people keep watch around the castle for me, right? Maybe you thought you had me in a trap, but I was just using myself as bait to trap you. I figured, after all, that if you wanted to enslave me with greed, you needed to be on site. That was his response to Maribel, and at that point, Maribel understood everything. The missing Glenda hadn't been rubbed out at all. She'd betrayed her. Yes. The only one overestimating their skills is me. And with her last resort exhausted, she was at a major disadvantage. Guy was dead. Yuki had the advantage, but still wasn't overpowering the ogre. The other one, Rama, the battle sage burning to avenge Glenda, was struggling against Gupta the werewolf. Both of them had been powered up by Maribel's greed, but the reality of it, the fact that neither could emerge victorious, showed just how strong the enemy was. Maribel would have to step up herself to change matters. The petite, doll-like girl was about to expose her true nature. Combusting her own soul, Maribel went beyond her limits. All she hoped for was victory. She couldn't make up for falling in that trap, but this was exactly what she wanted the whole time. A chance like this wouldn't come again. She knew that, and thus she had no regrets. Time to get serious. I'm going to wager it all to kill you. Right, and I'll reply with my full force. Following that signal, Maribel started running. With a bound, she unleashed a kick on Rimuru, her physical skill far from childlike. The attack was fiercer and heavier than a tank round, forceful enough to bend an iron beam, but it gave Rimuru no distress. He lightly parried it, then used his momentum to throw her body down. Maribel reached out to the ground, leveraging her rebound to spin out of harm's way. Dodging Rimuru's follow-up attack, she launched Avarice as a sort of return gift. Die, dare, die. You will thirst for death. Waves of darkness attacked Rimuru. This was Maribel's finishing move, a strike that took the living's instinctual lust for life and flipped it on its head. That was Maribel Rosso, a girl who used her own will to perfect her unique skill. This one, too, was a sinful one, harnessing the most primordial emotions in the human body. No one could resist the enhanced siren song of greed it played, and there was no longer any doubting Maribel's victory. Yes, this couldn't happen any other way. I am reluctant to kill him, but it's not the worst outcome. It'd be far more foolish of me to leave such a dangerous man unchecked. If she had her way, she'd rule over Rimuru instead. But he wasn't the kind of foe who'd ever accept that. So Maribel opted to grasp complete victory for herself instead. Surrounded by the Black Surge, the Demon Lord Rimuru stood there, seemingly not attempting to resist. It just wasn't enough. No one, no matter how strong, can do away with their thirst for life. And that's what makes me invincible. It was true. She was all-powerful. Against Frey, Corellon, or an awakened Clayman, she probably would have won. Even Hinata the Saint would have faltered in the face of her skills. That's how strong the unique skill Avarice was. But my analysis just finished up. Now it won't work on me. Rimuru had triggered his ultimate skill, and at that moment Maribel's chances of victory were zero. For while she was all-powerful, she was all-powerful within the dimension of that ultimate skill. Raphael was right after all. Maribel had a holy field prepared. Granville was the boss of the Western nations, so I was right to assume she had adopted it. She was such a master at it that it scared me, but it also played right into my hand. Now, the ever-eager Gabble, as well as Hakuro, Soka, and all her fellow troops, had something to do. It had been a pain keeping them calm over the past few days of no action. I certainly was glad I didn't disappoint them. But man, look at this girl, Maribel. She was strong, definitely strong. I felt that for myself when we were tussling earlier, and when she exposed me to those dark ways that really made my spine tingle. I wasn't worried at all about the possibility of dying, but if she fired that at one of my other officials, well, the thought scared me. Anyone besides me would have died for sure. If I had to guess, maybe Diablo would be the only one to survive. Well, maybe Shion too, but anyone else from Benimaru on down wouldn't have a chance. Maybe it was time to train their spirits, their souls. A little more, I thought. Completing my analyze and assess like Raphael requested, I gave Maribel her final warning. Sorry, but my analysis just finished up. Now it won't work on me. I wasn't going to let her control other people, but if she was willing to retire to a quiet life and not bother anyone. Yes, even I knew I was going easy on her, but she looked like a 10-year-old girl. If I had to kill her, the guilt could have been gargantuan. So, it'd be nice if she could surrender for me. Of course, I guess I can coldly reason like this because I'm no longer human myself, but don't give me that. More. Give me more. Even if I consume everything I have, I'm going to seize victory. Unfortunately, my words failed to reach her. Our principles were never gonna mesh anyway. I was preparing for an ending like this. But now that it was really happening, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Maribel flew into a crazed flurry of physical strikes. Regrettably, none of them affected me. Well, if we can't understand each other, so be it. All right, I'm going to make this painless for you. Feel free to stew on your loss inside of me. With that, I set off Beelzebub's soul consume. Or tried to. But just then, with a loud boom, I saw Shion get sent flying from the corner of my eye. Turning toward her, I realized that Yuki had just drilled a kick into her, and despite her ultra-speed regeneration, she couldn't get back up to her feet. This was very unusual. Shun. Maniacal laughter drowned out my shouting. It came from both Maribel and Yuki, as if harmonizing with her. Well done. Well done indeed. I underrated you, Demon Lord Rimuru. I underestimated you. I had no idea you were this kind of monster. That's true. I didn't think you could win against Maribel, but I can't have you forgetting that I'm right here, okay? Yuki, fresh from besting Shion, stood before me. The black waves from Maribel were now crashing upon him, stronger than ever before. Understood. The subject, Yuki Kagurazaka's power has just skyrocketed. The subject, Maribel Rosso, is apparently using the unique skill Avarice to transfer her power to him. How many cards does she have in her hand anyway? Now I gotta deal with Yuki too? I knew he was only under the influence of her avarice, so I wanted to subdue him if I could, not kill him. Don't hate me if I kill you. I'd say the same to you. With that exchange, he and I moved in sync. There was a flurry of kicks, sending both of us hurtling through the air. Something like this had happened before to me, but this time we were both serious, and now we had these two rivaling powers clashed against each other. Yuki was stronger than I thought, certainly more of a physical specimen than Maribel. He fought Shion and pretty soundly beat her, so he had to be a phenom. I had no intention of going easy on him, but maybe it'd be tough to resolve this fight quickly. I thought over my options as I faced down Yuki, then I spotted Maribel moving around a bit, trying to catch me unaware. Oh, that's bad, but I got my hands full with Yuki right now. Turning her back to us, Maribel began fleeing toward the middle of the crypt. I wanted to pursue her, but Yuki stopped me. Well. Not like Maribel can escape. Now that I fully grasped the wavelengths of her soul, I could find her no matter where she hid. For now, Yuki had to come first. I turned my eyes back toward him. My peripheral vision told me that Kigali and the expedition team were attending to Shion. She was awake, but it didn't look like she could stand up. Something she looked pretty pained about, but there was no quick solution to that. If Yuki left her in such bad shape, I couldn't afford to make light of him. But I wasn't worried at all. As Raphael put it, a unique skill can never work against an ultimate skill. The strength of our relative souls was at the crux of it. If someone awakens to a power that surpasses unique skills in all dimensions, you needed a strong enough heart to go with that. Faced with that kind of spiritual strength, there was no way unique skill could have any influence. The only thing that could beat an ultimate skill user was another ultimate skill user. No matter how much power Maribel gave him, Yuki couldn't beat me. My victory was as good as assured, but the next moment my confidence was thoroughly crushed. All right, time to get real. With that, Yuki unleashed a right roundhouse kick. It was just the same as before, and I easily blocked it with my left arm. But the next instant, my entire upper arm shattered, as if it burst open. I backstepped to safety, honestly surprised as I blankly stared at my arm. Concern. The universal barrier of Uriel, Lord of Vows, has been broken. This is believed to be due to the subject Yuki Kagurazaka's extra singular anti-skill constitution. Wait a minute. So my absolute defense doesn't work on him? In fact, is he pretty much nullifying all my attacks right now? Affirmative. Anti-skill is a spiritual body constitution that suppresses magic and skill. It is likely that only holy blade skills and certain other arts will be effective against him. So something like Melt Slash could work. This wasn't a joke any longer. He seriously managed to break down my ultimate skill. I'd never be able to comprehend all the details behind that, but his constitution was terrifying news to me. I thought you couldn't obtain unique skills or special stuff like that. That wasn't a lie. I did say that my physical abilities have developed beyond normal, didn't I? I wanted to yell at him about that, but he was right. Besides, if his mind was being controlled, there wasn't much point complaining at him anyway. But what'll I do now? Yuki's attacks work on me, but mine don't work on him. I'd just be wasting time as it is, and if this is what it's come to, I can't get hung up with trying to keep him alive. I really wanted to, since we shared a homeland and everything. If he was deliberately my rival, that's one thing, but mind-controlled like this? I felt real bad for him. Facts were facts, though. Yuki wasn't someone I could beat while going easy. Steeling my resolve, I drew my sword, sending my aura up and down its jet-black blade. Oh, nice katana there. He took out the knife hanging from his side with his right hand. Then he took out another with his left, a small, single-edged sword. With these two blades, he held his hips down in an unusual stance. Nothing I had seen before. Maybe it was self-invented. Seeing him square up, it finally dawned on me. Losing my skills and magic worried me, but Yuki wasn't impervious to physical attack. Anti-skill constitution or not, if I cut him, he'd bleed. That's why some arts will work, huh? And in my case, my skills even affected my punching, which is why that didn't do much. Would it be more effective if I didn't enhance them with my aura? Negative. A correct answer cannot be determined due to lack of information. Roger that. Let's just try it then. Planting my feet on the ground, I slashed at Yuki. He blocked it with the sword in his left hand, his physical skill letting him easily match my speed. But I had experience trading blows with Hinata, which helped both my sword skills and my confidence. Staying calm, I looked ahead, 2 or 3 strikes. Even if skills didn't work on Yuki, predict future attacks still worked just fine, since it used Raphael's computations to discern his behavior. Yuki preferred to defend with his left-hand sword and attack with his right-hand knife. It usually went the opposite way, I thought, but everyone has their own preferences. Both of his weapons were made from purified magisteel, metallurgically evolving for vast power gains. Even among unique weapons, they were in a class of their own. Maybe even legend class, in fact. Those were a threat, but then I made an unexpected discovery. Report. Anti-skill is not applied to weapons. Whoa. So using weapons actually weakens Yuki. That little tidbit doesn't mean much for anyone besides me, but to Yuaki that's a real blind spot. If these were just regular old attacks, absolute defense gave me nothing to fear. I decided to risk Yuki getting a hit on me. Dropping your guard, Rimuru? Pretending to lose my balance after a parried katana strike, I left myself open to him. Yuki thrust with his knife, as if it was attracted by a magnet. There was some special feature to it that let it expand and contract, which messed with my sense of distance. To Yuki, it probably felt like a surprise attack, expertly tossed into my single moment of vulnerability, but I planned the whole thing. The knife was aimed squarely at my heart, but then I stopped it. I touched it to make sure. Turned out it contained a special poison that would affect my nervous system. If he really stabbed me with it, even I would have taken damage, but that was just pointless theorizing now. Well, too bad for you. It hurts more when you punch me. No. No way. This is insane. Yuki's eyes widened, but I had no obligation to listen to his complaints. Instead, I mercilessly unleashed a new sword strike, one I had just finished developing. It was called Stormbreak, a combination magic and art move inspired by Hinata's Melt Slash. The magic in question was storm magic, as provided by the skill Veldora, Lord of the Storm. Veldora's magic was scarier for its secondary damage than its primary. Once it opened up a wound, the destruction would begin from there, eventually breaking down your entire body. Stormbreak was the same way, a sure kill art that ate into its target's life force. Thanks to his unique constitution, however, the strike I landed on him didn't trigger that effect. There was now a large gash across his chest, but it still wasn't a lethal blow. With a groan, Yuki glared at me. I tried to look into his inner thoughts, but a black mist blocked me from seeing anything. Maribel's desires had fully infected him. If I could clear all that away, I wouldn't need to finish him off, but understood. Interference is blocked by anti-skill. But no dice. Then there was just one thing to do. I've won this. I wanted to release you from Maribel's rule, but I guess I can't do that. I'm gonna go a little strong on you, but no hard feelings, all right? I would damage him almost to the point of death, knocking him unconscious. Then, while he was knocked out, I'd go take care of Maribel. If that eliminated her effect on him, then great. I readied my sword against Yuki. Sadly, punching him with my bare hands didn't deal him any damage. The energy that anti-skill cancels even included the kinetic energy from my fist. It's crazy, I know, but Yuki was a very special case. Waiting until the best possible moment, I applied power to my sword. I wanted to strike him with the blunt side of my blade. Good thing it's sturdy enough not to break, but if I applied too much, I was liable to cut Yuki in half. Striking the right balance of power was tough, but just as I readied my sword, preparing to smash it down on him, Please, wait a minute. I beg you, please reconsider killing Sir Yuki. Kigali started shouting. I turned her way. She was on her feet, attempting to run up to Yuki. Oh, look out! Yuki's under Maribel's control. No, it's fine. There's no way someone as strong-willed as Seiyuki could have his heart taken by a little girl like that. She clung to Yuki, ignoring my warning. The expedition team was following her lead. Yeah. She's right. The Grand Master's not that much of a wimp. That's true. He's always going by the beat of his own drum. There's no way anyone could exploit his weaknesses. He's the kind of guy who'd beat a dragon just to show off to us. He was certainly well loved. If they were defending him that much, I was starting to look like a villain. Look, if there was a way to keep from killing him, I'd use it, all right? But I can't go easy like that right now. I'm just taking the option that's best for the situation. Can't you see I'm carrying my katana backward? I mentally begged them to take a closer look as I watched Kigali and the rest. They were coming up from behind him, trying to get his attention. If that was all it took to break Maribel's influence, we wouldn't be having this problem. But I'm not trying to kill him either, okay? So get out of my way, I tried to say. And at that moment, Guys, Yuki whispered the word, his face twisted in pain. Report, report. Change detected in the subject, Yuki Kagurazaka. The desire-driven spiritual interference appears to have been cancelled. What? Seriously? We're going with a happily ever after ending? I could barely believe it, but my sense told me Yuki wasn't after my life any longer. You gotta be kidding me, I thought, but I had to accept it. With Yuki back to normal, the only foes left were Maribel and the Chaos Dragon. Looks like I caused you some trouble there, so forgive me for that. But you saved me, Rimuru. Yeah. Glad you're okay, I replied, trying my best not to look like I was okay with him dying a moment ago. Hey, Gopta, get this done with already. I needed to change the subject, and yelling at Gupta did the job. Soon after, his battle was over. Shion was safe. Yuki's anti-skill effect wasn't permanent, so her ultra-speed regeneration sprang back to life after a bit. She glared at Yuki, still in a rage, as I tried my best to calm her down. This is a humiliation. I still haven't trained enough. When the anger left her, the sadness came rushing in. I tried to calm her once more, telling her there'd be another time. Gupta, meanwhile, looked pretty exhausted. I told that guy Glenda was alive, but he just wouldn't listen to me. Now that he was used to handling the power of Ranga, Rama wasn't much of a threat to him. Between Gupta's sense for battle and Ranga's hyper instincts, that wolfman form was a huge upgrade. Ranga stayed conscious for it too, apparently, keeping a honed eye out for external threats. The way they divvied up responsibilities during battle kinda reminded me of Raphael and me. No wonder they're such a force. So, why did Gupta have so much trouble in battle? Because he learned that Rama, his opponent, was burning to avenge Glenda's apparent death. Being a kind-hearted goblin, he couldn't find it in himself to kill him. I had asked Raphael to undo the spiritual interference in Rama's mind. He had used the power in his soul a little too much, but it looked like he'd survived. He was perfectly awake as well, and he was believing our description of how Glenda managed to survive. That should have wrapped things up, but sadly it didn't. Well, we can't sit around for long. Judging by the intense shaking we're feeling, Milim still hasn't managed to seal away the Chaos Dragon. I really wanna go help her. Rimuru, I'll go chase after Maribel. Yeah, but Yuki, you're not wounded. It healed up. Your wounds are okay? Oh, yeah. Kigali can use healing magic, so... Why is he stating that like it's an obvious fact? I thought magic didn't work on you. Oh, no, it's fine. I can turn these properties of my body on and off. I was too exasperated to reply. Yuki was giving me a breezy smile, which was so unfair. Hinata's body could purify magicules or something like that, but she didn't have a flip switch or anything. And anti-skill was way more powerful than that. He could control it with that much precision? It just seemed so unfair. But, well, I needed to address his offer. You can beat her. It'll be easy if I don't let my guard down. I mean, being controlled like that, I can't let her go. It's a matter of pride to me. Sir Rimuru, please, said Kigali. I think Maribel is bent on destroying these ruins. In the ruins of Soma that I explored, there was a magical generator that I think was used to run the city. This area looks similar to me, and if the generator goes out of control, it could blow up the entire area around us. And I think I'm the only one who can stop that. You think Maribel's gonna blow it up? Supplying too much magical force to one can destabilize it. And if it hasn't been used for so long, there's no telling how it'd react. We weren't even sure if there was a generator like that in here. But if she was right, we had trouble on our hands. You know how those things work. I thoroughly analyzed the one in Soma. If need be, I know how to stop one. A woman with her beauty sure had a lot of impact when she gave you a serious look like that. It wasn't just because of it that I nodded at her, but I sure did feel overpowered, yeah. Okay, you take care of that. Yuki, get going. He was back to his usual breezy, aloof self, brimming with confidence. The two of them were now on Maribel's trail. Shion, Gobta, guide the expedition team up and regroup with the Dark Elves. Keep them guarded. Yes, sir. What about you, Sir Rimuru? I'm gonna go back up Minim. If I don't hurry, the Chaos Dragon might start striking all of us soon. Milliam was doing her best to fight back, but even a stray shot of energy would devastate us. We didn't have time to waste here, so once we decided on something, we had to move. Let me join you. No. Your wounds healed on the surface, but I'm sure you're still damaged inside. Just bodyguard the team for me. All right. Reluctantly, Shion agreed. Yuki and Kigali were already on their way into the crypt. Shion and Gupta had their orders. It was time to head out. Maribel was running, but she hadn't given up on winning. She had unleashed the sealed Chaos Dragon, one of the best cards in her deck. Under no circumstances could she let this operation fail. But there was still one more card to play. Deep inside the crypt, the heart of the ancient elven city, the pinnacle of the old world's magical technology, was still sleeping. She'd heard about it, and so she wanted to overload it with magic and bury Rimuru with it. That's the only way I'll ever defeat that monster. My strongest pawn right now is Yuki, and I'm sure he'll buy me a little time. In the meantime, I'll set that magical control reactor on the path to destruction. Yuki's reports to her included information on the ancient ruins of Soma. She knew that Amrita was a city built by a similar ancient culture. If they worked the same way, it'd be easy for Maribel to control them. Setting off a magical control reactor would cause vast amounts of magic power destruction. If she triggered it right when Rimuru and Yuki were locked in battle, she could catch them in the explosion, and they'd be caught powerless. An attack the demon lord Rimuru wasn't conscious of could absolutely defeat him. Maribel was certain of it. Now she was in the central part of the crypt, but she couldn't find the reactor discussed in her report. In fact, there was nothing at all. The sarcophagi were empty, bereft of any accompanying decor or treasure. Yes, there were gold and silver baubles lying around, but no magic weapons, nothing of real value. That's strange, she reflexively whispered to herself. So strange. What's going on? Nobody was there to answer her, or so she thought. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There's no magical control reactor in these ruins, you know? Ah. And by the way, there wasn't one in Soma either. Is that you, Yuki? It sure is. It was definitely Yuki who answered her, standing tall where she could see him. Kigali was also there, nestled close to her. Aren't you fighting the demon lord Rimuru? It's over. I gave my all against him, but it was pointless. Rimuru had enough strength to go easy on me, but I didn't stand a chance. If I could have won, I figured I would have beaten him right there, but I was so scared watching you, and I really thought you betrayed us too. Sorry. I figured it'd be more believable if I didn't let you in on it. Besides, I always believed you'd understand my intention. Well, all right. Everything worked out fine at least. If this is what you wanted, I've got nothing to complain about. Yuki and Kigali were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Seeing them carry on, Maribel finally realized. Yuki tricked her. That's a lie. It must be a lie. But Yuki, did you break my force? It seemed impossible to her, but it was a reality Maribel had to accept. But when and how did Yuki manage to overcome the desires of her avarice? How did you do it? Curious? Just tell me. All right. I will. Yuki gave Maribel a look of pity, then showed her. As she watched, his brisk, cloudless demeanor suddenly appeared to have a dark pall over it. No, that's a lie. A lie. Lie. Ah ha ha ha. Don't believe me. But it's the truth. I was pretending to be under your thrall from the beginning. What do you think? Pretty good performance, huh? Yuki laughed, having a blast down in the crypt. Maribel, on the other hand, looked ill. No. My desires, they harness your emotions. To give you power, whispering to herself, she tried desperately to understand her situation. Yeah, your greed was something else. Sadly, though, my own desires are stronger than yours. This world, it's like my sandbox, and it's my dream to become king of it someday. I didn't even need anti-skill to keep your avarice from working on me. The smile stayed on Yuki's face. To Maribel, it was like having her death sentence read out. Don't count me out. I'm Maribel. Maribel the greedy. Someone like you isn't even a threat to me. She drummed up all the energy in her soul, hurling it straight at Yuki as she screamed. This was greed flare, a skill that transformed the power of her iron will into waves of physical destruction. It didn't work. Forget it already. You can't beat me. Yuki took her attack unguarded. The black waves dissipated like clouds around him. And at the next moment, the edge of Yuki's hand shot straight into her heart. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Her force flowed out of her body as Yuki's own absorbed it all. Oh, my power, You got that right. No, you can't do that. The light faded from Maribel's eyes, the power draining from the arms clutching at Yuki. If you were born into this world even 10 years earlier, you might have taken the whole thing over. You just weren't lucky this time. Your body was too young to fully control your skills, wasn't it? Maribel didn't respond. She glared at Yuki, frustration clouding her face, and then her soul flickered once, twice, before fading away. The one golden rule of this world had been upheld once more. The powerless always lose. You said it yourself, didn't you? You said I had too much ambition. Well, good night, Maribel. I'll take on that desire of yours. His words no longer reached her, and thus Maribel, who lived in an era of near constant upheaval, breathed her last. Leaving everyone else to Sean and my friends, I rushed over to help Milim. Right this minute, I was looking down on the Chaos Dragon. It was huge, super huge. A good 300 feet or so in length, maybe. It made Charybdis look like a shrimp, and just beholding it drove the viewer to despair. The Chaos Dragon was now consuming the magicules around itself, growing bigger and bigger. I could see it raising entire mountains with a single spout of breath. It was violence personified. Even I had no chance against a monster like this. But Milim was different. Thanks to her super dreadnought-level magicule stores, she had stopped the Chaos Dragon's advance. Sorry, I'm late, Milim. Rimuru? It's about time. I've got a little problem here. This guy's actually my friend. I wanted to seal it away, but it's just not working. I think it's gonna cause some damage soon, but I can't bump off my own friend. She looked ready to cry. Unlike Charybdis, the Chaos Dragon was bosom buddies with Milim. She must have wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt, but it was so huge that not even Milim had enough force to banish it away. Simply beating it would be doable enough, but she couldn't kill a friend like that. I could understand that. It reflected well on Milim in my eyes, so I smiled, trying to reassure her. It's all right now. I've got an idea." Maline's eyes sparkled as she watched me. I could tell she trusted me, but man, talk about pressure. I couldn't let it get to my head, though. Trying to look as confident as possible, I explained my strategy. Listen. No matter how big this guy is, there has to be a core in it. You can attack him accurately enough to leave that intact, right? I figured Milim could preserve the Chaos Dragon's soul while striking the rest of it, much as I did with Charybdis to save Phobio, its vessel. This soul would be protected by the dragon's astral and spiritual bodies, but those bodies were already corrupted and breaking apart. Or actually, they were broken to start with, hence this hate-driven corruption. It was also smeared head to toe with Maribel's desire, and I couldn't extract it out of the guy. But its soul, though, the heart of mine's best friend, still seemed to be working hard to me, shining as strong as always. But if it's this big, it'll take a lot of power to stab into it. If I mess it up, I could blow away the whole thing. I taught you how to go easy, didn't I? Your friend's trying its very best for you right now. You have to be strong for it. I couldn't let her make excuses. Momentum was key. If she starts thinking, what if I mess this up? She'll fail at something she ought to succeed in. And I'll help you out, okay? Just follow my instructions and release all the magic force you've got. Yes, I told her I had a plan. I really didn't. I was just going to rely on power here. My name's power. But this wasn't the first time for me. I already saw it happen once, and it succeeded then. This was operating on an even huger scale, but the task before us was identical. All right. I believe in you, Rimuru. Okay. We got this. I faked as much confidence as I could. Really, it was breaking my heart, acting so bold like this. If it failed, I was deathly scared of the consequences, but I had no other bright ideas, and I was the only one who could pull this off. You're on, Raphael. Understood. Yes, my lord. I might be a pro at palming responsibility off, but for this moment, at least, I needed to perform. No mistakes would be allowed. I repeatedly told myself that this would go fine. This'll be easy, okay? It's the same thing over again. Do it, Milim. Right. Yeah, you're right. Here goes, my friend. May the shining of the stars burn into your eyes. Drago Buster! There was a flash, so bright that closing your eyes did nothing. The enormous swirl of power Milim released reached the Chaos Dragon, smashing against its ominous wall of force. Power struggled against power, and as I watched it, I searched for the source of the Chaos Dragon's strength, relying on Raphael's calculations to control Milim's torrential might. It was heavy, incredibly heavy. I could tell it was draining my own magicule stores, but despite all the energy we poured into it, the Chaos Dragon was unscathed. This guy really was crazy. It was about to break my heart, but if I gave up now, this would all be for nothing. All my previous experience was for this exact moment. I truly believe that as I threw everything I had at it, trying desperately to retain my peace of mind, I slowly brushed away the evil force that loomed around the Chaos Dragon's soul. In terms of time, it was less than a second, but the pressure made it seem like forever. I saw it. The Chaos Dragon's spotless heart blinking there amid it all. But I couldn't let up yet. Even without the black mist of desire, even without the hateful evil, I still had the dragon's broken, polluted spiritual force waiting for me. Carefully, with pinpoint precision, I kept up my work. Then, out of nowhere, the black mist disappeared. Yuki defeated Maribel. Yes. We can do this. Hoping to seize victory, I set off Beelzebub. Milim, we're finishing this now. Can you boost your output? You got it. Drago Nova. Heeding my instructions, Milim finally got serious. Feeling it all over again made me realize just how amazing she was. How could she turn the spigot any farther than that? The way she engineered incredible feats of strength like that. I could really tell she was on another level from the rest of us. But watch out. Now's no time to stare at her, all amazed. Okay, Chaos Dragon. I'm gonna stop the pain for you. Now for the final touch. Timing was going to be key here. Milim's magic had to pulverize the Chaos Dragon's exposed spiritual body, breaking down its astral body as well. Not missing my beat for a moment, I waited until just before Milim's power shattered its heart, then triggered Soul Consume. Ignoring all rules of time and space, Belzebuth did its work. Within my perception, it was done quicker than Milim's magic, and just as I planned it out, I had the Chaos Dragon's shattered heart in hand. Without the core governing that massive cloud of magicules, the Chaos Dragon was already starting to disintegrate. But that was a problem of its own. Ramuru, this is bad news. It's gonna explode. Milim had already stopped infusing her magic at my signal. But now there was a massive energy field in the sky, twisting and warping the air inside. Force clashed against force, compressing the energy at eye-popping pressures. The reaction would come soon enough, a huge explosion that not even Milim could neutralize. She gave me a panicked look, but I was calm. According to Raphael, I could apparently do something about this. It's all right. I'll figure it out. You can do that? She looked surprised. I appreciated her admiring eyes, but if I messed this up, I was gonna look like such a dumbass. But now's no time for that. Are you sure this'll be okay, Professor? I couldn't help but ask. Affirmative. It is not a problem. Just as businesslike as ever. That seemed so reckless, but kind of reassuring in a way. With a smile, I looked at what used to be the Chaos Dragon. It was already just a shell at this point. No need to hold back. Gobble it up, Belzebuth. Could it really consume such a vast blob of energy? My worries were instantly quelled by the fury of Belzebuth's appetite, astounding me beyond imagination as it swallowed every bit up like a midnight snack. Is it over? Milim asked. No, not yet. We gotta do something about your friend here. You will? Sure. I brought this along for times like these. Not really, but let's roll with it. I took out a pseudo-soul. No time to spell it out for the confused Milim. I focused on myself. Theoretically, this was possible. In fact, Raphael guaranteed it. I just had to believe in it. Boldly, I did my work, trusting it was guaranteed to succeed. I picked up all the pieces of the shattered heart, then absorbed them into the pseudo-soul. Soul Consume patched all the pieces into a single unit for me, so it went easier than I expected. The issue was what came after that. Can a core like this be housed in a pseudo-soul? There was no reaction. I began to sweat. Staying calm on the surface, I frantically tried to brainstorm a solution. What should I do at a time like this? My brain finally settled on something I saw on TV dramas a lot. Milim, did this Chaos Dragon have a name or anything? A name? Nothing like that, no. No. Crap. But calm down. There has to be another way. Gaia! I wanted to call it that someday. This creature's name is Gaia. Oh, it does have one. I breathed a sigh of relief and softly called Gaia's name. What a nice name that is. So your name's Gaia, huh? Hey, shouldn't you open your eyes before your friend starts crying? The pseudo-soul began to softly glow. We did it. The heart was in the soul. Now I wrapped the master core in Gaia's pseudo-soul. That completed its avatar core, and now my job was done. Time would take care of the rest, and once Gaia's heart was healed up, it would be revived in the shape of its choice. In Gaia's case, that shape would be its actual body, not some other vessel. It'd be a new monster, coming to life right before Milim's eye. It worked, Milim. This is the new Gaia. It hasn't been born yet, so it's kind of like an egg right now. I presented the avatar core to her. Right? I just knew leaving everything to you would work out. I trusted you, Rimuru. Thank you. Glad to be of service. That and glad I didn't screw that up. But more than anything, seeing Milim's smile really did make me happy. Wanna head back. Everyone's probably worried for us. No. I need to tell them all what I did. Sure. Good thing Milim came along though. I couldn't have done a thing against that guy alone. From far away, we saw the palace, along with our friends nervously watching us. They all looked okay, which was reassuring. That wrapped things up then. I just wanted to go home and relax. An ice bath, followed by a cold beer. Basking in the joy welling out from me, I joined Milim as we went back down to regroup with our friend. Epilogue. The one who laughs last? Yuki had obtained Maribel's power. I really wish you'd talk to me about it first. I already explained why I didn't. That's why I was able to trick Maribel, you know? But do you realize how hard it was not to let my outside friends find out the truth? As Yuki fought Rimuru, Kigali was forced to distract the expedition team so the secret behind Yuki's powers didn't come out. Any strange activity on her part ran the risk of attracting Rimuru's attention. It was an ordeal for her. Yuki, meanwhile, didn't really care if people found out, so he didn't see it as a problem. Even if everyone knew he could cancel people's skills, it wasn't like someone could devise any kind of workaround against it. It was an ace in the hole for Yuki, yes, but it wasn't even one of his last resorts. Well, I trusted in you. It worked out in the end, so can you maybe let me off the hook this time? You siphoned off Maribel's power, didn't you? Was that in your plans too? Yeah, more or less. They say inful unique skills are the most powerful ones out there, so I did have my sights on it. I heard avarice was driven by the size of your desires, and I figured it'd be pretty appropriate for me. You really are crazy sometimes. It's not that easy to take somebody's skill, you know that? I'm sure it's not, but avarice kinda chose me this time. I still couldn't win against Rimuru, but I'm sure you couldn't. He's so unfair like that. I know. But now I can pin all of the negative stuff on Maribel. I've just been fully acquitted. I'm probably gonna have to mind my EPAs and Qs for a little while. But now I've got something else to look forward to, you could say. Right. No need to hurry things now. And it's so unnerving how wary the Demon Lord is of the people around him. I can't say I liked everything about your plans, but I think I can appreciate them now. Kigali's main complaint was how Yuki ruined the crypt by blowing it up. Yuki told Rimuru that Maribel activated the reactor, then took her own life. The explosion, which razed the deepest section of the crypt but little else, was his way of hiding the evidence. Yuki had prepared a magical bomb for just this purpose. There wasn't much energy left in reactor, he'd explained to Rimuru, so the damage was pretty light, thankfully. He even had the foresight to scatter the remains of a real reactor around the crypt to back up his story. Now he was prepared to stick to that story no matter what he was asked. But Kigali had her concerns. You were planning to abandon this place from the start anyway, weren't you? Yuki retorted. So why worry about it? To Kigali, though, this was a familiar city, her home. Once everything was cleaned up, she wanted to restore it to its former bustling glory. But with the crypt now buried, she had a few gripes. Not necessarily, I wasn't. She shrugged. It was kind of my second home, you realize. Yuki gave her a grin. Yeah. But we earned something from this. My name got cleared, which is huge, but other stuff too. Maribel deployed her Blood Shadow troops, but did you see how they all cast holy magic? That's a lethal blow. You're right. I noticed that too. It proves that the council's connected to the Western Holy Church. That's why there's all the secrecy behind the 5 elders' true identities. Exactly. It showed up in the papers and everything, but after the war in Farmus, the reputation of the champion there took a huge hit. Then, at the same time, the council started losing clout with the Western Holy Church. That points to only one truth. I'm thinking that Maribel's grandfather, Granville Rozzo, is actually part of the 7 Days clergy. I see that's a clever deduction, Sir Yuki. Kigali was just as sharp as him, and her reading of the situation matched his to some extent, convincing her it was the truth. Yuki looked at Kigali with a sinister smile. Oh, it's nothing too impressive, but I've stumbled upon another really key possibility. You know what it is? He paused, gauging her reaction. Kigali couldn't think of anything else. She put up her hands in surrender. I tried tracing Maribel's thoughts based on the actions she took, but she really forced things with this whole operation, you know? If she killed the Demon Lord Rimuru, there was a chance Veldora would go berserk on us. When she took over the Chaos Dragon, that really did enrage Milim, almost. You were terrified that she'd discover us, weren't you? So I really think she pushed her luck way too much with a demon lord as dangerous as that, to say nothing of a true dragon. Putting it that way, you're right. Maribel had to know the danger she was putting herself in, and I'm sure she worked out some countermeasure. But what were they? Yuki looked straight at Kigali. He didn't have an answer himself, but he figured asking would help organize his own thoughts. Or maybe she believed that she alone was safe the whole time. There is that, yeah. But I don't think that's all. And maybe she was anticipating at least a little damage. She feared the rise of Rimuru, and if she thought some sacrifice now was worth it in the future. Yuki nodded at this. Well, I'd never do that if I had no idea how much damage there'd be. But if I could predict how much to expect approximately, I'd definitely weigh the losses against the gains on the scale. Meaning? I think Maribel had some kind of reason to believe things would work out, even if Veldora and Milim lost control. And what was that reason? Granville. No. Yuki had arrived at an answer. He grinned. Who did Laplace fight in the sanctuary? Well, the Demon Lord Valentine. Oh. He chuckled, seeing Kigali's reaction. Right. The Demon Lord Valentine is dead, but there's a Demon Lord Valentine in the Octagram. The real Demon Lord's even stronger than the fake one, I bet. Even at my peak, I was about equal with that Valentine. In that case, the real one's even stronger. Now I'm sure of it. The headquarters of Luminism isn't just a religious site, it's a demon lord stronghold. You mean Valentine's really the god Luminous? That's insane, but it's true. I really don't think I'm wrong. The confidence behind Yuki's voice led Kigali to the truth. Yes, you're right. And it wouldn't be strange if Granville knew that. Not at all. And so did Maribel. That's why she figured Luminous was protecting the Western nations. It all seemed to make sense. Kigali had to accept it. There wasn't any room for objection. Sounds like we'll need to rethink our strategy. Yeah. But I'm gonna have to move my base of operations to the east for a while anyway. You are a scary man. You say you're going to lie low, but it sounds like you'll be moving around a lot, aren't you? Well, sure. I'm gonna be king of this world, remember? I promised you I'd get a hold of it. That you did. I look forward to it. I really do. And I'm sure Clayman will be delighted too. Yeah. So keep lending me a hand, okay? Yes, of course. And please don't betray me either, Sir Yuki. Of course I won't. The world will be mine, and then we can all have a blast together. Yuki and Kigali looked at each other and smiled. The laughs continued on and on. Two magic-born aiming to seize the world like it was a game to enjoy. Their aim was childlike, but they were serious about it. They wanted to conquer the world. The Chaos Dragon was gone. Milim's friend was saved. And now that I was back on the ground, I was shocked to find the bottom section of the ruins all caved in. According to Yuuki, who was safe, the cornered Maribel blew herself up inside. She wanted to take all of us along with her, apparently. She really wanted to take me out that bad. That was just too much in a way, but she was hostile to me, so I didn't know what else I could do. No point moping about it. After discussing matters with Kigali, we decided to restore the ruins back to their pristine condition. It would take time, but we planned to excavate the bottom portion as well. Eventually, we would display the artifacts we dug up and turn this palace into a museum. We wanted to make this into a tourist attraction, complete with a magic train stop. That would take who knows how many years, of course, and we had a ton to do before then. Unless we negotiated a peace treaty with the Eastern Empire, at least this whole area was a front line. Just because it was Malim's turf didn't make it a safe zone necessarily. For now, at least, our plan was to work on restoring the site. Negotiations were continuing to go smoothly with the council. Several of the councillors got dismissed, though, which definitely affected its power as a legislative body. The Western Holy Church was gaining more power now, and Yuuki, freed from Maribel's hold, was also making his presence more known. With things as they were, the council was seeking a new unifying force. That, of course, would be us, or to be more exact, me. Tempest had now become the biggest faction of the council. Yuki's Free Guild gave us a push along those lines, offering their public support of Tempest in exchange for financial backing. Hinata was working with us on this too, in the name of stability among the Western nations. Thanks to that, we had now obtained a pretty hefty amount of influence in the region. Still, I'm glad Yuki's been cleared of everything. Now I can keep building up our alliance without any qualms. Negative. The doubts have now been confirmed. The subject, Yuuki Kagurazaka, is definitely acting of his own free will. Wait, why didn't you say anything before? Understood. Because his motivations were simple and easily taken advantage of. Was that why? Oh, I see. So you were keeping quiet for my sake? This is all thanks to my carelessness, isn't it? For one moment there, I hesitated to kill Maribel. Considering what the future held now, I shouldn't have wavered. If I'm damaged, that wavering disappears. But if someone hasn't been that much of a bother to me, I couldn't help but think killing was going too far. Even with Gay, I thought killing him overstepped my boundaries. My heart must have softened up with Maribel along those lines. So, did you keep quiet because you assumed I couldn't kill Maribel? Affirmative. It was decided that it was necessary to do so. That's so selfish, or maybe not. Just as Raphael predicted, Yuki killed Maribel for me. And now he was resting on his laurels, assured that all the evidence was destroyed. I guess someone like that would be easy for Raphael to handle. I was in no position to complain, but I still found it incredibly frustrating. Making Raphael worry like that just because I'm so unreliable. Negative. That is incorrect. I did not want my lord to feel any anxieties. Well, thank you. I wouldn't feel guilty this way, right? Yeah, I'm glad for that, but that's not going to work for me. I need to face facts and decide things for myself. Otherwise, I'm a failure as Raphael's master. If I keep clinging to people like this, I'm never going to grow and mature. So, next time, report the whole truth to me, okay? I promise I'll accept it. Understood. As you wish. No matter what Yuki's scheming, I'm going to crush his ambitions. And I'm not alone. I have friends, partners I can rely on. Don't I? With Raphael, I can walk straight ahead, never making any mistakes. I'd really believed I could. And maybe, just a little, I thought I felt Raphael smile for me. Afterword. Good seeing you all again. This is Fuse. To tell the truth, I was actually planning on 0 afterword this volume. This was thanks to the page count ballooning to its biggest yet after a successful diet last time. I'll never forget the resigned voice of Mr. I, my editor. But once we opened the lid, it turned out we had a few extra pages. They want me to fill around 6 of them in an afterword, they said. Like I've written before, when I pick up a novel at the bookstore, I read the summary blurb, then go straight to the afterword. I figure the afterword's a good way to see whether a book is engaging or not. Even for a series like this one, I always read from the afterword first. I've got this habit of seeing if there's any new info or maybe a release date for the next volume before I enjoy the book itself. That's why I think an afterword is really important, but when I'm writing one myself, things change far. I mean, really, if I write about my private life, a lot of people won't care. If I write about the series, I'll end up talking about spoilers. I'm sure a lot of readers would prefer more story to more afterword. If you have any requests on things to talk about in here, please write the editors at GC Novels. You may just see that reflected in future volumes. So, for now, I'd like to talk a bit about the series. Here's a little behind-the-scenes info on the gun that appears in this volume. I gave the full name of it in the text, the Walther 99, a real-life handout. Glenda uses it in the story, but it's a semi-automatic pistol produced by the Walther Company in Germany. I was thinking about going with the Beretta 92 or Parks 4, but then people might confuse it with the character Beretta. After deliberating over my options, I picked the 99 in the end. The Walther 38 is pretty well known. In Japan, it's famous as the preferred pistol of that one master thief we all know and love. I thought I might follow that example, but opted against it. I figured that, being a woman, Glenda would prefer a more compact firearm. So that was my motivation behind choosing the Walther 99. It only gets named once, but I still had to do some research for it, even picking up an airsoft version to handle myself. It reminded me of how much I wanted one as a kid. I guess I'm just buying stuff like this now that I'm grown up and can afford it, can't I? Not that it matters. Anyway, I plan to continue bringing handguns like this into the story. They may go under the same name, but between mechanical and magical mechanisms, they could be totally different inside. The type Rimuru brought along on his adventure has completely original internals, although it looks the same from the outside. They even reproduced the blast charge, although making a lot of it is apparently a pain. They figured they could simplify things a bit, and so it has all the magic revisions described in the story. I also hint a little that the Empire has guns of their own, but those will be a completely different model. The idea is that they went through the same thought processes as Rimuru and friends, but developed their magic-driven guns in different directions, that kind of thing. So those are the basics, but that's only the beginning of my problems. I'm planning to introduce a family of demons named after classic supercars, but at first I was going to have a series of magic born named after gunmakers like Beretta. That was the plan, at least, but Beretta never did get any siblings in the web novel version. So now what? with the name Walther getting a mention. Hopefully that jogs Rimuru's memory a little, but, I mean, think about it. Sig, Colt, Glock, Morza, Walther, Mateba, Remington, the twin brothers Heckler, Koch. Those are just a few of Beretta's buds, and perhaps we'll see them floating around Tempest in the future. I can already hear someone shouting, "Don't do it!" It's hard enough to come up with character designs as it is, but I won't introduce them until they're absolutely needed in the story. Promise. But I'd love to put them in action in a side story or something. To wrap up this volume, I'd like to express some of the gratitude I feel on a daily basis. Thanks to Mr. I, my editor, who's always happy to speak with me. I troubled him with yet another page expansion this time, but he said this was all for the readers, and as the author, that's a relief to me. Our phone conversations are always a nice mental break for me, so let's keep this going. Thanks to Mitzvah for all the wonderful illustrations every volume. As mentioned, Maribel's design gave us a lot of trouble. Because of all that hard work, though, I think we've come up with a nice character. The cover and interior art's being worked on right now as I write this afterword, and I can't wait to see the results. And to the proofers, designers, and the other many people who helped bring this book to fruition, thank you. Finally, to my readers, that time I got reincarnated as a slime has finally ascended to Volume 10. This is all thanks to the support you guys give us, and I want to answer your call. I promise we'll keep doing our best right up to the conclusion. Thanks again for your continued support of that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Contents. Cover. Insert. Title page. Copyright. Prologue. Those who set things in motion. Chapter 1. A brisk labyrinth business. Chapter 2. Lively days. Interlude. Maribel. Chapter 3. The Council. Chapter 4. Behind the Curtain. Chapter 5. The Trap of Greed. Epilogue. The One Who Laughs Last. Afterword. Yen Newsletter. Navigation. Begin reading. Table of Contents. Thank you for buying this ebook published by Yen Orm. To get news about the latest manga, graphic novels and light novels from Yen Press, along with special offers and exclusive content, sign up for the Yen Press newsletter. Sign up, or visit us at DW Yen Press. Book link.